Chapter 1589. The scorching aura gradually increased. The aura that was spewed out could instantly reach a temperature that was dozens of times hotter than magma. Once one got close to the heat that was emitted would instantly roast one. Even if one had the cultivation of a Yuan king, one would not be able to withstand the heat. Oh no! The two of them looked at each other. Immediately, they flew toward the black tortoise heavenly calamity array. Hu Wushuang had been staying in the array all this time. However, Hu Wushuang was not a real person. She was just a spirit. Therefore, most of the time the energy that she could control was not as good as that of a real person. Fortunately, Qi Yanran and Xian Shuang arrived quickly. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of them. What a strong energy fluctuation! It seems that he is about to be revived. The two of them looked extremely solemn. Li Zongjiu had not woken up yet. He was still cultivating in the mountains. Open the array. Can't we let him escape? Run away, Xian Shuang said. The three of them worked together to open the black tortoise heavenly calamity array. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the sky above the Blackwater forest. It was a divine beast, the black tortoise, with a dragon head, tortoise body, and snake tail. Although the power of this black tortoise was not fully restored, it was still very powerful, at least for the Saint Martial continent. This power was about to reach its limit. With a casual move, it felt as if the space in front of it would shatter. Rumble. Under the black tortoise, a fireball was also rapidly condensing. In the fireball, a figure gradually appeared, and even the flames around him were gradually retracted into his body. In the end, there were only 2 balls of fire left, which circled around his body. It was as if there was a specific pattern. The 2 small fireballs were spinning around him. This person's true appearance was finally revealed at this moment. It was a middle-aged man with red hair, a red beard, and red eyes. He had a pair of black pants on his lower body. It was unknown what material they were made of, but they were not burned by the flames. There was a hideous tattoo on his upper body. It looked like a ferocious beast. Moreover, this ferocious beast seemed to be able to wake up at any time. It turned into a shadow and wrapped around his body. The incarnation of limitless immortal. Originally, the incarnation of the limitless true Lord was sufficient to become the gatekeeper of the first trial in the limitless true flame, great world. However, because of this crack, he came to this lower world. This was an extremely precious opportunity for the incarnation of limitless supreme. In that lousy world, he was a gatekeeper. That was really stupid. Now that there was a chance to escape from that world full of restrictions, it was obviously a very rare and precious opportunity for this incarnation. However, the incarnation of limitless true Lord did not expect this either. He had only just arrived in this world and had only killed a few people to replenish his energy. In the end, he encountered an existence similar to a guardian from the lower world, which was the Black Sea Overlord. Only someone with the strength of the Black Sea Overlord could injure him, but he was too strong. Even the Black Sea Overlord could not make him stay. He could only force him to leave. He couldn't catch this cunning guy. After the other party escaped, he was unable to leave the Black Sea. Therefore, he could not continue to pursue and let the other party escape. Because of that fierce battle, he had also spent a period of time. It was completely an injury on top of an injury. Fortunately, there were not many experts in other places. Even these experts could not do anything to him. As for the black tortoise heavenly calamity array that he had set up while he was recovering in seclusion, it was nothing to him. Indeed, it was not a threat at all. Some inferior trash from an inferior world. Want to fight him? Can't compete with him. It was simply wishful thinking. Today, let me break the thing that you inferior trash from an inferior world are so proud of. The incarnation of the limitless supreme sneered. Immediately, his figure swept into the air. He punched the power of the black tortoise that was suppressing above his head. It was enough to see the power of fire condensing. When the fire condensed, it also showed a rather terrifying aura. Boom! The fire rushed towards the black tortoise. The other party just casually made a move, but it gave Qi Yanran and the others a lot of pressure. At this moment, they could feel the strength of the other party. It was so real. It was so strong that it was terrifying. Boom! It was just an ordinary punch. It was enough to repel the shadow of the black tortoise. It was almost as if the world was turned upside down. They could not withstand a few punches from the other party at all. Soon they would collapse. Have you seen it now, you weak mortals? The incarnation of the limitless Supreme smiled faintly. The punch just now was also a test. After all, he was not a fool. When he first came, he had more or less suffered a loss. Naturally, he could not be careless now. However, he had to be sufficiently awe-inspiring with his words. Otherwise, what would he do? Others thought that he could not do it? Sometimes this kind of awe-inspiring mouth would be even more powerful. After all, this kind of thing needed to be done properly. After testing the punch, they also understood that these people were really weak and did not do it on purpose. Compared to the woman in the Black Sea, you are still far behind. The incarnation of the limitless Supreme mocked. Then he suddenly jumped up, opened his mouth, and spat out a flame from his mouth. It was like the breath skill that a giant dragon was good at. But when this breath directly exploded, the power of the flame was like thousands of giant dragons rolling in the sea. The stormy waves that it set off were even more shocking. Now, Qi Yanran said, the three of them exerted their strength at the same time. The black tortoise heavenly tribulation array was not a defensive array. It was a real offensive array. As the array reversed, immediately a cold light surged over. Immediately this power fell. Above the sky, there seemed to be countless bolts of lightning falling from the sky. And there was also a trace of chaotic power contained in it. Chaotic heavenly thunder. This was the power that Li Zhongjie had fused with a special method. At this moment, it was released, and naturally its power was boundless. Qi Yanran's timing was also quite accurate. Then, a bolt of chaos lightning came crashing down. Boom! It directly blasted into the mouth of the incarnation of the limitless Supreme. That blazing heat immediately, the power of the flame, mixed with the power of the thunder, directly exploded in the body of the limitless Supreme. Oh! The latter was obviously extremely shocked. He did not expect that these people had a backup plan and directly used this move. It also gave him no chance to resist at all. One move hit the target, although the black tortoise array was a little impacted. But this incarnation of the limitless Supreme, it was also blasted into the body by the chaotic thunder. Such a situation immediately caused the body of the incarnation of the limitless Supreme to rapidly expand. Qi Yanran and the others were also very nervous as they watched the changes in the latter's situation. Even such an attack, it was unable to directly destroy the latter's body. At least in their previous estimation, this move was enough to completely shatter the latter's body. But now it seemed that it did not achieve the expected effect. They saw that the incarnation of the limitless Supreme actually forcibly swallowed this chaotic, heavenly thunder. His body had clearly expanded. It had even expanded to the limit, but he still forcibly held it back. Furthermore, he forcibly suppressed this expanding power. In the end, he actually directly held the power of this chaotic heavenly thunder in his stomach and completely digested it, almost just a little. When the latter consumed a lot of energy to digest the power of this chaotic heavenly thunder, his eyes also became quite terrifying. He stared at the three figures in the sky. Chapter 1590. The incarnation of the Wuji immortal from the upper world almost fell down here today. This caused the latter to feel quite angry. So at this moment he also released his aura at the same time. Boom! A surge of aura shot up into the sky. After that, the Wuji immortal condensed a spell in his hand. Qi Yanran and the others had just studied this spell. When the other party used it, there was a trace of familiarity and it felt very close. De jeune flame spell. The spell was cast. Immediately, the power of fire quickly condensed. It seemed that there was also a blazing flame in the latter's hand. Buzz! The moment the de jeune flame spell was released, it immediately turned into a beam of strong light. At the same time, the Qilin tattoo on the latter's body seemed to have come to life at this moment. It rushed toward the sky and directly caught the power of the flame, and quickly rushed toward the sky. Boom! The moment the black tortoise was hit by the latter, all of them were unable to withstand the powerful energy contained within. It was directly torn apart. Li Zongjiu and the others worked together and spent several months to set up the array. They organized 4 celestial realm experts to cast it at the same time. However, the effect of this formation was obviously very unsatisfactory. The main reason was that the other party was too strong. A group of mortals, seeing the black tortoise being destroyed, the incarnation of the immortal said coldly. At the same time, he looked at the shocked expressions of these mortals, who even looked like they didn't want to die. Such a complicated scene obviously made him very happy. High and mighty. What he wanted was this feeling of being high and mighty. He wanted to ruthlessly trample everyone under his feet and let these people clearly understand who was the real expert. Resistance was futile. As long as you submit to me, I will spare your lives. The incarnation of the immortal said with a laugh. It seemed that for the 3 of them, surrender was the only way to survive. They had cultivated for so long to obtain the strength and status they had today, and they didn't want to die like this. But at the same time, because of his strength, he was considered to be one of the top existences in the mortal world. How could they just bow down as they wished? He had to put up a good struggle. When Huo Wushuang saw this, he knew that everything was over. Any preparations made would be in vain. Their fates would depend on this final battle. He was definitely going to have a real battle with the other party. Otherwise, the other party would definitely think that it would be easy for them to get their hands on it. Qi Yanran naturally knew that this battle was inevitable. Xian Shuang shook her body. He transformed into a frost dragon. Help me tell that kid to hurry up and refine it. I hope that the 2 of you can take care of the Dragon Island in the future. After Xian Shuang finished speaking, her entire body glowed. Almost instantly her power gathered. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, even the clouds in the sky were frozen by this force and turned into frost. Immediately, the power of frost condensed. It was also quite intense. The Ice Blast WIRM's aura reached its peak at this moment. Furthermore, he was constantly making breakthroughs. He's burning his own lifespan. Returned to peak condition. Qi Yanran exclaimed when she saw the scene. She had never thought that this old dragon for more than 100,000 years ago, who was always smiling and liked to ask others to show him some respect, would be so resolute in this life-and-death crisis. Without saying anything, he burned his remaining lifespan and vitality to restore his cultivation to the peak condition. It was really moving. Such an action was really too great. Originally, this Ice Blast WIRM was an expert in the heavenly dragon realm. However, after being frozen for hundreds of thousands of years, his power was fading rapidly. It could even be said that it was a miracle that he could come back after hundreds of thousands of years. An expert from more than 100,000 years ago had awakened and gained vitality. Perhaps this was what God wanted him to do, specifically to prevent this disaster from happening. So he came back to life at this time. Celestial Realm. At this moment, the power of the Ice Blast WIRM had been completely released. The momentum formed by itself and the heaven and earth was also amazing and quite strong. Therefore, the incarnation of the immortal couldn't help but exclaim. Another expert in the celestial realm had come to deal with a group of innate realm experts. For the incarnation of the immortal, it was a piece of cake. But to face the expert in the celestial realm in front of him, In fact, it was a bit difficult for the incarnation of the immortal. Moreover, the celestial realm experts in the lower world seemed to be more powerful. At this moment, the incarnation of the immortal clearly felt the pressure. At this moment, the Ice Blast WRM's aura did not stop. Instead, it continued to climb. Boom! The Ice Blast WRM released its Dragon Ball. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to be condensed with a thick layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, the Blackwater forest became a world of ice and snow. Even if they were tens of thousands of miles away, they could still feel the sudden arrival of this chilling power. Everyone else was also stunned. How could it appear so quickly? This kind of strength. It was really shocking. Why do I feel like it's suddenly winter? Tens of thousands of miles away in the azure wave giant city. Everyone shuddered at the same time. Then they all looked at the direction that used to belong to Luoxia City. It was said that the reason why Luoxia City migrated was because Evil Lord was cultivating in the Blackwater Forest. Therefore, such a commotion could very well have been caused by the evil dominator. It was shocking. As expected of Evil Lord, his strength was really quite terrifying. Just by feeling the movement of this power, it was already beyond heaven and earth. The Ice Blast WYRM descended from the sky. It also held the Dragon Ball in its mouth. When the incarnation of the immortal saw this move, his face became quite ugly. At least, it could be said that even he could not resist this move. However, it was not so easy to kill him. At the moment when the power of frost descended, the incarnation of the immortal instantly activated the Qilin tattoo on his body. A surge of energy enveloped him. Then, the power of frost completely froze the incarnation of the immortal. This frost was the power that the Ice Blast WYRM had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. In an instant, thousands of miles were frozen. However, a gentle force wrapped around Qi Yanran. Even Huo Wushuang was instantly frozen by this force and turned back into the Wushuang sword. Huo Wushuang was just a sword spirit. It was already good enough that he was able to focus on protecting the person when he made the move. He couldn't possibly protect every blade of grass and tree in the surroundings, could he? That would consume too much energy. Damn it! The power of frost instantly froze the incarnation of the immortal. She did not give the incarnation of the immortal a chance. He had just escaped not long ago, but he was trapped again, as an expert from the upper world. Originally, he wanted to come to the lower realm and dominate the world. Who would have thought that he would be frozen time and time again by someone using some kind of method? This time, I'd like to see what other means you have. The day I break the ice is the day your continent falls into a sea of fire and hell. Qi Yanran did not have time to stop Xian Shuang's killing move. She could not stop it, because if Xian Shuang did not make a move, they did not have any power to compete with it. There was no other way. If the other party made a move, it could definitely kill Qi Yanran and the others. However, Xian Shuang sacrificed herself. She created an iceberg. The power released by the iceberg was to completely suppress the latter. However, it was hard to know how long this power of frost could last. It was also possible that the incarnation of the immortal would be frozen to death on this endless iceberg. It was the most powerful dragon in the heavenly dragon realm. The power of the Ice Blast WYRM really opened Qi Yanran's eyes. Huo Wushuang finally woke up from the sword energy. However, she could not break free. Fortunately, Qi Yanran quickly dug out the Wushuang sword. She broke the ice on the surface. What a strong chill. I feel that my power is flowing away rapidly, Huo Wushuang said. She also had a lingering fear in her heart. It seemed that the cold air below was also something extremely dangerous to her. Chapter 1591. Obviously, this was the latter's indiscriminate attack. But fortunately, the other party was completely sealed. That was the most important thing. I don't know how long this ice power can last. Qi Yanran's brows were deeply furrowed. She thought that with the strength of Li Zongjiu and her, they were at least at the peak of the realm. She dared not say that she was invincible on the continent, but she could at least rest easy. But after this series of events, these experts descended from the sky. It also made Qi Yanran understand that she was still far from being able to fight with these people. Her own strength did not have such an easy breakthrough. And once these top experts arrived, the first thing they would look for was Li Zongjiu and the others. They could only defeat them. Naturally, they would be able to rule the entire continent. They could even do whatever they wanted on this continent. But Qi Yanran would never let such a thing happen. So it naturally became a kind of destiny for the two of them. They were destined to accept the challenges from these experts. This was the most uncomfortable thing. After all, if the sky fell, it was the tall one here who held it up. There was no way to escape. In comparison, Qi Yanran belonged to the tall one. It was only when they could no longer hold on that more experts would appear. Originally, she had a strong helper, Wang Jing. But obviously, Wang Jing was also dealing with the battle on the Ape Clan continent. She did not know the current situation of the Ape Clan continent. As for the situation of the sacred martial realm, there was no need to worry. The sacred martial realm seemed to be the entrance of the sacred martial realm. If people came down from the upper world, they would first have to reach the sacred martial realm before they could go to the sacred martial realm. As long as they could protect the sacred martial realm. In that case, nothing would happen at all. 3 months later, the Blackwater Forest was already covered by thick ice and snow. As the power of the mysterious frost was gradually released, the power formed in the surroundings was also getting stronger. So, the mysterious frost power was also constantly condensing. It was getting stronger every day. This was the effect of the self-destruction of the Heavenly Dragon Realm expert strength. Clearly, to break through the ice mountain suppression, one would need an extremely strong power. Moreover, the little ice dragons of the Dragon Island would often come here to pay their respects. Every time they paid their respects, a new iceberg would be formed here. This caused the cold air within to become even more intense. After Longji and the rest of Dragon Island learned about Black Frost's great deeds, they all felt proud of their frost dragon ancestor. The ancestors had sacrificed themselves in order to protect the continent, but in fact, not many people knew about it. Sometimes heroes don't need to be remembered, but there were always people who remembered. Even the cave where Li Zongjiu was cultivating was covered in a thick layer of frost. Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. A powerful fluctuation spread out in all directions. Then they rushed into the distance. Such an intense fluctuation was extremely shocking. It was truly shocking. Qi Yanran rushed over quickly with the unparalleled sword. When Qi Yanran arrived, Li Zongjiu was already standing on a snowy mountain, looking at the series of white glaciers in front of him. There seemed to be an infinite light in his eyes. It seemed to be under the endless ice mountain. A dragon's soul was lying there. Seeing the appearance of the dragon's soul, Yi Zichen was stunned. Li Zongjiu already knew what had happened. Qi Yanran quietly landed. "How long has it been?" Li Zongjiu asked. 3 months. Qi Yanran answered. 3 months. Black Frost's dragon soul hasn't dissipated. I'll refine a soul-gathering pill to gather his dragon soul. Maybe there's a chance to revive him. Li Zongjiu said, "He can be revived." Qi Yanran didn't expect Li Zongjiu to have such means. The iceberg in front of her was endless. It was all formed by the other party's power. All the power of flesh and blood was buried in it, but the dragon soul was still condensed and didn't dissipate. Maybe. This might be the best news they had heard in a long time. Being able to resurrect Xian Shuang was a great boost to their morale, at least for them. It was indeed a pity that Xian Shuang had been sacrificed like that. Many people were caught off guard. Li Zongjiu didn't say much. First, he checked the situation here to see how long the power of the glacier could last. However, from the looks of it, it shouldn't be a problem for at least 4 to 5 years. But Black Frost's soul couldn't hold on for so long. In 8 or 10 days, it would probably dissipate. When that time came, he would truly be dead to the point where he couldn't be any more dead. So Li Zongjio seized the time to refine the soul-gathering pill. But before that, he inserted the unparalleled sword into the ice mountain. The heart of the blue sea in the unparalleled sword could also increase the effect of the ice power. At least the increased power could ensure that the ice mountain wouldn't melt so quickly. The power released could at least ensure that it could continue to trap the incarnation of the immortal below. Li Zongjio was busy refining the soul-gathering pill. Of course, he had all the herbs. Basically, Li Zongjio would replenish the herbs every once in a while. After all, as an alchemist, even if he wasn't refining pills, he had to ensure that he had the herbs to use. Only in this way would he be able to refine the elixir that he wanted at the critical moment. Usually, he would just casually prepare some elixir with him. The soul-gathering pill was a very rare pill, so he rarely refined it. It took him 7 days to refine the pill. Li Zongjio succeeded in refining the soul-gathering pill. This pill wasn't for people, but for souls. So Li Zongjio directly sprinkled the pill on the ice mountain. The power of the pill gradually integrated into the ice mountain. Qi Yanran and Ho Wushuang both gathered around, ready to witness the miracle that was about to happen. Immediately, they saw the light flowing on the ice mountain. As the light kept surging, it quickly condensed in the direction of the soul-gathering pill. Buzz, buzz! It seemed to be the sound of an electric current flowing through the ice mountain. They could feel that the power in it was increasing rapidly. At first, it just absorbed some remnant souls. But later, Xian Shuang's soul also felt the call from the pill and quickly condensed. Qi Yanran was also an alchemist. She didn't even think that the pill could have such a magical effect. When the pill condensed the soul, the figure of a frost WIRM was also growing rapidly. Immediately they could all understand. This level of strength was already at a very high level. It was hard to describe. In her beautiful eyes, she could only watch this shocking and astonishing scene unfold. Chapter 1592. Xian Shuang's soul power quickly condensed. Qi Yanran and Ho Wushuang were also stunned. However, Xian Shuang's soul also needed a place to stay for the time being. Therefore, Li Zongjio temporarily put Xian Shuang's soul in the Chaos Bell. This was equivalent to Li Zongjio refining Xian Shuang's soul into the Chaos Bell's weapon spirit. However, the weapon spirit that Li Zongjio refined was to gather these broken souls and send them to the Chaos Bell. The attributes of the Frost Dragon and the Chaos Bell didn't match, so it wasn't difficult to store them temporarily. When the Tombstone Spirit saw the power of the Frost Dragon condensing, he immediately understood. It must be the clone of the Wuji Immortal. Didn't he tell them to run away? Now he had been beaten to the point of being a remnant soul. However, he was actually very lucky to be able to keep such a remnant soul. That's great. I have a companion now. The Tombstone Spirit couldn't help but say, the mountain and sea concentrating spell. That kind of spell couldn't be successfully cultivated even if one wanted to. There were thousands of great Daos in the world. If one couldn't find a suitable spell, it would be very difficult to cultivate it to such a state. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to cultivate it successfully. If one tried to cultivate it by force, it could even cause one's cultivation to regress. Because the cultivation of this spell was like casting a sharp sword in one's body. However, if one's stomach couldn't accommodate this sharp sword, it would be very troublesome, because this sharp sword would directly penetrate one's chest. Therefore, it would directly backfire. That was the principle of acting according to one's ability. Therefore, the Tombstone Spirit didn't hold back. He didn't even need any tricks to hand over his spell. Rumble. Li Zongjio put away the souls of the frost dragon and Xian Shuang to stop vomiting. Naturally, the power of the iceberg was directly reduced by more than half. Therefore, the clone of the immortal below would definitely take the opportunity to break out of the iceberg. Be careful, this person is very strong. Qi Yanran was a little worried. After all, the other party's strength was not as simple as the previous opponents. In the past, he could more or less put up a fight against his opponents. However, when facing this person, they had no power to fight back at all. They could only wait for the other party to decide their fate. Qi Yanran had not felt such a sense of powerlessness for a long time. However, he could feel it once more from the clone of limitless True Lord. I know he can't run away, Li Zongjio said calmly. At this moment, he would definitely not let this person off so easily. Although Xian Shuang was not Li Zongjio's good friend, she was not a good friend of his. However, he was definitely a friend of his. This mere incarnation of the Limitless Lord had forced the Frost Dragon into such a state. That was equivalent to directly killing his friend. Therefore, Li Zongjio was definitely going to take revenge on this guy. Crack! The ice cracked. Cracks began to appear on the entire iceberg. Then, the peerless sword flew down from the ice mountain and landed in Li Zongjio's hand. You don't have to use the peerless sword, Li Zongjio said. At the same time, there was already power gradually gathering between his fingers. Immediately, Li Zongjio raised his head and looked forward. His eyes focused slightly. It seemed that he had made the decision and was now waiting for the other party to show up. You succeeded? Qi Yanran was also very surprised, because, over the past 3 months, Qi Yanran had been trying to see if she could cultivate or not. However, the result was very unsatisfactory. She did not succeed. She failed again and again. At this moment, seeing Li Zongjio make a move, of course, she was very surprised. Of course, Li Zongjio said. It seemed to be a very easy thing to do. However, in fact, Li Zongjio had experienced countless life and death situations in the past 5 months. In the end, he cultivated all of this. Every time he condensed this spell, there would be a fatal backlash in the end. Every time, Li Zongjio was able to forcefully withstand it and persevere. It was only until the last time that he succeeded completely. At this moment, Li Zongjio's incantation technique had reached the consummation stage. He knew that the other party would take this opportunity to kill him. In fact, Li Zongjio was also waiting for the other party. The iceberg shattered. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The turbulent power was quickly released. A ball of flame burst out as if it was going to melt the surrounding glaciers. The figure that condensed was the incarnation of Master Wuji. I want you to die. He had been trapped for a full 5 months. During these 5 months, the power of Limitless Sage's incarnation had been weakening every day. Fortunately, the other party's strength could only be considered average. Otherwise, the power of Frost alone was enough to devour him completely, and there would be no chance for him to appear again. He reckoned that he would not live to see the day when he broke out of seclusion. This time he was able to escape with a murderous aura and rushed out directly. He was determined to kill Qi Yanran and the others completely. He would not show any mercy and did not need to subdue these people. But unfortunately, the incarnation of Master Wuji thought too highly of himself. The way he saw it, these people had already used up all their tricks. Even the only dragon in the celestial realm was now dead. What other powerful moves could they have? There was no need for him to worry at all. Mountain and sea concentration spell. Li Zongjio's voice fell. From his body, a powerful aura was instantly released. This aura seemed to penetrate between heaven and earth, and instantly condensed this powerful force in front of him. It directly rushed down to the people below. Boom! What? When the incarnation of Limitless Sage felt the power coming down on him, he instantly felt like he was being suppressed. This powerful spell was released. Limitless Supreme was instantly stunned. How is this possible? The spell of great Emperor Xian. Boom! The powerful force instantly sealed the ladder. The glaciers within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were also smashed at this moment. However, all of the power had been condensed. There was a loud boom. It was as if everything was covered by a powerful force in an instant. It was the incarnation of Master Wuji. He had never expected that these people would have so many tricks up their sleeves. Furthermore, they were constantly attacking with their attacks. It made him unable to resist. He could only be sealed and suppressed again. This time, the iceberg was directly shattered and the incarnation was smashed down with a boom. A big pit appeared at the bottom of the iceberg. The surrounding ice was also quickly piled up. All of them poured into the deep pit. The incarnation of Master Wuji could only be buried under this ice cave. Hunyuan Bell. Li Zhongjie covered the Hunyuan Bell with a boom. He completely sealed the incarnation. He couldn't escape. It was impossible to leave in a short period of time. But after using this move, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Li Zhongjie's body? His power was also rapidly dissipating. His body fell from the sky. Fortunately, Qi Yanran noticed that something was wrong and hurried forward to catch Li Zhongjie. Otherwise, he would have been in a sorry state when he fell to the ground. I'm fine. Fortunately, this person is extremely arrogant. With this spell, he won't be able to come out for at least 5 years. Chapter 1593. 5 years. In fact, 5 years seemed to be a long time, but it passed in the blink of an eye. He easily passed through it. After Li Zhongjie cast the spell, he rested for 3 months. After all, to cast the spell, he needed to be at least in the celestial being realm. Li Zhongjie could be considered to have forcefully used it, so it had caused great damage to his body. During the 3 months, Li Zhongjie lost a lot of energy. He looked like he was a few years older. However, he recovered after a while. After all, Evil Lord wasn't called that for nothing. After refining a few pills, he was able to replenish the life force that he had lost. At the same time, during these 3 months, Xian Shuang woke up. When Xian Shuang woke up in the Chaos Bell, she couldn't believe it. Li Zhongjie didn't restrict Xian Shuang's movement, so she could come and go freely in the Chaos Bell. When Xian Shuang woke up, she knew it. She must have been saved by Li Zhongjie. Otherwise, how could she come back to life? Seeing such a miracle, Xian Shuang was astonished. She was extremely surprised. Although his power had been greatly weakened, he was still able to come back to life. It was already very fortunate. Xian Shuang quickly fell to the ice mountain. In the end, he spent half a month using the ice to create a body for himself. Qi Yanran refined an ice bead for the ladder. She could stay in the ice bead. There was a formation in the ice bead. It could nurture one's own strength and help them master their own body faster. Obviously, it was a good way. Xian Shuang couldn't speak for the time being, but she had already expressed her gratitude to Li Zhongjie. Even with Li Zhongjie's cultivation, he reached this level after casting the spell. From this, one could see how powerful the backlash from the curse was. Li Zhongjie knew that he might be able to hit the ladder this time, but 5 years later, he might not be able to. The other party's strength would definitely not remain the same. Most importantly, he had gained a huge advantage this time. The other party didn't expect this at all, so he got such an opportunity. The ladder was hit squarely in the chest. If he wanted to completely eliminate them after 5 years, he would need to have the power to fight against them. During this period of time, Li Zhongjie also made a trip to the Black Sea, hoping to find the Black Sea Overlord. He wanted to see if he could get some new knowledge. He had obtained some new clues. However, Li Zhongjie was unable to locate the Black Sea Overlord. Perhaps it was because his strength had yet to reach the required level. That was normal. The Black Sea Overlord was truly not giving them any face at all. They had lost the lead of the Black Sea Overlord. Li Zhongjie wanted to gain enough experience in these 5 years. In order to obtain true strength, one would need to embark on a true path. There was only one way. He had to give himself enough time and opportunity to make a breakthrough. That was the 5 great worlds that the gravestone had mentioned. Li Zongjio could only truly go to the great world to undergo a trial. He might even have to enter the world of Wuji true flames. Only then could he truly find a way to deal with the incarnation of the true Lord. Isn't this too dangerous? We haven't even figured out the true identity of that guy. Qi Yanran was extremely worried. If there was an accident during this process, he might not be able to come back. It was hard to say what he would encounter in the great world. If he were to encounter danger, he wouldn't even have a helper. It would definitely be a great danger. In a situation where he was alone and without help, he would only die in despair. That's right, kid. 5 years later, with our strength, we might be able to get rid of this guy. Xian Shuang appeared and said. However, Xian Shuang now looked more like an ice sculpture of a small dragon, although the soul had been collected and returned to its place. But Xian Shuang's? Her physical body had been destroyed. It had turned into an endless iceberg. Therefore, Xian Shuang could only use the ice to rebuild her body. It was probably impossible to restore her physical body. It would also take some time to transform into a human being again. This is just an accident. If there are 2 or even 3 people like this next time, what can we do? Only by quickly strengthening ourselves can we not be afraid of these problems. Li Zongjio said blandly, since they were already here. In the face of such a situation, they had to abandon everything. They had to really give it their all. Otherwise, sooner or later, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. They wouldn't be so lucky every time they died. Ah, this is really, Xian Shuang couldn't help but say. She had already died once. However, she knew that Li Zongjio was risking his life to go to a very dangerous place to seek power. It could give birth to such a monster. How could such a place be simple? Therefore, Li Zongjio would most likely die this time. Although Qi Yanran was reluctant, she also knew that no one could dissuade Li Zongjio from his choice. Besides, Li Zongjio was right. Qi Yanran also wanted to go by herself. She would take the risk in place of Li Zongjio. She would go through the danger and gain power. However, her strength was obviously not as good as Li Zongjio's. In terms of survival ability, she was far inferior to Li Zongjio's. What she needed was, she had to silently support Li Zongjio's decision behind his back, and she had to do it before Li Zongjio came back. She had to guard the Shungu continent well. That was the best response to Li Zongjio. If he wanted to go to the big world to gain experience, he had to go through the Tombstone Spirit. Previously, the Tombstone Spirit had said that there was a way to send Li Zongjio there. As long as he could send Li Zongjio there and send him back, he would let him go. However, before he left, Xiao Zhao sent a message. He needed Li Zongjio to go back to the White Deer Mansion. Originally, Li Zongjio was going to visit his parents in Luosha City. He might not be able to come back. However, Li Zongjio was confident that he would definitely return from this trip. Otherwise, this trip would have been meaningless. Let's go. Xiao Zhao seems to have something important to do. Li Zongjio said. Xian Shuang stayed for the time being to guard this world of ice and snow. She could not let the incarnation of the true Lord come back. If that happened, it would be too scary. Holy Flame Imperial City, White Deer Mansion. In a secret experimental base. Li Tianqing, Li Zongjio, and the others were also there. Xiao Zhao was also a little excited. This is the first product of our White Deer Mansion's ultimate weapon protection. Yuan Railgun. Chapter 1594. Almost everyone had arrived. They came specifically to see what kind of weapon was being researched. Li Zongjio was also very curious. Xiao Zhao had told him about this so-called ultimate weapon project. However, Li Zongjio did not take it to heart, because in Li Zongjio's opinion, these so-called ultimate weapons were not worth mentioning at all. As long as one's strength was strong enough, there was no weapon that could not be destroyed. Even these attacks could be easily blocked. It was not a problem at all. However, Li Zhongjie did not stop this plan. After all, Li Zhongjie had seen some of the technological developments 3,000 years later, and they were indeed quite advanced. Even in the future, it happened to be at the boundary between the old and new cultivation methods, and it might be directly surpassed. And let some people who were not strong enough carry out some. Arming and self-protection was also a good way. There might be one catastrophe after another in the future. It needed not only these top experts. It was also a state where everyone was a soldier. At the same time, when it came to things like developing technology, there had to be people walking in front. Therefore, Li Zhongjie did not mind. For Li Zhongjie, things like money and resources were innumerable. Now, the resources were enough for Xiao Zhao to use at will, and he was completely not limited by himself. There was enough time and opportunity to create more possibilities, and for Ollie, Li Zhongjie supported the Yuan railgun. Everyone did not understand what magnetism was. Even Xiao Zhao had sent someone over to explain the situation. However, these people still did not understand. There was no other way. It did not matter whether they understood the principle or not. Therefore, everyone came specially to watch. A cannon made of metal appeared. There was something similar to roller skates on the cannon, which could help it to move around. Except for the bottom that was installed by oneself, there was no blind spot to speak of. Let's get started. Li Zhongjie said. The various displays were not important. The most important thing was how much power it had, at least in Li Zhongjie's opinion. But in fact, as a weapon, this was naturally the most basic part. If even the power was not enough, then it would be useless no matter how good your aim was. Immediately, Xiao Zhao also gave some instructions. Soon, someone carried out a huge cage. Inside the cage was an abyssal monster. The latter's strength was already at the peak of the primitive emperor realm. However, under long-term dehydration, the strength of this abyssal monster would also decrease a lot. Someone used water to help the latter recover, and then directly opened the iron cage. And behind the Yuan railgun, there was a basin of water was placed. Although there was only a little bit of water, it was already a fatal attraction to the abyssal monster. Boom! The abyssal monster was like a runaway horse. Its speed suddenly burst out. It was incomparably fast and ferocious, like thunder. But at the moment when the abyssal monster was charging, the Yuan railgun had already made a prediction. Then, with a loud bang, the abyssal monster was shattered into pieces. The attack of the Yuan railgun was like a ray of light, and even this ray of light was like a transparent energy strip. When the crowd saw this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It was killed in an instant. The abyssal monster that was close to the Supreme Being realm was killed with ease. If there were two more of them, they could easily kill the Supreme Being realm expert. There was no pressure at all, although this kind of thing was expensive to make as long as it could be made. It didn't matter how much money it cost. After all, this was a weapon that could be used against Supreme Being realm experts. Even the Luoxia city needed it. This thing is quite powerful. Li Tianqing was also a Supreme Being realm expert. With a glance, he could clearly feel the powerful fluctuations in it. If he was not careful, it was very likely that he would be penetrated. After all, if an ordinary Supreme Being realm expert was in this state, under normal circumstances, his defensive power would be far inferior to these abyssal monsters and primitive beasts. It was just that he was slightly stronger than ordinary people. It was very easy to be killed in an instant. Even if you wanted to block it, it would be impossible. By the time you reacted, you would already be dead. Young master, can you go down and do the test? Xiao Zhao asked boldly. Everyone was very surprised when they heard this. Was Xiao Zhao going to take this opportunity to eliminate Li Zhongjie? Of course it was impossible. If not for Li Zhongjie's protection, Xiao Zhao would have been assassinated by many people. After all, Xiao Zhao had too much power in his hands. As long as Li Zongjie was around, no one would dare to touch Xiao Zhao. Okay, I'll try. Li Zongjie's curiosity was aroused. His realm was different from these people. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that the power of the Yuan railgun was extraordinary. Just now, the abyssal monster had used a variety of changes in direction and speed, but the Yuan railgun easily killed it without any hesitation. Therefore, Li Zongjie was very curious about how this thing could lock on. If this thing could kill Li Zongjie. Now, Li Zongjie did not dare to say that he was the best in the world, but at the very least, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. Therefore, Li Zongjie agreed without hesitation. Qi Yanran and the others were even less worried. According to Li Zongjie's words, if this thing could kill him, then he wouldn't need to work so hard to cultivate. That would be a good thing. Then Li Zongjie came to the scene and faced the Yuan railgun in front of him. The Yuan railgun in front of him looked very simple. It did not even pose any threat or damage. He looked at the slight advantage of the distance. Li Zongjie was also worried that the Yuan railgun would not be able to hit him. Since it was a test, Li Zongjie had to use a real standard to deal with the Yuan railgun. Therefore, Li Zongjie also walked forward. After a dozen steps, the distance between them was directly shortened to a range of 10 meters. Li Zongjie stood in front of the Yuan railgun. Turn the power to the maximum. Xiao Zhao did not hesitate. Some of the researchers below also started to make adjustments. He had even changed the barrel of the cannon. Just the barrel in front of them was enough to cover half of Li Zongjie's body. It seemed to have a certain degree of threat. Come on. Li Zongjie gestured to Xiao Zhao to start. Everyone widened their eyes, wanting to see how powerful this thing was. The atmosphere at the scene also seemed to be a little nervous and excited. Even Li Zongjie's eyes became extremely serious. Boom! The Yuan railgun instantly blasted out. Li Zongjie saw a ray of blue light appear in front of him. He instinctively raised his hand to block. At the same time, he released his Yuan Qi of the Absolute Saint Realm. He directly blocked in front of him. A powerful wave of air directly blasted towards Li Zongjie. When this aura covered his body, Li Zongjie could clearly feel a burning power. He was injured. A trace of shock appeared in Li Zongjie's eyes. After all, it was very rare for him to be seriously injured. Even when he fought with the Tombstone Spirit, he was not injured. The Tombstone Spirit only temporarily sealed him and did not cause him any harm. You can trap me, but you can't hurt me. That was roughly what it meant. However, the Yuan railgun in front of him had such power which made Li Zongjie very surprised. Half of Li Zongjie's body was directly slashed by this terrifying power. Immediately, this half of his body felt like it was being destroyed. On the surface, a lot of power was condensing. Li Zongjie also quickly recovered from his injuries. This is good. Li Zongjie was also very surprised. How many do you have now? Li Zongjie then asked. Currently, there are a total of 3. This one is the most stable. After seeing Li Zongjie block it, Xiao Zhao also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, she was very worried that Li Zongjie would be directly blasted to death. If that was the case, Xiao Zhao herself would become an extremely evil person who had committed a heinous crime. It would even be too late for regrets. Bring all 3 of them up. Adjust this thing to the maximum power output. Li Zongjie was also a little excited. This thing was very powerful. If there were enough of it, it would definitely have a great effect. Chapter 1595. Just the power of one cannon had almost injured Li Zongjie. Now, Li Zongjie even took the initiative to ask for 3 cannons to attack at the same time. This caused everyone to become nervous, but at the same time, they were very interested in the Yuan railgun. It was because the Yuan railgun could actually pose a threat to Li Zongjie. That move just now wasn't something that a Supreme Being could withstand. It was estimated that even the Supreme Being experts present might not be able to withstand it. As for Li Zongjiu's request, of course, Xiao Zhao did not refuse. He directly ordered people to take out the 3 cannons. The 3 yuan railguns were tested. They restocked the energy and were waiting to attack Li Zongjiu at any time. Come on, Li Zongjiu said. The people outside were also very worried. Isn't that kid too arrogant? Li Tianqing could not help but worry. Qi Shaohan and the others were also present, but their women did not come. If a woman came to such an occasion, she would definitely not be at ease. It's hard to say, but Zongjiu's strength has not been fully displayed. Qi Shaohan analyzed. Qi Yanran also nodded. Zongjiu has the chaotic body. Although the energy is strong, it can at most injure him, but there is no way to kill him. It's good that he won't die. Li Tianqing nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about other things for now. It was fine as long as he was alive. No matter what the situation was, as long as he was not dead, there was no problem. Therefore, this matter was not a big deal to them. Hearing Li Tianqing's words, the people around were also very embarrassed. This father's education was really on point. At this moment, the 3 yuan railguns were ready. Li Zongjiu released a defensive wall, formed by his will. Seeing Li Zongjiu's action, Qi Yanran's eyes were also shocked. If the power of this energy was strong enough to injure Li Zongjiu's willpower, it would be very difficult for him to recover. This was not a physical injury that could be healed with pills. In the process itself, it would be an extremely dangerous act. Although the crowd could not see Li Zongjiu's wall of will, they could not see it. However, they could clearly feel that Li Zongjiu was releasing a very powerful energy. Fire! Xiao Zhao ordered. The 3 yuan rail cannons fired at the same time. Boom! The intense light tore through the space rapidly, tearing apart everything before it. At this moment, the entire space violently shook. Qi Yanran raised her hand and used her elemental energy to protect everyone present. This was because when the energy of the yuan railgun collided with Li Zongjiu's wall of willpower, the energy of the yuan railgun collided. In an instant, it exploded on the spot, producing an extremely strong and ferocious fluctuation. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Therefore, Qi Yanran made a move to block this fluctuation. Looking at Li Zongjiu in the field, the light wave of the yuan railgun had ended. Although Li Zongjiu was not injured, he was forcefully pushed back dozens of meters in the resistance just now. His feet also dragged a long trace on the ground. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's expression was also quite dignified. Seeing this, he probably already understood. At this moment, Li Zongjiu himself was clearly under a great deal of pressure. Under the impact of such power, it was obvious that even Li Zongjiu had already felt uncomfortable. At this moment, he had already pulled himself together. Qi Yanran jumped in front of Li Zongjiu. Obviously, Li Zongjiu's current state was not good. How is it? Qi Yanran asked. Immediately, Li Zongjiu waved his hand. It's very powerful. Li Zongjiu could not help but give Xiao Zhao a thumbs up. This thing is very well made. Continue to strengthen it. In addition, produce as many as you can. Li Zongjiu called Xiao Zhao over and said to Xiao Zhao, it was very precious to be able to get Li Zongjiu's help. It could be said that all of this was already very worth it. It also made Xiao Zhao very encouraged. If there is no big problem, 1 year is enough to make 2. No, it has to be faster. Li Zongjiu shook his head. 2 in a year was too slow. No matter what kind of crime it takes, no matter how many resources it takes, even if you have to catch more talents, you have to make 10 within a year to be able to find such a good weapon. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was also very surprised. This ultimate weapon plan also had a very significant effect. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could be considered to have spoken directly now. He directly dealt with this matter. Very few Li Zongjiu personally intervened in this matter. Now Li Zongjio had spoken. Naturally, he had to complete it, even if he died. Okay. Xiao Zhao nodded and said, in the test just now, the power of these 3 Yuan railguns was enough to kill a level 1 innate expert. Under the circumstances of continued production and research, the power of the Yuan railguns would definitely continue to be improved. After 5 years, 50 to 60 Yuan railguns were aimed at the incarnation of Supreme Zheng at the same time. They directly fired one shot to know how powerful it was. Even after 3,000 years, there had not been such a powerful weapon. Otherwise, Li Zongjio would have made this weapon long ago. Could Xiao Zhao find such a weapon? Only then did he come. It was really a very shocking thing. In fact, many things disappeared because they were neglected. It was inevitable for such a situation to occur. After all, not everyone had such huge financial resources as Li Zongjio. In addition, Xiao Zhao had such foresight. The rest of the matters were handed over to Xiao Zhao and Qi Yanran. What Li Zongjio said to Li Tianqing and the others was that he would be in seclusion for a long time. Seclusion. Everyone had long been used to Li Zongjio's seclusion. He picked a good day. Li Zongjio also returned to the Blackwater Forest. The Chaos Bell was still hanging there. Immediately, Li Zongjio entered the Chaos Bell and found the Tombstone Spirit. He said that he was the Tombstone Spirit that was the incarnation of the Great Tao. You said last time that you could bring me into the great world created by the great Emperor of Shantian. As long as you bring me in and bring me back, I will let you go. Li Zongjio said to the Tombstone Spirit seriously. The Tombstone Spirit seemed to have been waiting for a long time. I knew you would come. Of course, I can bring you there. I can even guide you through the difficulties and obtain power. At least, it won't be a problem to deal with the incarnation of Supreme Wuji. The mysterious black soul said, It can deal with Supreme Wuji? It's not Supreme Wuji, it's his incarnation. It's what you saw. If it's his real body, it's at least tens of thousands of times stronger than the incarnation. Chapter 1596. It was tens of thousands of times stronger than the incarnation. It was so powerful that it was exaggerated. This caused Li Zongjio to be slightly shocked in his heart. Even before this, Li Zongjio was still complacent about his strength. At least he could become the top existence in this continent. And he had saved the continent many times and resolved countless crises. But he never thought that when a ruthless person came, the entire continent would be directly plunged into such a crisis. It also made Li Zongjio realize how terrifying the strength of these people was. There was such a series of events. So Li Zongjio had no choice but to take this path. In fact, for many people, this was a true path of no return. Once they stepped on it, they would never be able to return. If they wanted to return, they didn't know how long they had to wait. So these things were hard to say. But there was no other way now. 5 years seemed to be a long time, but in fact, even Li Zongjio didn't have the confidence to break through to the celestial realm. Even if he could break through 1 or 2 levels, it would be useless and useless. Although he knew that the Tombstone Spirit must be hiding something, or even a conspiracy hidden in it. But Li Zongjio didn't care. As long as he could become stronger and destroy these dam invaders, it would be enough. Give me a stone from your continent. Li Zongjio directly gave it a primordial stone. The Tombstone Spirit directly pieced the primordial stone into its body. It was on the gravestone that was already broken. Then the Tombstone Spirit also did the same. It muttered something. Suddenly, a dark and gloomy passage opened in front of Li Zongjio. Behind the passage, they could feel waves after waves of ferocious and frightening energy, fluctuations coming one after another. This is a path of no return. I have marked this stone for you. If you want to come back, you just need to touch the power on it. But you only have 1 chance. Once you come back, you will never be able to return. Perhaps a lot of people were also curious. I only went there to obtain power. As long as I obtained power, it wouldn't matter if I didn't go back. However, a lot of people eventually forgot. Humans are greedy by nature. There was no end to desire. It was like walking into a casino. If they didn't lose everything and get thrown out, they wouldn't be willing to leave. Li Zongjio was an expert from a small world. Casinos naturally had no allure to speak of. However, this was filled with countless opportunities, and countless opportunities to obtain great power. That was the real temptation. It was just like a casino, where one could keep a clear head before entering. However, once they entered, the things that would happen were no longer predictable. What about you? Me? After you go in, I will be free. That's my mission, he said. Tombstone Spirit said. Immediately, Li Zongjio seemed to understand something. The Tombstone Spirit in front of him had said that he was just an incarnation of the great Tao. Just a mere clone like this was enough to threaten Li Zongjio and the others. Moreover, the Tombstone Spirit itself had come with a mission. As long as the mission was completed, it would be able to take over the Tombstone Spirit. As long as he completed the mission, he would be free. Clearly, Li Zongjio's appearance could allow him to complete his mission. Furthermore, in fact, the small Chaos Yuan bell had no way of trapping him. When Li Zongjio's figure disappeared into the mysterious space crack, it was true. Qi Yanran, who was standing on the peak of the snowy mountain, was stunned. Suddenly he was stunned. The desolate heaven essence in his hand seemed to have lost its strength at that moment. It had become an ownerless item. It wasn't because its owner was dead. It was because Li Zongjio was too far away from them. It wasn't a distance that could be measured with the naked eye. At such a great distance, it was as if he had been exiled into an endless dark space. There was no chance of returning. It was like an ant walking into a desert. It seemed possible to come back, but in reality it was already impossible. This was the furthest Qi Yanran and Li Zongjio had ever been separated. There was no other way. You must return safely. Qi Yanran said softly. She kept the white silk that was formed by the desolate heaven essence. If Li Zongjio returned, the desolate heaven essence would definitely awaken immediately. At the same time as Li Zongjio disappeared, in the Black Sea domain far away, Black Sea Overlord was cultivating. At that moment, he couldn't help but open his eyes and look in the direction of the Black Water Forest. He should be able to return. Black Sea Overlord thought to himself. It was as if he had expected Li Zongjio to head to such a mysterious place. So, that was why he didn't appear. Everything was fated. There were very few people who knew that Li Zongjio had left. Qi Yanran couldn't announce it either. Xiao Zhao had already brought out the ultimate weapons. They were set up on the surrounding icebergs. They were all aiming in the same direction. If Li Zongjio couldn't return, they had to make backup plans. Wuji True Flame, Great World. This world was so vast that it was boundless. Every day, countless experts would be teleported up using different methods. Furthermore, it was a training ground. The people in the upper world would also send their avatars into the training ground. It was equivalent to the lower world wasn't just the Shungu continent that Li Zongjio was in. The Shungu continent was just one of the countless small worlds that were as vast as the sea of stars. However, there was only one upper world. The cultivators in the upper world had created a place like the Wuji True Flame, Great World. It was mainly because the great Emperor Xiantian had created such a world. Therefore, the experts in the upper world would enter the Great World with their avatars to train. As for the targets of their training, other than the checkpoints, difficulties, and missions that existed in the Great World, there was also a very important hunting target. It was the experts from the lower world. They all had many ways to come here. Even if their avatars were destroyed, their real bodies would still be safe and sound. At most, they would lose a little strength. However, once the powerhouses of the lower realms died, they would be dead for real. Even their souls would be refined and devoured by the other party. They would have nothing left. Among these small worlds, the Shungu continent wasn't considered powerful at all. Li Zhongjio's figure landed on the ground. There was green grass under his feet. There were shady trees around him. Chapter 1597. What a strong vitality! Li Zhongjiu lowered his head and glanced at the grass and trees under his feet. It could be felt that their energy was even stronger than that of a vigorous adult. At the same time, the density of the surrounding spiritual energy was far beyond that of the Shungu continent. It was at least 100 times stronger. Li Zhongjie was surprised. This was equivalent to setting up an extremely large spirit gathering array. In such a spirit gathering array, one could feel a strong resonance. Even if it was just breathing normally, the effect was stronger than cultivating seriously in the Shungu continent. Therefore, in such an environment, even if there were no fortuitous encounters, there would be a great breakthrough. In Li Zhongjio's storage ring, there was a huge hourglass. Once the hourglass reached the bottom, it would be a full 5 years. Li Zhongjio's purpose in coming here was very clear. He wanted to find more existing spells. The tombstone spirit had already been tortured, but there was no harvest. At the same time, Li Zhongjio did not trust the tombstone spirit very much. Now, Li Zhongjio was very clear that it was not so easy to obtain the secret scroll of spells. Moreover, the tombstone spirit itself was very problematic. As for its origin, it was impossible to figure out. If Li Zhongjio was really a tombstone, then he was really treating Li Zhongjio as a 3-year-old child. This was simply impossible. Li Zhongjio would not believe the latter's nonsense. In fact, as a newcomer, Li Zhongjio did not dare to be too careless. After observing the surroundings, he began to walk forward. Always stay in a place like this? Obviously, there was no benefit in staying in this place. Therefore, Li Zhongjio walked in the forest. He shuttled through the dense forest. Immediately, Li Zhongjio was quite vigilant in his heart. However, after walking for 3 days and 3 nights, he did not see any people or animals. There were a few times when he was almost killed by some of the plants in the forest. These plants were also good at eating people. If Li Zhongjio hadn't discovered it early and jumped away early, he would have been eaten by the other party. Finally, on the 4th day, Li Zhongjio actually saw an incomparably huge city. The city seemed to be made up of countless mountain peaks connected together. However, what was surprising was that this city did not have any city walls at all. The reason why it was so huge was because there were too many tall buildings in it. The forest was just a piece of barren land. The real thing, the thing that had this protection, was this city. At the same time, the truly dangerous place was within this city. Therefore, Li Zhongjio could be considered to have taken a tour in the wilderness. At the very least, Li Zhongjio knew what kind of existence such a city was. No matter which direction he walked in, he would definitely encounter such a city. What kind of magic and charm did this city have? It was constantly attracting people to walk in. Li Zhongjio was not in a hurry. Instead, he stayed in the distance and waited for 2 days. During these 2 days, he saw many people walking into the city. In fact, most of the people who came and went basically rode on their swords. Of course, the way they rode on their swords was more powerful. This was undeniable. At the same time, Li Zhongjio observed for a while. These people were at most in the absolute saint realm. There were also a large number of higher heaven realm experts. For the time being, he did not see any celestial realm experts. In fact, if the celestial realm experts did not take the initiative to expose their aura, it would be difficult to find them. "Hey, brother, you also came up from below?" Just after Li Zhongjio observed the situation, he was ready to go inside to have a look. What was going on? No matter what kind of situation it was always necessary to observe the unknown first. He could not blindly move forward under such circumstances. He had to find a good opportunity to do so. However, just as Li Zhongjio was about to move, a voice came from behind him. This caused Li Zhongjio to be surprised, because before this, Li Zongjio did not realize that there was someone close to him. How did that person suddenly appear behind him? Li Zongjio was really shocked. Someone was actually able to approach him without making a sound. Don't be nervous. I also came up from below. A bald man appeared behind him. He was big and rough. However, there seemed to be a little purity and innocence in his eyes. This made Li Zongjio vigilant. At this level, you still think that you can put on an act? How could there be an existence that is so naive and sweet? Thus, Li Zongjio paid close attention in his heart. Me too. Li Zongjio nodded and said, Hello. My name is Taitu. I cultivate the stone mental cultivation method. As long as I don't move too much, I won't leak any aura. Therefore, ordinary people can't discover me. You don't have to be nervous. Taitu said. As soon as they met, he directly revealed his identity. Obviously, this also made Li Zongjio suspicious. Was this guy really stupid? However, Li Zongjio soon found out. Other than Taitu, there were several people around him who were similar to Taitu's cultivation. These people were all 9th grade absolute saints. In the lower world, they were absolute experts. There was no doubt about it. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, had stopped his yuan power at the 6th level of the absolute saint realm. If it was converted according to the upper world, that was the acquired 6th grade. There were 3 people on the other side, and all 3 of them were acquired 9th grade. And they specially released one of them to confuse Li Zongjio. They were obviously dealing with someone weaker than them, but these people didn't seem to underestimate him at all. They went all out from the beginning. Li Zongjio also wanted to test these people's skills. He didn't even use the unparalleled sword. He was barehanded. Right here, he even deliberately approached Taitu. In Taitu's eyes, he had completely deceived Li Zongjio. Without hesitation, he instantly stood up and charged towards Li Zongjio. Boom! Although there were strong and weak people, they didn't seem to be smart. However, he didn't seem to have made any progress in terms of intelligence. All he could do was use these little tricks. It seemed that the people living in the upper world weren't necessarily that powerful. They were even far less ruthless than some people from the lower world, because these people tended to be arrogant. The moment Taitu moved, Li Zongjio's figure also swayed. He directly threw a punch to the side. The punch seemed to have hit nothing but air. But in fact, a figure that flew over just happened to land on Li Zongjio's fist. Bang! The strength of a 7th grade innate exploded instantly. This punch smashed the head of the person who was close to him. It turned out that the heads of people from the upper world could also be smashed. Chapter 1598. Innate Level 7. When Taitu felt Li Zongjio's power, he was scared silly. He had been observing Li Zongjio for a long time. He was just a level 7 pre-celestial. How could he jump to level 7 pre-celestial in such a short time? It was unbelievable. This was an extremely large span. It seemed like they were the prey. Just by coming into contact with Li Zongjio's strength at this moment, they could already feel an extremely powerful threat. After Li Zongjio punched the man, the remaining Taitu and the other man realized that the situation was not right. After all, to be able to reach Li Zongjio's level, with such strength, it would be extremely foolish to fight with him. The most important thing to do was to leave immediately. Staying alive was the most important thing. They had been tricked by Li Zongjio after he crippled the man with a single punch. How could Li Zongjio let them escape? His figure flashed. He rushed to the side of the 2 men and punched them with both fists. Like 2 dragons coming out of the sea, he punched them. Bang, bang. The 2 men fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Zongjio stepped forward and punched him again. The other man's head exploded. He died on the spot. At the same time, Taitu rolled on the ground and was stepped on by Li Zongjio. He couldn't move at all. Spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Taitu admitted defeat without hesitation. At this moment, everything was over. The opponent had such great power. What else could he say? Just as Li Zongjie was about to say something, the person whose head had been smashed just now seemed to have been crushed by the power of the surrounding world at this moment. Bang! In the end, it turned into 8 black beads that glowed. Li Zongjie seemed to be familiar with this kind of bead. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. He grabbed these beads and brought them over. Soul beads. Li Zongjie saw that the object in his hand was the same as the soul bead that the tombstone spirit brought to the holy martial continent. However, it was obvious that the soul bead in his hand was much purer. They had not been tampered with. Back then, the soul orbs released by that fellow had all been tampered with. What is this? Li Zongjie held the beads in his hand and asked, as if he already knew the answer. However, to the latter, the item in his hand was already an ordinary item. When Li Zongjie deliberately asked this question, he started to panic a little. He even thought that Li Zongjie was playing with him. It was truly soul-stirring. Sir, this is a soul bean. Although he was confused, he still answered truthfully. What's its use? Li Zongjie continued to ask. At the same time, he realized that the corpses nearby had all disappeared. Only the 9 soul beans were left floating 3 feet above the ground. Immediately, Li Zongjie extended his hand and beckoned, summoning the soul beans over. What was the use of soul beans? When Tai Tu heard Li Zongjie's question, he was even more shocked. Either Li Zongjie really didn't know what was going on here, or he was playing with him. However, when Tai Tu saw Li Zongjie's expression, he didn't think that Li Zongjie was pretending. It seemed like he really didn't know what was going on here. Soul beans can be used as currency in the 5 main cities. They can also be absorbed for cultivation. These are the rules of this great world. Every day, the number of soul beans on your body will decrease by 1. If all of them disappear, you will be killed by the power of this great world. Li Zongjie frowned. If that was the case, why hadn't anything happened to him these days? If you have just arrived in this great world, you will be protected for 7 days. Tai Tu said, if that was the case, tomorrow would be the last day. He had almost died unknowingly. Li Zongjie had never encountered such a situation. The shock in his eyes was very real. A situation like this was really interesting. This meant that you had to kill people every day. The more people you killed, the more time you would be given. Li Zongjie didn't expect the legendary upper world to be such a hellish place. However, at the same time, Li Zongjie also understood. This wasn't the real upper world. It was just a training space created by the experts of the upper world. After that, Li Zongjie had a friendly chat with the iron-headed young man. He had finally figured out the rules of this great world. First of all, there were a total of 5 main cities in the Wuji True Flame Great World. These 5 main cities were all places of residence. The effect of cultivating in these cities for a day was comparable to cultivating in the forest for a month. Therefore, it was a very precious opportunity for these absolute saints and even Xiantian realm masters. Anyone would want to cultivate in such an environment. However, after entering the city, the only thing they needed to use was soul beans. In other words, this was what people obtained after they died. In the wilderness, they could hunt as they wished. However, if they killed people in the city, they would be fined directly. If I accidentally punish you and make you bankrupt, then your life will be gone. However, if you had enough soul beans, it didn't matter if you killed people in the city. There was order in the city, and there were rules in the wilderness. Basically, all the things and resources were in the city. The wilderness was empty. Li Zongjie had seen it before. Therefore, if you couldn't obtain soul beans in the wilderness, you would either be killed by the power of the rules of this great world, or you would obediently enter the city. Everyone would be forced into the city. However, the rules in the city would be even crueler. The chances of obtaining soul beans would be even lower. Otherwise, Tai Tu and the others wouldn't have been able to leave the city. There was no need for them to leave the city. In this great world, as long as you had enough soul beans, you would have the entire world. It's a bloody world. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. However, such a world was exactly what Li Zongjiu wanted. He didn't need anything. He only needed things that could increase his strength. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very direct. After answering all of Li Zongjiu's questions, Taitu's eyes were filled with the desire to live. He hoped that Li Zongjiu would let him go. All right. Thank you for your cooperation. Li Zongjiu finished speaking. Before Taitu could be happy, he punched Taitu's head. Instantly, 9 soul beans appeared. Chapter 1599. Other than the soul beans that the 3 of them had turned into. Li Zongjiu also picked up the bags under the 3 of them. This kind of bag seemed to be specially made to store soul beans. So poor. In total, he only obtained 50 soul beans in the end. No wonder these people didn't dare to stay in the city. With such a poor appearance, if it was Li Zongjiu himself, he would be embarrassed to stay. However, these 3 people only had soul beans left on their bodies. He didn't have any other worldly possessions. From the moment the corpse was shattered into pieces, Yi Zichen was shocked to the core. Li Zongjiu already knew. The power of the rules in this great world was extremely terrifying. To ordinary people, this was an irresistible force. To everyone in it, it was also impossible to resist. If you wanted to die, then you had to die here. There was no other way to survive. The limitless true flame great world has existed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. It is a good place to pursue power. Li Zongjiu kept the 52 soul beads in his hand. Then he walked towards the main city. Scarlet Soul Main City. It was the name of this main city, because the current city lord of this main city was called Scarlet Soul. And the rule that surprised Li Zongjiu was that as long as you could defeat the city lord, you could become the new city lord. And every day, all the taxes in the Scarlet Soul Main City would also fall into your pocket. It could be said that the city lord would be a supreme expert. With so many soul beans, the process of cultivation every day could also be many times faster than ordinary people. Looks like it's still very challenging. A light flashed across Li Zongjiu's eyes. The power of the bloodline in his body seemed to be gradually awakening in this state. It seemed that this kind of place was the place Li Zongjiu wanted to come. He put away the primeval stone that could bring him back. 5 years later, he would have to rely on this primordial stone to bring him back. As for whether he would be able to return in the end, and how he would be able to return, that would be a matter for another day. After learning about the situation in the Crimson Soul City, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to enter the city. Although he was curious on the surface, he looked indifferent. No one cared why Li Zongjiu was so young. Once one's cultivation reached a certain level, it wouldn't be a problem for a man to become a woman. What was a mere change in age? Even if it was a puppy on the side of the road, it must not be underestimated. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Li Zongjiu entered the city to observe. There was no such thing as a huge city, but there was a moat and a large drawbridge. He stepped onto the suspension bridge and walked directly into the city. There were also some soldiers patrolling the streets. His face was expressionless. Everything in the city operated according to the soul beans. Becoming a patrolling soldier was also a process of earning soul beans. He could get 2 soul beans a day by standing guard, which was barely enough to maintain his life. After all, he had to consume a soul bean every day to ensure his own safety and not be directly erased by the laws of this great world. At the entrance to the city, there was a statue that was 50 feet tall in the middle of the road. The statue had a pair of wings on its back, and both hands were holding a huge sword. On the huge sword, there were flames spreading out. Anyone who stood in front of this statue would feel intimidated by the latter's power. Everyone who saw it would definitely tremble in their hearts, and even want to kneel on the ground. The owner of this statue was the Crimson Soul City Lord. This was also a privilege after becoming a city lord. He could descend on this statue and kill in all directions to intimidate everyone. Only in this way could he manage the order in the city. People came and went on the streets. Even the most lively city in the Holy Martial Continent was several times more bustling than the most bustling city in the Holy Martial Continent. Li Zongjio strolled around the Crimson Soul City. At the very least, he wanted to know what the place he lived in was like. There were some strange things. Therefore, after seeing it, Li Zongjio also discovered some interesting things. Looks like soul beans are really the hard currency of hard currencies. In the city, they had actually set up a trading house. In the trading house, Li Zongjio also saw the secret scroll of incantation that he needed. However, the price of this secret scroll of incantation was at least 1,000,000 soul beans. Clearly, this incantation was a very precious item. There were also many things: magic treasures, armor, weapons, pills, mansions. They could all be found in this trading house. Li Zongjio only had a pitiful 50 soul beans in his hands. Therefore, he had no way to continue reading. Earn soul beans. It became the most important thing. The most direct method was to rob. Of course, he had to fight outside the city. If he fought in a place where fighting was not allowed in the city, he would be fined at least 1,000 soul beans. If soul beans broke something in the city, he would have to pay a high price as compensation. It was hard to say what would happen in an instant. Immediately, Li Zongjio found an inn. This inn also collected soul beans. A good room. Li Zongjio said, 10 soul beans a day. How many days do you want to stay? The shopkeeper said expressionlessly, as if he was an emotionless stone man. He stood behind the counter. 4 days. Li Zongjio took out 40 soul beans. He had obtained 52 soul beans from Tai Tu and the others. After giving out 40 soul beans in one go, he still had 12 soul beans left. These soul beans had to be kept with him. Although Li Zongjio was confident, he had to leave a way out for himself. The shopkeeper put the soul beans in a box. Then he gave Li Zongjio a key. 8th floor, turn right, 2nd room. The shopkeeper said. Li Zongjio picked up the key and went to his room. He rested for a while, and at the same time he sorted out some information in his mind. If he fought for it bit by bit, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Moreover, there were many ways to increase his strength. Even Li Zongjio saw some pills. The prices seemed to be quite good. Li Zongjio needed some top-grade pill recipes. He needed to increase his strength. Some of the skills he had learned in the Shungu continent were nothing compared to the ones he had learned in this world. But at the very least, Li Zongjio was able to adapt quickly. Unparalleled sword was in his hand. Under the rules of this great world, unparalleled sword couldn't be revealed. Li Zongjio's current strength wasn't enough to reveal it. Chapter 1600. Li Zongjio rested for a night. Then he went to the mission residence. In this kind of mission residence, one could see all kinds of recruitment information. As long as you had enough strength to complete it, you could go to the designated location to sign up. Li Zongjio browsed through it. It was like a mercenary mission. Most of them were just some simple personnel recruitment, doing some ordinary things. Some people had already established their power in the main city and formed a sizable force. For example, buying a mansion or doing some kind of business. Would this kind of person also appear? Recruiting when there wasn't enough people? Some would also recruit some hitmen to complete some killing missions. Li Zongjio took a fancy to one of the missions. Rescue mission. There was a rich man's daughter in the city who had been kidnapped by the poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. Recently, the rich man's family in the city had been recruiting people to save their daughter. Now they had recruited many experts. However, there were still 2 empty spots among the 30 people. Just by participating and reaching the poison Dragon Mountain stronghold, you can get 50 soul beans. If you save the rich man's daughter, you can get 500 soul beans. Li Zongjio's eyes lit up. At least for now, this mission was simple and convenient. Most importantly, during this process, killing enemies would increase the soul beans. Moreover, as long as the fatal blow was delivered by you, the soul beans would belong to you. The so-called soul beans increase. For example, if this Hotian rank 7 bandit was killed, you would get double the soul beans. Therefore, this was what Li Zongjio took a fancy to. East of the city, Shi family. When Li Zongjio saw the contact address, he hurriedly made his way towards the Shi family in the east of the city. Shi family courtyard. There were a total of 8 people who came to apply. However, only 2 people were needed in the end. They were in charge of the selection and were also in charge of this mission. They were the Shi family's #1 expert bodyguard, Shibuyu. Like his name, he was taciturn. His resolute gaze was like a knife that could pierce through your heart at any time. Shibuyu was wearing a short black suit, revealing the muscles on his arms. It looked like it was filled with power. It was said that Shibuyu could crush a Xiantian expert with his bare hands. Shibuyu's sharp eyes sized up the 8 candidates present. This operation could be said to be extremely important. They could not allow anyone to fool around and swindle soul beans. My name is Shibuyu. Now, each of you punch me once. If you can make me retreat, then you'll be qualified. The 7 of them looked over. Li Zongjiu looked around the rich man's courtyard. The style of this courtyard was pretty good. The garden design was unique. He just didn't know how many soul beans it would take to buy it. Li Zongjiu was the latest to arrive, so he was the last in line. 5 of the 7 people in front of him. His fist was weak and powerless, but fortunately there were 2 with decent strength. Using all their strength, they finally forced Shibuyu to take a step back. Although Shibuyu was not very satisfied, he had no other choice. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for delay. Okay, it'll be the 2 of you. Li Zongjio was stunned. What was this? That was it. The rules of the game were obviously wrong. Li Zongjio immediately shouted, "Wait a minute." Li Zongjio said. The rest of the people also looked over one after another. Although age and appearance were not a problem, one's aura was also very important. This was a sign that belonged to experts. Whether one was an expert or not, others could tell at a glance. Li Zongjio was a scholar who had never killed person, not even a chicken. How could such a person have the face to come to such a place? The limitless true flame great world had existed for countless years. Other than countless people who came from the lower world, there were also many people who lived here. It formed a feeling that they would always be in the underworld. Only here, they had to live every day and fight for their lives. But there were also many people who were not good at killing, but other things. This was an action full of blood and killing. Li Zongjio was such a weak scholar. Was he here to freeload? Among the 7 people, both the winners and losers could not help but laugh at Li Zongjio. Furthermore, in their eyes, someone like Li Zongjio shouldn't have appeared in this place. Shibuyu also furrowed his brows. But because he was a man of few words, he did not say anything. Li Zongjio didn't care about the disdainful gazes directed at him. How many steps did they push you back just now? Li Zongjio asked. How many steps did they push him back? Shibuyu said disdainfully, 1 step. To be able to push him back this step, it was because the ladder went a little easy on him. Otherwise, these people would not even be able to push him back half a step. Li Zongjio pointed, about 30 steps away from a rattan chair. Do you believe that 1 punch of mine can make you feel at ease on the rattan chair immediately? Li Zongjio said indifferently. What kind of presumptuous words were these? Shibuyu himself also sneered. The rest of the people also laughed at him. Everyone laughed. But Li Zongjio also smiled slightly to show his politeness. Shibuyu gradually let go of his smile. He was already prepared to teach this arrogant young man a harsh lesson. Come, Shibuyu said, but Li Zongjio threw out a palm across the air. When he was 6 steps away from Shibuyu, he threw out a palm in the air. Bang! Shibuya originally thought that this was a weak move, but when he was hit by the real attack, he also immediately understood how terrifying the might of this move was. Without a doubt, Shibuya was directly thrown out. He flew accurately to the rattan chair, 30 steps away. Bang! Immediately he sat down on the chair. Everyone was shocked. Shibuya was also an expert in external strength, and his lower body was as stable as the roots of an old tree. But he was instantly thrown out of the ground by Li Zongjio, and he fell on the rattan chair in an instant. Most importantly, Shibuya was not injured. To be able to control the power in such a way, it meant that if Li Zongjio wanted to smash his body, it would only take one palm. An expert, an absolute expert. Shibuya did not think that he actually made an error of judgment. Li Zongjio in front of him was an absolute expert. There was no doubt. As for the murderous aura, that was also because Li Zongjio's aura had been completely cultivated to a restrained level. This kind of person looked amiable, but if he fought, just the aura that erupted from his body could turn into countless knives and tear you to pieces. Li Zongjio smiled and withdrew his hand. "Young hero, you have great skills, great skills." A middle-aged man walked out of the courtyard. This person was the owner of this mansion, Shi Wanjin. Shi Wanjin's huge family business would eventually be targeted by others. This time, just these people kidnapped Shi Wanjin's daughter and demanded a total of 5,000 soul beans. Even if Shi Wanjin had a bit of capital, 5,000 soul beans was still a bit too much. Therefore, in the end, Shi Wanjin decided to spend 2,000 soul beans to recruit experts and wipe out all of the people in the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. Otherwise, if there was a first time, there would be a second time. With your help, my daughter can finally be saved. Shi Wanjin said excitedly, "It's my duty." If it weren't for the soul beans, Li Zongjio wouldn't have come here. It was obvious that the job of harvesting soul beans wasn't easy. However, the difficulty of this mission was relatively low. The strongest, Shibuya, was only at innate level 1. Therefore, it was easy for Li Zongjio to send him flying. There was no difficulty at all. Shibuya also admired Li Zongjio's strength. However, the number of 30 people was not small. The person who had passed the assessment was also directly eliminated. Under Shi Wanjin's repeated instructions, Shibuya also set off with 30 experts, riding on the flying boat. On the flying boat, Shibuya was also explaining the plan to everyone. Everyone listened attentively. However, Li Zongjio saw a square-faced man whose eyes were flickering as if he was thinking about something. "There's a problem." The flying boat left Scarlet Soul City. It flew towards the direction of the deep mountains. Chapter 1601. Poison Dragon Stronghold. In other words, he was the king of a mountain in a forest. Furthermore, it was said that the fort master of this poison dragon stronghold possessed a Xiantian-level poison dragon that was hiding in this poison dragon stronghold, causing people to tremble in fear upon hearing its name. Li Zongjio was confused. Why do these people look so strange as well? It felt like they were preset. The plot was ordinary. Although Shibuya looked like a real person, he had obvious problems. However, there was a very obvious problem with him. He didn't like to talk, and the emotions he expressed were very wrong. "You must be a newbie." When the square-faced man saw Li Zongjio's puzzled expression, he immediately laughed in disdain. "Huh." Li Zongjio frowned. "These are preset plots. The spaceship can't reach Poison Dragon Stronghold." The square-faced man said, "Oh." Li Zongjio guessed it. However, he was still very shocked by such a result. The great Emperor Xiantian created the Wuji True Flame world, which meant that he had the ability to create worlds. Since he had created worlds, it was normal for him to create people. It wasn't hard to understand. It even felt like, as we usually said, everything was predetermined. That was because when someone created the world, everything had been arranged. But the world created by the great Emperor Xiantian had some flaws after all. These flaws caused Shibuya and the others to feel uncomfortable. Although they looked the same, there was a world of difference. They were real people, but the thoughts and missions that they were given had been brought forward. It was preset. Li Zongjio didn't ask much. If they couldn't reach Poison Dragon's stronghold on the spaceship, why did the square-faced man come? Why did the others come? Well, obviously except for Li Zongjio and the square-faced man. The rest of the people on the spaceship were preset. Puppets. That's what we call them, the square-faced man said. The square-faced man said. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on a certain direction in the sky, as if he was waiting for something to arrive. Puppets? That's an interesting name. At this moment, Li Zongjio sensed a strong attack coming quickly. The target of the attack was their spaceship. Boom! The spaceship was blown to pieces without any reservation. The square-faced man had already turned over and landed on the ground the moment the spaceship was hit. Whoosh! Li Zongjio didn't land on the ground. Instead, he was looking for the direction of the explosion. What? Li Zongjio's body rose to the sky, but he saw a small spaceship in front. On the flying boat, there was a cannon that was emitting black smoke. Clearly, it was the explosion of this thing that blew up the flying boat. Shibuyu's body was also in the air. However, the rest of the Hotian realm cultivators all fell to the ground and were heavily injured. Look at that again. The square-faced man had already hidden himself in the forest, disappearing without a trace. Li Zongjio could see that the other party had set up a formation in this place in advance. Now he was using the power of this formation to hide his body. It was smart. Shibuya clenched his fists. He stared at the small spaceship with the cannon in front. When Li Zongjio saw this cannon, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Origin railgun. Even Li Zongjio himself was stunned. The Origin railgun actually appeared here. But the other parties? The Origin railgun was obviously an upgraded version. It was different from the one created by Xiao Zhao and the others. It was much more advanced. Li Zongjio naturally believed that this should be a product of the upper world or other worlds. It seemed that all things developed in the same direction. Since this upper world already had it, it meant that the Shungu continent was also walking the same path that this upper world had once walked. At least now, the Shungu continent could be considered to have touched this level, which was related to the laws of the world. But here, they could find even more advanced technology. This made Li Zongjio's eyes light up, bringing the advanced technology of this upper world to the Shungu continent. Naturally, it could also strengthen the defense of the Shungu continent. But now, the most important thing was, it was to improve his strength. The armed forces of the Shungu continent could be considered to be sufficient. If he encountered a real expert, these things would still be useless. Shibuya, you want to attack the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold? It's simply wishful thinking. It was obvious that the people on this small spaceship were also the minions of the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. But because of the existence of the advanced Origin railgun in their hands, so they could threaten Shibuya. Shibuyu's body was also shaken by the explosion just now. If it wasn't for his innate Origin energy protecting his body, he would have been crushed. Just now, he would have been directly blown to pieces. Those who were not strong enough had already been turned into ashes. Li Zongjio also saw that on the ground, there were many people from the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold who were attacking on the ground. Some people who were seriously injured but not dead were also attacking on the ground. It was very cruel and very real. It seemed that these puppets were not easy to deal with. These puppets died again. Then they also turned into soul beans. However, these soul beans automatically fell into the hands of these people who were attacking on the ground. Others could not take them away. After Li Zongjio took a look, he also felt that this kind of setting was rather interesting. But no matter what, the logic was the same. It was fine as long as the enemy was crippled. This was the hard truth. At this moment, Shibuyu's fighting strength had obviously decreased greatly. But in order to go to the poisoned Dragon Mountain stronghold and save his young miss, he still carried his seriously injured body and rushed forward. Boom! The opponent once again fired out an origin railgun. When the square-faced man who was hiding on the ground saw the second shot, he shook his head regretfully. No one could avoid the second shot. Li Zongjio had probably been blasted into pieces by now. But after waiting for a while, the square-faced man was shocked. Looking up at the sky, another explosion was heard. He saw that the poisoned Dragon Mountain stronghold's flying boat had actually exploded out of thin air. Boom! The flying boat exploded, and 2 small fries fell from the sky. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, grabbed the high-grade origin railgun amidst the flames. Good stuff. Li Zongjio took a look at the origin railgun, then put it away. The operation of the origin railgun. Not everyone knew about it. Coincidentally, Li Zongjio knew how to use it. It was mostly because Xiao Zhao had led people to research this origin railgun, although it was only a low-level version. But this thing was all different and had the same result. He just needed to familiarize himself with it a little. Shibuyu also thought that he was going to die, but before he could see clearly, Li Zongjio had already finished off the opponent, which shocked Shibuyu. He didn't expect Li Zongjio to be so powerful. How is this possible? When the square-faced man saw this, his eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He didn't know how many times he had participated in this rescue mission. Shibuyu had never survived that shot. Basically, when the second shot appeared, he was already dead. Then he just needed to wait for everyone in the poisoned Dragon Mountain stronghold to leave, and then he would arrive at the poisoned Dragon Mountain stronghold and complete the mission. He would receive 50 soul beans. However, this array formation of his would be easily destroyed by the other party. It was not an easy task to build it up. It was precisely because of this that it wasn't easy to carry out this mission continuously. But these years he had repeated this mission at least 100 times. He had seen all kinds of situations, but this was the first time he saw the poisoned Dragon Mountain stronghold's flying ship being shot down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Li Zongjio and Shibuyu landed on the ground. Shibuyu immediately coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he wouldn't live for long. His internal injuries were too serious. When the two of them landed, 10 or so people from the poisoned Dragon Mountain stronghold rushed over. These people were originally going to do the last hit on the ground. But when they saw the flying ship being shot down, they rushed out without hesitation. A sharp sword appeared in Li Zongjio's hand. He waved the unparalleled sword easily. Immediately, a terrifying sword chi killed all the people around him. They were all 5th level pre-celestial. They were only 5th level absolute saints. However, Li Zongjio's killing of these people now had bonuses. A total of 12 people and 120 soul beans were taken by Li Zongjio. Not bad. Li Zongjio was very satisfied. The square-faced man who was hiding in the distance was stunned. Immortal weapon. This young man was actually an expert with an immortal weapon. It was simply shocking. After the danger was gone, the square-faced man walked out with a nervous heart. I didn't expect to meet an expert. I'm Hong Long, Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio cupped his hands and said. At the same time, the two of them looked at the heavily injured Shibuyu. As if he could see Li Zongjio's reluctance, Hong Long said slowly, I've participated in this mission hundreds of times. His fate is here. Did that mean that no one could save him? Li Zongjio, on the other hand, laughed. Fate? I don't believe in fate. I believe in myself. After saying that, Li Zongjio injected a surge of yuan energy into Shibuyu's body. Chapter 1602. Yuan Li surged into Shibuyu's body. Shibuyu's life force, which was gradually fading away, was rapidly recovering at this moment. Li Zongjio took out a healing elixir. He refined the elixir's power and injected it into Shibuyu's body. He helped Shibuyu refine the elixir. A miracle appeared at this moment. Shirbuyu's vitality gradually recovered. Under Li Zongjiu's powerful treatment, Shirbuyu's injuries were healed. Honglong's eyes widened. How is this possible? Honglong said in shock. Li Zongjiu was truly defying the heavens. It was truly heaven-defying, and Li Zongjiu had achieved it. What great path! What puppet! Before I, Evil Lord, came, you could do whatever you wanted. But after I, Evil Lord, came, everything depended on my mood. Li Zongjiu's lips curled into a cold smile. As the Evil Lord, he naturally had to act like the Evil Lord. If he compromised so easily, it would directly weaken the reputation of the Evil Lord. You saved me. After Shirbuyu woke up, he looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. Obviously, Shirbuyu, who was a puppet, also had a plot for the next round. However, with Honglong's previous strength, there was no way for him to reach this level. Now, Li Zongjiu had completed it. There was finally a breakthrough in this inconspicuous little mission. Let's go. We still have to save your Mississippi, Li Zongjiu said with a smile. If the Black Heaven Emperor was the one who made the rules, then Li Zongjiu would be the one who broke the rules. It was not that he had a problem with the Black Heaven Emperor, but that was his character. If anyone made Li Zongjiu unhappy, he would make that person unhappy too. Shirbuyu, who had just woken up, didn't show any abnormalities, although it was almost equivalent to dying once. Shirbuyu still did not give up on saving his miss from the sea of suffering. While moving, Shirbuyu led Li Zongjiu and Honglong to rush forward. After crossing this mountain range, they arrived at the poisoned Dragon Mountain Stockade. From afar, Li Zongjiu also saw the existence of a mountain stronghold on the opposite side of the mountain. Moreover, this mountain stronghold appeared to be heavily guarded and was not simple. Even if that ship wasn't destroyed, it would be impossible for them to break in with so few people. Moreover, Li Zongjiu was also able to sense that there seemed to be an extremely powerful aura existing within this poison dragon mountain stockade. It should be the legendary poison dragon. Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. Leave after you finish. Don't fight. Otherwise, the stockade's experts in the stockade will tear you to pieces. Honglong walked to Li Zongjiu's side and whispered. For Honglong, who had been here many times, he still had this bit of experience. Moreover, he was also very clear about how many terrifying existences there were. It seemed that he saw that Li Zongjiu's strength was not bad and he was a good person. Therefore, Honglong could not help but remind him. However, it was up to Li Zongjiu whether he listened or not. That poison dragon is a level 7 and 8. A level 7 and 8 was already a very powerful existence. If it was placed in the main city's city guards, it would be at least a deputy commander. A terrifying existence of a level 7 and 8 would definitely make people vigilant. Even Li Zongjiu himself frowned. The difficulty of this mission was actually so high, level 7 and 8. Li Zongjiu himself was only a level 7 and 8. If he wanted to fight with the other party and kill him, unless he used a curse, Li Zongjiu didn't have much confidence in himself. Therefore, this mission was actually very difficult. Fortunately, he only needed to rescue the other party's daughter. He did not need to kill everyone in the mountain stronghold. In this way, there was still a chance. It would not be said that this mission was unattainable. I'll attack from the front. The two of you find an opportunity to rush in and rescue the Mississippi. If you can rescue our miss, the clan master will reward you handsomely. This was the most words that Shirbuyu said. He did not even have a specific plan. This made Li Zongjiu a little speechless. After all, there was a plan before this. However, everyone was dead, so naturally the plan had failed. Now that there were only 3 people, there was naturally no other way. They could only attack from the front. No problem. Li Zongjiu nodded. Perhaps the person who set this rule wanted to make it impossible for others to complete this mission. In that case, Li Zongjiu wanted to give it a try. He wanted to see if this mission could be completed. Just as he said that there was no problem, Shibuyu let out an earth-shattering roar and rushed towards the front door. Seeing this, Honglong quickly rushed to the back door of the mountain stronghold. Then, he touched the stone wall of the back door. Was this considered to be the completion of the mission? In front of Honglong, a wave of energy suddenly condensed into 50 soul beans. Honglong immediately put all the soul beans in his pocket. Li Zongjio also followed suit. Similarly, 50 soul beans appeared in front of him. The power of the natural order. Li Zongjiu felt the appearance of these soul beans. If one didn't have enough power to resist the power of this law, then one's body would also be turned into soul beans by the power of this law once they lost their power. No one would be able to avoid it. If one wanted to break through, then one had to break through the final hurdle of the Wuji True Flame Great World. It was said that as long as one could break through to the end and defeat the Wuji True Lord's great Tao avatar, then the Wuji True Lord would personally appear to fulfill one's wish. Anything would do, even if it was to revive one's lost loved ones. The Wuji True Lord would be able to succeed. It was quite unbelievable. However, until now, no one had been able to complete the legendary trial. The Wuji trial. Li Zongjio did not know how strong the Wuji True Lord was. However, the avatar that escaped was said to be the guardian of the first stage of the Wuji trial. Therefore, if one wanted to test whether one could defeat the Wuji True Lord, then one only had to work hard to break through the first stage of the Wuji trial. Just the first stage required one to be at least at the heavenly human realm. This was indeed an extremely difficult task. For this ultimate goal, Li Zongjio would definitely not give up easily. You really want to go in? Honglong saw that Li Zongjio did not leave. Everything has to be tried. Since you're already here, don't you want to see what's behind this mountain stronghold? Li Zongjio smiled indifferently. Then, without caring about Honglong, he leaped and arrived at the backyard of the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. When Li Zongjio saw the things in the backyard of the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold, he took a deep breath. Immediately, he sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to laugh anymore. Chapter 1603. No story without coincidences. From where Li Zongjio landed, he happened to see the strongest expert in the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. Poison Dragon. It was a venomous dragon with barbs all over its back. It was grabbing a wild boar and putting it into its mouth. There were also heavy chains on its hands and feet, directly locking it up. Next to the poison dragon's lair, there was a pile of white bones like a small mountain. Moreover, one could clearly see that there were a few human bones. Although Li Zongjio didn't know why there were human bones. He didn't know why there were still human bones. Didn't these people directly turn into soul beings after they died? Not even their corpses were left behind. Perhaps it was to increase the atmosphere, to create a more terrifying feeling. The poison dragon obviously also saw Li Zongjio. Immediately, he stopped eating the wild boar in his hand and directly threw it at Li Zongjio with all his might. Boom! The moment the poison dragon struck, it was earth-shattering as well. That immense power smashed the wall into smithereens. Li Zongjio didn't talk nonsense. At this point, what else could he say? The unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Instantly, the strong sword energy was released. It quickly rushed forward. Boom! The sword energy vibrated. Immediately, there was a sharp aura rushing forward. It hit the poison dragon's body. It directly flipped the poison dragon's body to the ground. Obviously, the power of the sword had already surprised the poison dragon. He didn't expect it to be such a strong sword attack. It can't even break the defense. Li Zongjio was also surprised. The poison dragon that fell on the ground also climbed up at this moment. He opened his mouth and spat out hundreds of poison arrows. Swoosh! Swoosh! The series of poison arrows. They directly rushed towards Li Zongjio. Immediately, Li Zongjio's body flashed and he escaped to the side. Those poison arrows came one after another, and instantly they blasted a small hole in the wall and the ground behind him. Moreover, the wall quickly collapsed because of the corrosion. However, below the ground, there was also a problem. The ground that was contaminated by the venom turned into a quagmire. If someone were to fall in at this time, the best way to describe it would be to not even leave a corpse behind. This venom is really strong, but you seem to be trapped. Li Zongjio also saw the poison dragon situation. At this moment, the poison dragon itself seemed to be restricted, because no one had been able to undo the chains for the time being. Li Zongjio was also good at dealing with meta beasts. Now that he saw that the poison dragon was trapped, he thought that he might as well start a negotiation with the other party. "I'll let you go and you can leave. I won't be your enemy," Li Zongjio said sincerely. The poison dragon was also stunned. Where did this guy get his courage from? He actually dared to negotiate with him. "Puny creature, how dare you negotiate with me?" The poison dragon immediately roared in anger. His temper was really quite irritable. The poison dragon immediately stomped its claws on the ground. Under Li Zongjio's body, there was suddenly a strong vibration. The ground kept collapsing, and Li Zongjio kept retreating. When he retreated to the edge, he realized that the poison dragon's poison dragon pool was below. So this used to be your territory. When Li Zongjio saw this scene, he also came to a realization. The so-called Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold was built on top of the Poison Dragon Pool. The other party must have some method to be able to do this and make the Poison Dragon so obedient. Let's join forces to attack the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. After we're done, I'll return the Poison Dragon Pool to you," Li Zongjio said. They were already at innate level 7 and naturally had intelligence, just like Xian Shuang. That guy's intelligence wasn't simple either. Hence, the poison dragon also had intelligence. As long as they communicated properly, they would definitely be able to communicate. The poison dragon also realized that Li Zongjio was very slippery. It couldn't hit him no matter how hard it tried. Moreover, this weak creature didn't seem to be weak either. "If you can bring me the head of the great master, I'll believe you," the poison dragon said. Ordinary people couldn't withstand its attack, but Li Zongjio could. Perhaps there was a chance for him to complete this task. "Why don't I just let you go?" Li Zongjio saw that the poison dragon actually had something to talk about. It was obvious that the poison dragon had been trapped for a long time. Naturally, it wanted to get out. Moreover, it wanted to take back its territory. This was the most important thing. Nothing else was more important than this. It was actually enslaved in its own territory. If this matter was spread out, it wouldn't be able to survive in this world. Who would have thought? It would be a joke if it was spread out. However, the poison dragon had no other choice. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, the poison dragon sneered. "If you can break this paramount god chain, I'll listen to your commands in the future." "So what?" the poison dragon said. Li Zongjio heard that. Unexpectedly, there was such a good thing. "Are you serious?" Li Zongjio's interest was aroused. The so-called paramount god chain. No matter how powerful it was still a chain. No matter how strong it would still be broken. "I, Poison Dragon Aotian, never boast," Aotian said in a deep voice. As someone who came out to make a living, he naturally had this bit of integrity. Why would he lie to you? He would definitely do what he said. "All right." Li Zongjio immediately let go of Unparalleled Sword. Allow Unparalleled Sword to do as it pleases? It hovered and danced around him. Although Unparalleled Sword couldn't show itself, it could still play a role in Unparalleled Sword and command it to fight for him. Hence, Li Zongjio wasn't worried at all. The poison dragon also knew Li Zongjio's scruples. He directly threw out a chain and threw it in front of Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio tried to use his hands to test it. "It's really hard." "Nonsense. Even my sharp claws can't break the chain." "You think you can?" Aotian was very arrogant. Now that he saw Li Zongjio using such a stupid method, he immediately regretted it. How could he have trusted this guy? He should have killed Li Zongjio directly, wasting his time. But then Li Zongjio took out a small, pitch-black hammer, 10,000 dragon hammer. It was said that the hammer also contained the power of 10,000 dragons. Li Zongjio suddenly understood why his will eventually formed into a hammer. That was because Li Zongjio loved to break all kinds of rules. The best thing to use to break things was a hammer. Hence, Li Zongjio's will naturally became a hammer. I'm actually a hammer. Li Zongjio shook his head, helplessly. Then he poured the power of his will into the 10,000 dragon's hammer. Suddenly, he smashed the paramount god chain. Clang. There was a sound of something breaking. It entered Aotian's ears clearly. Chapter 1604. Poison Dragon Aotian could not believe it either. That's it. Your will is actually a hammer. Even Aotian was surprised. He thought that he had seen it wrongly. However, the power of the 10,000 dragon hammer was indeed explosive. Even Aotian himself was afraid of it and did not dare to fight against it. How is it? Li Zongjio showed the broken chain in his hand to the other party. Aotian could not help but be convinced. Moreover, he seemed to have sensed that he had a chance to escape. Start again? Obtain freedom. This is extremely precious and supreme freedom. Quick, there's one more. Aotian said quickly. Although Li Zongjio said that he had the strength, he was worried that Aotian might betray him. However, it did not matter. Even if Aotian had the strength to threaten him, if Aotian wanted his life, given Poison Dragon's strength, he could not do that. Sounds of fighting could be heard coming from the front yard. Shirbuyu seemed to be doing really well. He seemed to be restraining all the enemies. That was why he gave Li Zongjio so much time. Immediately, Li Zongjio attacked again and smashed the other chain. Bam! Aotian broke free from the chain. Immediately, he faced the sky and let out a long roar. At the same time, he quickly released his own power. The scales that had aged on his body fell off and were replaced by new scales that had just grown out. Even his claws were renewed. The newly grown claws were filled with threat and murderous intent. Li Zongjio held the matchless sword in his hand. He looked at Aotian. Aotian's aura seemed to have a slight breakthrough. Obviously, being trapped here for a period of time had restricted a lot of his energy. Now it could be considered as a blowout. Even if Aotian was not willing to help him, as long as Aotian did not cause trouble, it would not be a problem. If Aotian insisted on helping the people of Poison Dragon Stronghold to fight against him, in that case, Li Zongjio could only retreat first. I'll do it again tomorrow. After Aotian displayed his powerful aura, he actually bowed down to Li Zongjio. It was a sign of submission. Do we dragons keep our word? You are my master now, Aotian said. He actually lowered his noble head to Li Zongjio. This caused Li Zongjio himself to be surprised, because he really did not expect that this guy would actually keep his promise to such an extent. It was indeed surprising. After all, in the current situation, the poison dragon could just fly away. It was normal for them to attack Li Zongjio. However, Aotian chose to keep his promise. This was something that Li Zongjio did not expect. This was indeed interesting. Li Zongjio wasn't polite at all. He leaped up and landed on Aotian's head. Aotian immediately let out a furious roar. Now that he had escaped, he was definitely going to slaughter everyone. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Hong Long flipped over and landed in the courtyard. It was obvious that he had mentally prepared himself during this period of time. Most importantly, he had been listening to the roaring sounds coming from the courtyard. He did not know what was going on. What's going on? When Hong Long jumped in, he immediately saw this shocking scene. Li Zongjio was actually stepping on the poison dragon's head. It was hard to stop halfway. It might not be easy to stop riding on a dragon. Honglong had already come to this poison dragon stockade countless of times. He had even seen the appearance of this poison dragon a couple of times. It was an extremely ferocious and extremely poisonous poison dragon. At this moment, it was actually obediently being stepped on by Li Zongjiu. Ao Tian saw someone rushing in and was about to attack. However, he was stopped by Li Zongjiu. "Brother Hong, you are here too." "Brotherly, this is—" Honglong was about to escape because he thought that Li Zongjiu was definitely going to die. However, after walking for a while, he thought that it was rare to meet an expert like Li Zongjiu and thought that there might be a turning point. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength was there for all to see. If you think that all the decisions made by those who were stronger than you were only made by fools, then that was basically the reason why you were weaker than others. Don't use your own realm to measure the decisions of those who are at a higher realm. Therefore, Honglong wanted to take a gamble. When he came in and saw this scene, he reacted a little. It had only been a few minutes, and the poison dragon had been defeated. Could it be that the two of them were old acquaintances? "I just took in a little brother. How about this? I will go and kill them. You go and save the Shi family's daughter," Li Zongjiu said. Before Honglong could react, Zhang Xian's expression changed. The poison dragon immediately flapped its wings and flew. Its huge body soared into the sky and smashed some of the buildings in front of it. Bang! At the same time, the poison dragon opened its mouth and spat at anyone it saw. It spat out the venom one after another. Those who were poisoned to death by the poison dragon. They were all turned into soul beings under the power of the rules. And it was double. Obviously, after the poison dragon recognized him as its master, the number of people who were killed was all counted on Li Zongjiu's head. He rushed to the front. Shibuyu was already covered in injuries. However, there were many corpses lying on the ground. The few leaders of the poison Dragon Mountain stronghold brought their men and hid in the distance to watch. "Why does this person look so fierce? Why don't we run away quickly?" The first leader and second leader of the poison Dragon Mountain stockade were also privately discussing whether they should find an opportunity to directly flee. "No, there is still a dragon locked in the backyard. That person said that if we come back and the dragon is gone, we will die. You saw that person's strength too." The second leader was also very anxious. Then he loudly ordered his men to kill. "Quick, shoot him to death. Roar!" At this moment, Ao Tian's roar came. Instantly, the mountain's stronghold trembled a few times. Ao Tian was not polite at all. He destroyed the houses he saw. When he saw people, he slapped them with his claws. If they were far away, he would spit out a mouthful of venom and poison them to death. With a fierce sweep of its tail, it destroyed all the pavilions and buildings in the surroundings. "What? Why did that evil dragon come out? Who is it? Who let this evil dragon out? Isn't he trying to kill me?" When the first leader saw the poison dragon appear, he was scared out of his wits. "Brother Shi, let me help you." Li Zongjiu laughed. Ao Tian landed on the empty ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of terrifying venom. Boom! 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 The surrounding area was also being corroded by this powerful venom. Those who did not escape from the poison Dragon Mountain stronghold were all melted by the venom without exception. Turned into soul beings, they were kept by Li Zongjiu. In just this short period of time, Li Zongjiu had already collected close to 2,000 soul beings. However, the biggest gain was still the poison dragon. The poison dragon had the strength of a level 8 innate. In this situation, it was an extremely powerful help in battle. Shibuyu looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. He was looking at the mighty and majestic poison dragon. He did not like to talk. Now that he saw the poison dragon, he was so shocked that he was speechless. Although he didn't say anything, Li Zongjiu had already seen his expression. Who is the leader? The surrounding members of the mountain stronghold did not dare to move. This was just a very ordinary mountain stronghold. The The people walking around in front of them were only at the pre-celestial realm. The strength of the first master and second master had barely stepped into the Xiantian realm. Over there, that is our great leader. They all betrayed their great leader to Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu was able to see through their cultivation with a single glance. With their strength, how could they subdue the poison dragon in front of them? It was wishful thinking. Oh no, this is probably a trap. Li Zhongjiu's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, there was a so-called cause and effect. There would probably be more things to happen later. There would be more danger and people coming. This could be considered a trap. Li Zhongjiu did not care. Whatever came would come. Whatever came would be destroyed. How could you release this evil dragon? The great leader and second leader looked at Li Zhongjiu in shock. They could not believe their eyes. Li Zhongjiu did not waste any time. Everyone in the world had countless questions. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu wanted to answer all of these people's questions one by one before making a move? No way. Poison Dragon Aotian could not hold back any longer. He roared and flapped his wings to charge forward. His body also exploded with endless ferocious light. Bang! A poison bomb flew towards the poison dragon strongholds, great leader, and the others. Bang! All of them were killed. When the remaining people saw this, they did not dare to stay any longer. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. They fled into the distance. Li Zhongjiu did not kill them all. There was no need to. After this trip, he had earned 3,000 soul beans. After a while, Honglong rushed out with a person. When he saw this person, Li Zhongjiu finally understood why this person did not have a name and was always called the Shi family's young miss. Chapter 1605. It was indeed a little too much to say that she was the daughter of the Shi family. However, she was at least 100 kilograms. Although Li Zhongjiu wasn't from the Appearance Association, and he wasn't here to talk about love. However, when he saw such a top-quality item, he was also a little surprised. Thank you, two young heroes, for your help. My family's young miss is safe. Let's go back now. Li Zhongjiu nodded. However, they didn't have any other means of transportation at the moment. Hence, he let everyone sit on the back of the poison dragon. Immediately, the poison dragon flapped its wings and moved. It brought the four of them and soared into the sky above the poison dragon mountain stronghold. Boom! Honglong and the others sat on the poison dragon. However, they were rather shocked. They never thought that there would be a day where they could sit on the back of an upper sky realm giant dragon. Even when the poison dragon flew back to the Scarlet Soul main city, it caused quite a commotion. After all, the poison dragon's strength was incomparably violent. Its aura was extraordinary. No matter where an expert went, he would be respected and would be the center of attention. Li Zhongjiu also wanted to keep a low profile. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. A mere poison dragon might not be able to keep such a high profile. After all, in the Scarlet Soul main city, one could similarly see other strong, fierce spirits. However, the owners of these fierce spirits were all ruthless people. Even if it was your fierce spirit, if it fought fiercely on the streets and destroyed things, it would be captured by the city lord manor and punished at the same time. Hence, this matter wasn't so easy to solve. If two fierce spirits happened to be natural enemies, it would be very difficult to stop each other from attacking. Ao Tian brought the four of them and landed in the Shi family's courtyard. The daughter of the Shi family also hugged Shi Wanjin and cried. The father and daughter were finally reunited, and everyone was happy. Looking at the situation of the surprise, it was rather touching. Thank you, two heroes. This is the reward that I promised you before. Please accept it. 500 soul beans. This wasn't a small number. Just these soul beans would allow you to continue living for close to 2 years. It was also the first time Honglong had received so many soul beans. All of a sudden, he was pleasantly surprised. In fact, he was quite excited. Thank you, Sher Clan head, Hong Long said. Li Zongjiu glanced at Hong Long. If this Sher Clan head was just a puppet, then Hong Long was being too polite. Under normal circumstances, there was naturally no need to do so, unless Hong Long was enjoying himself, or he had other reasons for doing so. Thank you, young masters, for saving me. I have nothing to repay you with. Just when Li Zongjiu thought that the matter was over, he saw the young lady of the Sher family walking towards the two of them. Could it be that she wanted to marry him or something? Li Zongjiu was shocked and took a step back, but Hong Long looked very calm. This item was accidentally obtained by my daughter in the village. Perhaps the two of you can use it. The young lady of the Sher family gave Li Zongjiu and Hong Long a grain-like item. This item was so small that it couldn't be seen. In terms of weight, it wasn't enough. Even if it was useful, it definitely wouldn't be too useful. After all, there was too little of it. This is a token from the Sky Spirit Valley. Hong Long was also very shocked. Sky Spirit Valley? Li Zongjiu looked at the latter. After all, he had just arrived. Hence, he didn't know much about these things. The Sky Spirit Valley is a sect. It is said that this sect is very strong. As for how strong it is, I don't know. But if you can join the Sky Spirit Valley, you will definitely be able to obtain a lot of cultivation resources. At least the soul beans that are given out every day are enough for cultivation. I heard that the Scarlet Soul City Master used to be a disciple of the Sky Spirit Valley. Later on, for some reason, he left the Sky Spirit Valley. After Li Zongjiu heard this, he understood. It was the same trick again. It was probably another hidden, powerful sect. Asking the great evil, Lord Li Zongjiu, to walk the path of this sect again? This was really ridiculous. It is said that if you can become a core disciple of the Sky Spirit Valley, you will have the opportunity to learn the Great Curse technique. Just learn a curse, and you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. Curse technique. Li Zongjiu wanted to learn a powerful curse technique. In addition, he wanted to become stronger. With such an opportunity, it wasn't a bad idea. Hence, Li Zongjiu now had a good choice. Usually, most people don't have such an opportunity. I didn't expect that after completing this task, I would get such a good opportunity. If I had known earlier, I would have risked my life to complete this task. Hong Long now understood why this task was so difficult. It turned out that the real reward was here. It wasn't written in the previous conditions at all. If it was, who knows how many people would sign up for it. Sky Spirit Valley, one of the rumored top 10 immortal sections. Just listening to it made one's body tremble. If one could join such a powerful sect, it must be a very good opportunity. Then how can we find this Sky Spirit Valley? Li Zongjiu asked. It's still early. In 3 months, the Sky Spirit Valley will send people here. At that time, whoever has this Sky Spirit Valley will be qualified to enter the Sky Spirit Valley and accept the entrance test. Li Zongjiu understood. It turned out that the thing in his hand was equivalent to an entrance ticket. Whether he could stay or not depended on his own ability. At least from the looks of it, there were still 3 months. In these 3 months, many things would happen. Li Zongjiu also thought that he could do more tasks and earn more soul beans. In this way, he might be able to buy some things in the transaction shop that could increase his strength in advance so that he could return earlier. This place was indeed full of strong attraction. However, Li Zongjiu was also clear about the reason why he came here. If Li Zongjiu hadn't experienced the events of his previous life, perhaps he would be lost in this world. He wouldn't be willing to leave at all. However, the current Li Zongjiu was mature, strong, and determined. He had tasted the feeling of losing a loved one before. This time, he definitely wouldn't let it happen again. Brotherly, where are you going? Wait for me. Hong Long caught up to Li Zongjiu. After all, with such a strong expert like Li Zongjiu around, he naturally couldn't give up so easily. Following such an expert, what was there to worry about? Li Zongjiu allowed the latter to follow him. At this moment, in the Poison Dragon Mountain stronghold. A figure came. It was a man in a green robe. His eyes had a tinge of darkness. Chapter 1606. The green-robed man sized up the situation around him. The Poison Dragon village had obviously been destroyed by someone, and from the looks of it, it seemed to have been destroyed by the Poison Dragon. My supreme god chain can only be broken by the heaven realm. With the strength of the Poison Dragon, it is impossible for it to break free by itself. Could it be that there is a heaven realm expert against me? The green-robed man had found a poison dragon with great difficulty. After he collected the other poisons, he would come back to take the poison dragon's gallbladder. With this, he could refine the strongest poison in the world. It was a truly unique poison. But who would have thought that after he collected the other items and wanted to look for this poison dragon, it actually disappeared? I just left not long ago. I want to see who dares to go against me, the green robe. No matter whose incarnation it is, I will refine you. Immediately, the green-robed man waved his hand. At the same time he leaped. He headed towards the direction of the Crimson Soul City. Firstly, the Crimson Soul City was the nearest main city. Perhaps there would be some clues. In addition, he also had some things to do in the Crimson Soul City. Therefore, he headed towards the Crimson Soul City to investigate. If he could find some information, that would be even better. Li Zongjio returned to the inn. Hong Long also followed Li Zongjio to the inn. As for the poison dragon Aotian, it also turned into a tattoo and landed on Li Zongjio's finger. If you need to fight, just call me, Aotian said. He thought that this guy would land on his body. That was just a temporary place to stay. However, Hong Long directly told Li Zongjio that this was a way to tame the beast. However, if this beast was attached to his body, it would consume a soul bean every day. If he was injured or when he was cultivating, he would need to become stronger. He would also directly absorb the soul beans on Li Zongjio's body. What, this guy? Why do I feel like I'm the one who's being tricked? Yes. Li Zongjio did not expect this. He had just found the method, and now he had to raise another one. It had not been easy for him to take in a dragon. Right now, he didn't get any benefits either. Instead, he had to give up so many soul beans. This made Li Zongjio very unhappy. However, Li Zongjio was also very clear in his heart that as long as this poison dragon was in his body, the effects it could exert would definitely be able to earn more for him. It was just this one mission. Li Zongjio also added the final reward during the course of the mission. He had obtained a total of 3,500 soul beans. With these 3,500 soul beans, he would be able to obtain 3,500 soul beans. At the very least, Li Zongjio only needed to cultivate in peace, and he would be able to sustain himself for almost 10 years. However, it was still very difficult to buy some things. Hong Long asked for a room next to Li Zongjio. This inn could only be described as ordinary. Therefore, Hong Long could afford it. It was mainly because of this mission that Hong Long had obtained more than 500 soul beans. This was in the past. This mission had to be repeated 10 times before it could be successful. Li Zongjio took advantage of the night to come to the trading hall. In any case, he had a huge sum of money in his hands. Li Zongjio also wanted to see what good things could be bought. There were 2 places in the trading hall. One was a shop, and the other was the trading hall. The trading hall was a transaction between people. However, the shop was a transaction between people and the shop owner. The transaction with the shop owner was basically a marked price. Moreover, the shop did not display anything, but it would give you a menu. If you needed anything, you could just tell the shop owner directly. Is this the law created by the power of the Great Path? Li Zongjio was very surprised. It had to be said that the mysterious Sky Emperor had the power of creation and the law. He was also very impressed. However, he did not look after the thing he had created. It turned out to be, this thing ran into Li Zongjio's territory and caused trouble. Then Li Zongjio could not tolerate it. If there was a need, even if it was the mysterious Sky Emperor, he had the confidence to defeat him. This was Li Zongjio's thought. He had never been afraid of anyone. Li Zongjio browsed through it. It was a thick book, as if it was a manual. Then Li Zongjio looked at it. He roughly knew. It was all-inclusive. Almost everything that could be imagined could be obtained. Even Li Zongjio saw the flying pill that he had refined before. The flying pill was only worth 3,000 soul beans. Li Zongjio was completely stunned, because according to this calculation, the flying pill was most likely a rank 11 pill. It could actually be purchased with a mere 3,000 soul beans. It seemed that the purchasing power of these soul beans was quite good. As for the flying pill's pill formula, if he bought it, it would cost 10,000 soul beans. Unfortunately, he already had the pill formula, but there was no way to sell it. If Li Zongjio wanted to sell the flying pill's pill formula to the shop would not accept it. Of course, he could sell it privately. However, Li Zongjio did not have that much time to interact with people. Moreover, it was a waste of time to set up a stall to sell it. Oh, today's discount 100 calamity pill? Li Zongjio noticed a sign at the side. There were some discounted items hanging on it. 100 calamity pill, lava hound puppy beast spirit, 10,000 week immortal grass, demon locking rope. These were the 4 items that appeared today. Demon locking rope was a magic treasure. It should be able to increase its effectiveness when dealing with fierce beasts. However, such a demon locking rope cost 5,000 soul beans. Li Zongjio shook his head and did not look. 10,000 weakness, immortal grass, weak at first, then strong. This was an immortal grass that could be consumed. After consuming it, one would experience 10,000 times of weakness, and then another 10,000 times of strength increase. With Li Zongjio's experience, this item would definitely be able to greatly increase its effectiveness, and most importantly, improve one's body effects. The original price was 9,000 soul beans. Now it only needed 7,200 soul beans. He could not afford it. Although the item was good, not everyone could endure the 10,000 times of being in a weakened state. As for things like beast spirits, no matter how strong they were, they would need to be nurtured for a while before they could become stronger. Just the amount of consumption during this process was like a bottomless pit. Moreover, this beast spirit also needed 4,500 soul beans. He could not afford it. He did not look. Moreover, he already had a poison dragon. Therefore, Li Zongjio did not care about this item. The final 100 calamity pill. The original price was 5,000 soul beans. Now, it only needed 3,500 soul beans. Li Zongjio even suspected that this shop was specifically here to harvest his soul beans. 100 calamity pill. Experience 100 calamities, but the effects vary from person to person. The more calamities one experiences, the stronger the effects. Grade, level, 12. Chapter 1607. It just so happened that Li Zongjio had about the same amount of soul beans. The discount for the 100 tribulation pill was also very good. Therefore, Li Zongjio was just in time to exchange for the 100 tribulation pill. Then, Li Zongjio spent 3,500 soul beans to buy the 100 tribulation pill. One had to know that the flying pill was already worth 3,000 soul beans. Now, this was a level 12 pill, so its effects were naturally even better. Moreover, Li Zongjio really wanted to see the legendary level 12 tribulation pill. What level was a 12th grade medicinal pill? What kind of effect could it have? Although Li Zongjio was able to concoct the flying pill, it was only in terms of its effects. He himself had used many precious ingredients to concoct the flying pill. The transaction process was very simple. One hand for the money and the other for the goods. The cold and expressionless shop assistant lowered his head and took a box. Then he brought the 100 tribulation pill that Li Zongjio wanted. He only used his mental power to scan it. Li Zongjiu knew that the pill in his hand was definitely not of a low grade. Therefore, he didn't inspect it and put it away. Because Li Zongjiu had stayed for so long, he was already being watched. Right now, the other party probably couldn't tell what exactly was being traded. However, when Li Zongjiu took the 100 tribulation pill in his hand, he saw the sign above his head that said special offer. The line of words that said 100 tribulation pill actually dimmed. Damn, so direct? When Li Zongjiu saw this scene, he was very surprised. Wasn't this clearly telling others that the item was in his hands? Clearly, the other party knew. Li Zongjiu cursed inwardly. Then he knew that he was most likely being watched. After leaving the trading store, Li Zongjiu also felt that there were at least 2 groups of people following him. Obviously, they all wanted to get the 100 Tribulations elixir from Li Zongjiu's hands. Although Li Zongjiu had easily obtained over 3,000 soul beans, it seemed as if obtaining soul beans was an extremely simple matter. However, this was not the case. Because Li Zongjiu's luck was better, he was able to complete this mission with the assistance of the poison dragon. Of course, it was also because Li Zongjiu's strength was also stronger than the average person. For example, Hong Long himself was an innate ranker. However, he did not have the opportunity to complete this rescue mission. It was all thanks to Li Zongjiu that they were able to obtain the final 500 soul beans. If he had been alone, he would have only obtained the initial 50 soul beans at most after this fearful journey. If it wasn't for his rich experience, he would have been very likely. In that case, there was a very high possibility that he would lose his life because of these 50 soul beans. After all, launching a sneak attack midway was simply too damaging. He had never seen such a shameless person. He directly attacked and killed the person. No one could react in time. Li Zongjiu didn't care. Li Zongjiu had already investigated the other party's strength. They were only SOSO and couldn't pose much of a threat to him. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had a level 8 innate poison dragon on him. If the other party wanted to attack, only death awaited them. They were still in the city, so they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. Otherwise, these people would be the ones at a disadvantage. However, Li Zongjiu realized that these people seemed to have some special methods. On the main street, 2 people walked towards him. They directly walked towards Li Zongjiu, not avoiding him at all. 2 people also approached from behind, blocking Li Zongjiu's path. Li Zongjiu was very surprised because, when the other party walked towards him, they didn't avoid him at all. It was obvious that they wanted to attack him on the main street. Li Zongjiu also stopped in his tracks and simply watched. He wanted to see how they would attack. As expected, the other party had come prepared. The 4 of them crushed a crystal ball in their hands at the same time. Immediately, a wave of ripple-like energy rapidly attacked. Li Zongjiu saw that the other people didn't seem to notice the change. Immediately, the people around him seemed to walk further and further away. Although Li Zongjiu was still on the main street, he was still there. Unknowingly, he had been brought to an independent space by the other party. As expected, there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. Li Zongjiu also knew that it was impossible to be peaceful in the Crimson Soul City. For example, if he ran out of soul beans today, he would die tomorrow. Under such circumstances, who would care about so many rules? Naturally, they would rush out without hesitation and kill in all directions. And there would always be some hatred. It had to be settled in this city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a happy thing. Let you live under the same roof with your father's murderer every day. Such a thing was obviously impossible. Moreover, since this great world was created by humans, then no matter how perfect it was, there would still be loopholes to be found, and all kinds of opportunities would appear. What are you guys doing? Li Zongjiu was very curious and asked if he didn't understand. There was nothing embarrassing about this, not to mention asking some people who were about to die. In that case, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very frank. As expected of a rookie, you don't even know about the mirror space. Looks like we've made a fortune this time. One of the two people walked over from behind with a hunched back. He seemed to be carrying a pot on his back. However, there were a few hilts at the edge. They should be carrying weapons on their backs. Mirror space. Li Zongjio was naturally unfamiliar with this term, indicating that he had never heard of it. It's just a little thing to avoid the rules. Don't worry, you won't encounter these things again in the future. Now, obediently hand over the 100 calamity pill you just bought and all the soul beans on you. The hunchback said. This person seemed to be the leader of the group. Li Zongjio said, there's only 100 calamity pill, but there are 4 of you. It doesn't seem easy to split it. And this? Discount goods. It doesn't seem to be able to be used for transactions. Li Zongjio said. What he said was true. When he bought it, the shop assistant said so. It couldn't be traded, but it could be given away. This point was very interesting. In other words, you could give the pill to me directly, and I wouldn't give you money. This kind of thing happened in this man-eat-man world. Who could guarantee that the other party would be willing to fulfill the promise without restrictions? Chapter 1608. Haha, naive. Hearing Li Zongjio's words, the other party couldn't help but laugh at him. Obviously, Li Zongjio was a rookie among rookies. Although rookies often came to this great world, it was not uncommon to encounter rookies. However, it was really rare to meet someone as naive as Li Zongjio. She was definitely one of the best in the world, at least in his original world. This guy probably didn't know what the unspoken rules were. If he knew what the unspoken rules were, then he would be clear about the various rules in the macro world and would have a yardstick for himself to measure. In the macro world, everything has rules, but everything also has no rules. Remember this moment. Maybe you can use it in your next life. The hunchbacked old man pulled out 2 long sabers from his back. After that, he slashed the sabers in front of him. Obviously, he was ready to attack. Immediately, the hunchbacked old man had already sentenced Li Zongjio to death in his heart, and he didn't want to delay any longer. Although there was no time limit in the mirror dimension space, it was easy to be discovered by the patrolling guards. If he was discovered, although it wouldn't be a violation of the rules, he wouldn't be able to achieve some of his goals. Wait a minute, I have another question. Li Zongjio raised his hand calmly. He seemed to know that he was going to die, so he didn't fight back. This kind of attitude could save a lot of trouble. If I kill someone here, won't the patrolling guards in the city find out? You don't have to worry about this. You can go on your way with peace of mind. The 4 of them attacked at the same time. They were like 4 wild leopards galloping violently. They quickly rushed in the direction of Li Zongjio. At the same time, the murderous intent in their hands was awe-inspiring. Waves of terrifying yuan force were released, trying to trap Li Zongjio in the 4 corners. If this was the case, it was very clear. That was also very clear. If someone were to kill someone here, no one would know. Therefore, Li Zongjio also moved with a whoosh. The unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, his sword technique was displayed. It was actually 1 against 4. He managed to block all of the attacks from the 4 opponents. This elegant sword technique was like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. Li Zongjio's swordsmanship seemed to be completely natural. When this move was simplified by the Great Tao, it was very clear. The move became simple, but its power had become even stronger. Clang, 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 clang. 4 fierce collisions, the 4 of them were sent flying at the same time, and their strength was not as strong as imagined. They were only innate level 2. Furthermore, he seemed to be around innate level 3. He was not Li Zongjio's opponent at all. He forced the 4 of them back with a single sword strike. Li Zongjio immediately stepped forward. Suddenly, his sword slashed towards the person in front. Boom! The sword soared. The face in that person's hand had a terrified expression. There was even a look of disbelief on their faces. By the time he could see it clearly, it was already a beam of swordlight that flashed through his eyes. Whoosh! The sword! Shi's head fell to the ground. One of the 4 was easily killed by Li Zongjiu. The other 3 did not react. When they reacted, Li Zongjiu had already rushed towards the second person. Bang! Another sword slash was made. But the opponent's elemental energy defense was extremely strong. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu's sword slashed at the defense, it was like slashing at an iron ball. However, although the person had a strong defense, he could not escape the fate of death. He saw this person's body in an instant. He was directly invaded by the power of ice, and his entire body was sealed in ice. His life force was frozen. What? Seeing this, the hunchback and the other person finally reacted. Li Zongjiu's strength was far above theirs, although Li Zongjiu looked like an ordinary rookie. But if you think about it carefully, an ordinary rookie, how could he earn more than 3,000 soul beans in such a short time and use them to buy the 100 calamity elixir? This meant that this fellow had even more soul beans on him. But now, Li Zongjiu's soul beans had nothing to do with the other 2. Even their own bodies disappeared with a bang. They turned into soul beans. One had 12. One had 13. One was a level 2 innate, and the other was a level 3 innate. In fact, no matter if it was level 3 or level 2, the difference was the same to Li Zongjiu. He directly took care of them. He treated them equally. There was no difference at all. Li Zongjiu did not stop. He tapped his foot. His figure also rushed toward the other party. Bang! At this moment, seeing Li Zongjiu's fast movements, in the blink of an eye, he had rushed in front of them. It was impossible for him to escape now. Only by facing Li Zongjiu head-on could they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by Li Zongjiu. But in reality, they were wrong. Even if they faced Li Zongjiu head-on, they would not have any chance. Li Zongjiu's sword technique was extremely fast. Furthermore, after the sword swept past, it would release a terrifying ice power that struck the opponent's body. Following that, the ice power entered the opponent's body. The entire body would be frozen, freezing life force. Not to mention Li Zongjiu. Even if Huo Wushuang could show his spirit body, he could kill the 4 people in front of him. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame these people for finding the wrong person. Bang bang! 2 figures turned into soul beans. Even before the hunchback died, the unwillingness and confusion in his eyes were clearly seen by Li Zongjiu. But so what? The rules are the strong. Only the strong can control the rules. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. The strong could follow the rules, but they could also break the rules. It was such a simple truth, but these people did not understand it. They deliberately pretended in front of Li Zongjiu, and even wanted to guide Li Zongjiu, although it was possible that these people's lives were longer than normal. But in Li Zongjiu's eyes, everyone's experience was similar. In fact, Li Zongjiu's experience would be even richer. The brilliance of his life would be so great that it would not be able to be written down in a book, because Li Zongjiu's life was not over yet. As for the so-called mirror dimension, Li Zongjiu had already started to analyze it. He found that it was just a temporary space. Since it was in the space, there must be a door. As long as he found the door, he could get out, before he broke it through violence. It was the same as looking for the eye of the array. Soon, Li Zongjiu found the door. He counted the soul beans in these people's hands. Even with the 4 of them added together, they had only received 720 pills. Among them, there were 50 that came from these people's own bodies. A bunch of poor people. No wonder they came out to rob. Li Zongjiu could not help but ridicule. With such strength, they still dared to mess around in the Scarlet Soul City? But now Li Zongjiu could see it. These people's strength was average, and they liked to do these things. They were not good at anything else, but they were good at robbing. Those who were slightly stronger would rob in the city, but those who were weaker would rob in the wild. After all, if there were any problems in the wild, they would not be caught by the city guards, nor would they be punished. They were all divided into levels. Then Li Zongjiu opened the door. He walked out. The street was still the same as before, as if Li Zongjio had never left, and the people around him did not notice Li Zongjio. Of course, the people who were staring at Li Zongjio were also staring at him normally. When they saw Li Zongjio walk out unscathed, they were also very surprised. Some of the people who wanted to make a move were still regretting it. Actually, someone had beaten them to it. But now Li Zongjio was alone. Safe and sound, he walked out of the mirror space. This meant that the other 4 people were also dead. Li Zongjio casually made a grabbing motion in the air. Then he took out the 4 pearls. The so-called mirror space was born from the 4 pearls in his hand. So it's a spatial array of spatial power. Li Zongjio observed the pearls in his hand. The mirror space pearl in his hand was quite exquisite. He did not know how much it was in the market, but thinking about it, it shouldn't be too expensive. At most, it was about 100 soul beans. This thing was not complicated, and after research, it could be mass-produced. But there were differences in the realm of the pearls. The higher the level, the bigger the space. As long as the space was not broken, this thing could be used forever. It was a good thing to kill and rob in the city. With this thing, he only needed to be a little careful when moving in the city. Li Zongjio looked behind him in the direction of the people who were following him. They also waited in place for a while. They wanted to see what treasures these people had, but they seemed to be afraid, so they did not dare to go forward. And then Li Zongjio? After mocking him, he left directly. These people also knew that Li Zongjio had discovered them, and they were a little surprised. Obviously, they did not expect Li Zongjio to be able to discover them. It seemed that this guy was not simple. After hesitating for a while, they finally chose to give up and did not dare to follow him. They did not want to follow in the footsteps of the 4 people. Li Zongjio returned to the inn safe and sound. As expected, no city guards came to find trouble with him. After all, in the mirror space, nothing was broken and no corpses were left. It was indeed difficult to trace the origin of this thing. As long as he was in here, he would be able to do anything, unless there was a witness. Unfortunately, Li Zongjio had already killed all 4 of them. In the inn, Li Zongjio and the poison dragon ordered. He did not allow anyone to disturb him. He wanted to refine the 100 Calamity Elixir. Chapter 1609. 100 Tribulations Elixir. Li Zongjio took out the elixir in his hand and observed it carefully. From its appearance, he could see some clues. However, he soon discovered that there was an extraordinary power on the object. To prevent spying? How can it be so delicate? Li Zongjio was also very surprised. It seemed that the protection of these things could be said to be very powerful. Li Zongjio did not study it further. He would take it himself. He swallowed the 100 Tribulations elixir directly. At first, there was no reaction. Li Zongjio thought that he had bought a fake elixir, but soon the elixir worked. The elixir did not have any effect on Li Zongjio's body. Soon it could be seen. The surrounding environment had begun to change. After that, Li Zongjio himself also understood. He was brought into an illusion by the elixir. In this kind of invisible situation, people would be brought into the illusion. This showed the power of the elixir. Li Zongjio himself was also very shocked. Because of him? With the evil soul eye, at least when facing the illusion, he could maintain a certain level of sanity and consciousness. At least the effect of resistance was still there. Who would have thought that the 100 Tribulations pill would bring him into such an illusory world in just a few seconds? What a strong effect! I can't even detect it. Although Li Zongjio's consciousness was still clear, he knew that he was in the room of the inn, but in fact he had been brought to the wilderness. He was sitting on the mountain peak. Around him were ravines of the wilderness. The long yellow dragon stretched endlessly. Li Zongjio looked up at the sky. 100 Tribulations elixir, as the name suggests, is to go through 100 tribulations, and this tribulation, very coincidentally, is the thunder tribulation in front of me. Li Zongjio roughly understood in his heart. If he wanted to resist the thunder tribulation in front of him, then it would be considered as crossing the tribulation. Only by resisting the thunder tribulation could he bring enough benefits and effects. Boom! Lei Yin didn't have the slightest intention of waiting. With a furious roar, he charged forward with a ferocious thunderbolt. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck Li Zongjiu. Soon, Li Zongjiu's body absorbed the power of the lightning. This was because he had also cultivated the ancient Golden Tyrant body art. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's body could be considered very strong. Furthermore, he had once used the evil dragon's eye. After being crushed countless times, his willpower had become ridiculously strong. Therefore, if he could hold on, Li Zongjiu would have more opportunities. However, just the first stage of the lightning tribulation had actually sent down 9 bolts of lightning to temper it. This was a terrifying number. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that the 100th wave of the tribulation would be over 10,000 lightning strikes at the same time? Li Zongjiu calmly cultivated under the endless bombardment of lightning. Suddenly, a set of cultivation techniques appeared in Li Zongjiu's mind. Heavenly Void Divine Form Record. Li Zongjiu suddenly woke up. This set of Heavenly Void Divine Form Records was the cultivation method that Li Zongjiu had cultivated in his previous life. Later on, he discovered that this Heavenly Void Divine Form Records could only be cultivated up to the peak of the Supreme Being realm. Later on, it was naturally abandoned by Li Zongjiu. This was because he had obtained the cultivation techniques of the 4 dragon tribes. However, just now, this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record actually started cultivating on its own. This made Li Zongjiu extremely shocked. This cultivation technique. When Li Zongjiu reread the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Void Divine Form Record with his current cultivation level, however, he realized that he had made a huge mistake in the past. There was no way for him to cultivate this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record correctly. His previous cultivation methods were all wrong. He could only learn and understand it with his current strength. Only then could he find the real correct method. Immediately, Li Zongjiu himself was extremely surprised and shocked. It turns out that I have been wasting a real treasure all this time. After Li Zongjiu recomprehended this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record, he was also more aware of the powerful force recorded in this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record. It was definitely not something that ordinary cultivation techniques could compare to. The first level, this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record, can only be cultivated to the first level in the Khanate realm, the real first level. Li Zongjiu was extremely shocked. This meant that what Li Zongjiu had cultivated in the past was only the tip of the iceberg. He had thought that with his cultivation level he was very familiar with this Heavenly Void Divine Form Record. Now, it seemed that this was the real waste. Only when one stepped into the Khanate realm could one truly feel the powerful force within. Boom! Li Zongjiu's body immediately felt a powerful surge of energy entering his body. When he activated the Heavenly Void Divine Form Record, he had already memorized the contents of the mental cultivation method. As long as he continued to cultivate, he would be able to feel the different state within it. In fact, the 19th cloud of tribulation, lightning, had already appeared in the sky. The power within was also continuously being absorbed and devoured by Li Zongjiu. He was actually directly absorbing the power of the tribulation cloud. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's cultivation level was also increasing rapidly. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Li Zongjiu could already feel that his power was increasing rapidly. This was undoubtedly a timely help for Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu himself had the omnidirectional hell technique. In Li Zongjiu's opinion, this kind of power was completely uncultivated. It was not even perfect in the establishment of the power system. Anyone below the Khanate realm could cultivate it casually, and it could bring about powerful effects. But in the face of a Khanate realm expert, this kind of power could only be casually looked at. It would not be able to withstand a single blow. It could easily break the hell you created. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also understood this point and did not reveal this in battle. Otherwise, the only one who would be severely injured would be himself, now that he had obtained the Heavenly Void divine form record. He picked it up and cultivated it again. This was also a very surprising and unexpected thing for Li Zongjiu. His power kept increasing. Let me see how far your Heavenly Void divine form record can go. Li Zongjiu was also very surprised and excited. If he could cultivate this Heavenly Void divine form record to the extreme, he could cultivate it again. What kind of effect would he get? It was simply unimaginable. This was because Li Zongjiu had completely stabilized at the innate stage with just the first level. Even his own primordial energy was stabilized. Previously, Li Zongjiu had the power of will and reached the Khanate level 7, but his primordial energy was still at the absolute saint realm. Therefore, when these people from the great world saw him, they would think that Li Zongjiu's cultivation was only at the absolute saint realm. But they did not expect Li Zongjiu to be such a strong person, with such a cultivation. But now, Li Zongjiu's cultivation had directly increased, and it was unstoppable. He directly broke through to the Khanate realm. This made Li Zongjiu extremely surprised. To Li Zongjiu, cultivating this Heavenly Void divine form record again was also a very unexpected and surprising gain. But it was also his fault that his cultivation was not enough before, so there was no way for him to understand the essence of it. But it was different now. Not only that, Li Zongjiu also needed to abandon all the previous cultivation experience of this Heavenly Void divine form record. Otherwise, it would also affect his cultivation. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also cultivated very seriously. After all, the thunder tribulation in the sky had not ended. The thunder tribulation continued to brew. It kept crashing down. It directly bombarded Li Zongjiu's body. The number of thunder tribulations increased and became stronger. But fortunately, Li Zongjiu's Heavenly Void divine form record also increased Li Zongjiu's own strength to the extreme. It allowed Li Zongjiu to withstand the impact of the thunder tribulation one after another. He was also in a safe and sound state. He continued to absorb the energy within it. Li Zongjiu's strength and realm kept increasing and absorbing. It seemed that because he had been stagnant for too long, his own strength was also rapidly increasing and replenishing his realm. How many thunder tribulations have there been? Li Zongjiu already had no idea how many thunder tribulation clouds there were. Just the power that was constantly released in the sky had already made Li Zongjiu completely numb. He even lost the ability to calculate. He only knew to accumulate and absorb the power bit by bit. In this way, he could ensure that he would not be defeated by the thunder tribulation. Refine, refine, refine. Give me one. Refine one. A mere 100 tribulations elixir gave Li Zongjiu an experience that even surpassed the feeling of cultivation in the past few years. It allowed Li Zongjiu to constantly accumulate power and accumulate his own strength in this cultivation. It was extremely terrifying. The effect of the elixir was very strong. Just looking at it was enough to shock anyone. It was completely unbelievable that the existence of such power could be so powerful. He did not know how long he had spent in this space. When Li Zongjiu opened his eyes again, in the sky, it had already begun to brew a purple thunderbolt. Purple heaven, heavenly thunder. Li Zongjiu had seen this kind of thunderbolt power before, but compared the thunderbolt power that he had seen before with this one in front of him. It was like a teacup between this sea and a small stream. Just the gap between them was not something that ordinary people could make up for or imagine. This kind of power was so strong. Li Zongjiu was also quite shocked. If I remember correctly, this should be the 99th thunderbolt. Li Zongjio thought in his heart. When he saw this thunderbolt, he began to understand in his heart. Obviously, the 99th thunderbolt was to catch this incomparably powerful purple heavenly thunder. Li Zongjio was also extremely shocked in his heart. He was also quite shocked. Come on. The purple heavenly thunder would not wait for Li Zongjio to prepare before it came. Directly there was a boom. Even the entire sky was stirred by this power, and it became extremely loud. The power of the purple heavenly thunder instantly penetrated Li Zongjio's body. Finally, Li Zongjio had a feeling that his soul and body were destroyed. It was as if the power that he had cultivated all his life was shattered at this moment. Chapter 1610. So powerful! Li Zongjio exclaimed in his heart. He could not even resist the appearance of this power. In Li Zongjio's heart, it was as if he had been devoured by this power. He fell into the endless darkness. Obviously, this purple heavenly thunder was not something that Li Zongjio could resist. He was no match for it at all. Even when Li Zongjio activated the heavenly void divine image in his body to the extreme, there was no effect at all. In the end, Li Zongjio was struck out of the illusion. Li Zongjio, who had just woken up, was drenched in cold sweat. Immediately, Li Zongjio's eyes flashed with a cold light. What a powerful power! Li Zongjio opened his eyes. He was still sitting in the same place and had not left. The feeling that the power just now brought to Li Zongjio was too deep. Even Li Zongjio himself could not imagine it. Just what kind of level had the power within reached? If I want to resist this purple heavenly thunder, I need to be at least in the celestial realm. But Li Zongjio estimated in his heart. This power was too powerful. It was impossible for the current Li Zongjio to resist it. Fortunately, this was only in the illusion created by the elixir. Therefore, Li Zongjio could recover quickly. He tried to activate his heavenly void divine image. He realized that the heavenly void God form record was circulating much faster than before. With the infusion of this power, Li Zongjio's body directly woke up. Although it was an illusion just now, in reality, the effect is still on me. Li Zongjio heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the effect of this elixir was very magical. If he wanted to refine a 12th grade elixir, he had to at least know how to control space and create space. In Li Zongjio's heart, he was also very surprised and surprised. After all, it was extremely unexpected for this to happen to him. Li Zongjio glanced at the burning sandalwood on the table. This was ignited by Li Zongjio in order to calculate the time. It would be exactly 5 days after the sandalwood finished burning. Li Zongjio thought that he had been in the illusion for at least 7 days and 7 nights. After all, he was in the illusion, so he had a feeling that it was an illusion. Therefore, Li Zongjio himself could feel it. Time should have passed a long time. However, when Li Zongjio saw the burning ashes under the sandalwood, he was shocked. Li Zongjio immediately. How is this possible? Li Zongjio stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He did not dare to imagine it at all. It's only been an hour. Li Zongjio's face changed drastically. How did he do it? Li Zongjio believed in his own strength. In the illusion, people would have an illusion of time. But Li Zongjio was confident that his feeling would not be wrong. Who knew that this force would emerge in front of him? For Li Zongjio, such a change in power was completely unbelievable. The change in time was even more shocking. The shock in his eyes was not hidden at all. Li Zongjio even pinched his fingers to calculate, and he also summoned Ao Tian. How long have I been in closed-door cultivation? Li Zongjio asked. How long? About an hour. I haven't even woken up. How did you come out of closed-door cultivation? Ao Tian himself was also very surprised. When he looked at Li Zongjio, his face was also full of suspicion. Could it be that there was something wrong with this guy? Amazing! Li Zongjio took a breath of cold air. Li Zongjio believed this was not because his feeling was wrong, but because someone had changed the rules of time. To put it simply, you clearly took 7 days to refine this elixir, but someone directly changed the rules of time. You clearly experienced 7 days, but in fact, you experienced only an hour. In just an hour, it was directly completed. Therefore, when he understood this point, that was why Li Zongjio was so shocked. How shocked was his heart? It's really amazing, but at least it let me know that there is a realm above the realm. Li Zongjio was also clear in his heart, and he was not afraid. Instead, he was extremely surprised in his heart. The occurrence of this kind of thing was expected. Many people's cultivation realm could not be too high, because they simply could not imagine how strong a person could be. This was a very important point. Your way of thinking limits your achievements. Before he felt that the other party had changed the rules of time, Li Zongjio was also very confident, because he could know how strong the strong could be. But after witnessing the other party change the rules of time, Li Zongjio also completely knew how terrifying the other party's strength was. It was not something that ordinary people could compare with at all. It seems that the celestial realm is always more powerful than imagined. Li Zongjio could at least understand in his heart. He understood his own strength and position. It was here. He needed to know the gap between his realms. It was also very important to be able to correctly recognize one's own shortcomings. Many people thought that they knew, but in fact, what they knew was far from enough. The gap between their realms? It was here, so you could never recognize your own shortcomings. Just when Li Zongjio wanted to see the changes in his strength, there was a knock on the door. "Brother Li, it's me," Hong Long shouted from outside the house, although he did not know what Hong Long wanted to do. But at this moment, he also knew that the other party knew all kinds of rules and tricks. With Hong Long's guidance, at least he could be more familiar with the big world in front of him under more circumstances. Li Zongjio had gradually become interested in such a world. The various rules here, they were simply specially made for cultivators. It's all for the sake of allowing you to continuously cultivate and become stronger. There were even people who specially refined the soul beans in their hands. Using this method to improve their strength was also the most direct and effective. However, it was not as effective as some other elixirs or other methods. The effect was faster, but at least it could guarantee your strength. Your strength could be improved continuously and reach an extremely powerful realm. Li Zongjio opened the door. Hong Long walked in with a face full of excitement. "Look, I found something good for us. Usually, we can't pick up such a bargain." Hong Long swaggered into the room. Then he opened a scroll and spread it on the table. He showed it to Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio also saw the scroll on the table. Mission announcement. Demon mission. A group of demons has appeared in the south of Crimson Soul City, more than 600 miles. Slaying fiendish demons would earn them generous rewards. Signature, Crimson Soul City. Li Zongjio's eyes also had a hint of surprise. After that, the appearance of this mission also surprised people. After all, the one who issued this mission was actually the City Lord's mansion. This surprised Li Zongjio. Why didn't the Crimson Soul City Lord personally mobilize the power of this city to kill these demons and demons? Wouldn't that be enough? Instead, he wanted to issue this mission. Let the rest of the people go and complete it. But soon, Li Zongjio also thought of it. This was a kind of rule. Even Crimson Soul himself had to abide by it. This was how the game was played. Hong Long and Li Zongjio explained. This demon group doesn't appear often. We can't find where they usually hide. They only appear themselves. In the beginning, they will move around in a fixed place. Once they are familiar, they will start to destroy and attack. It's quite troublesome. So when the main city discovers a demon group, they will also issue this kind of mission. Kill a postnatal demon and you will directly obtain 10 soul beans. Kill a postnatal demon and you will directly obtain 20 soul beans, regardless of rank. More importantly, These fiendish demons might bring out some treasures from the underground palace. If you can find the underground palace treasures on the demons, you will be really rich. Even if you put it here and on the black market, you can sell it for at least 100 soul beans. Not only that, the city lord's mansion will also rank you according to the number of demons killed, and then distribute a certain amount of rewards. It had to be said that it did sound like a very attractive mission. At least Li Zongjio also understood. Treasures could be found on the bodies of these demons. And notice, at most 5 people can sign it. I have already put my fingerprints on it. Do you want to take a look? Hong Long gestured to the fingerprint area below the notice. Hong Long had already put his fingerprints on it, and it could be considered as signing a contract. The use of this notice was to help you record the number of demons you killed. Everything seemed ridiculous, but with this kind of power, it was very reasonable. It didn't make people feel the slightest bit of shock or surprise. Then I'll give it a try. Li Zongjio directly pressed his fingerprints on the fingerprint area. Immediately, he saw his fingerprints appear on the contract. At the same time, this notice also directly used a force to enter Li Zongjio's consciousness. However, Li Zongjio could also see that this thing was only temporarily bound. It wasn't a lifelong binding force. Immediately, Li Zongjio himself was also very surprised. Let's go. The demon's activity time is very short. They usually appear at night, and we can't find them during the day. Hong Long seemed to be a little impatient. After all, it was not too close to the south, 600 miles. In addition, there would be many competitors, so they needed to arrive as soon as possible. Only then could they have a chance to complete the mission. Li Zong and Hong Long rented 2 wind-chasing horses from the post station. The wind-chasing horses were very fast. They could travel 3,000 miles in a day. Under the suppression of the rules in the big world, many people's power had been limited. It was very difficult to carry out a certain degree of resistance. Only after reaching the celestial realm could you fly freely. Otherwise, you only needed to fly a little distance or time, and you would fall into a very tired state. As for the poison dragon, it shouldn't be too conspicuous. He also needed to keep a low profile when dealing with things. At the same time, Li Zongjio also knew that the group of people in the poison dragon village had no way to trap the poison dragon. So it was someone else who trapped the poison dragon. With the strength of this person, Li Zongjio didn't want to go head-to-head with him now. Chapter 16:11. The wind-chasing horse quickly advanced on the wasteland. It was extremely fast. Ta-ta-ta! A cloud of dust rose behind him. The Tianwu ship was considered a top-flying ship in the sacred martial realm. However, Li Zongjio had already tried. The Tianwu ship couldn't fly in such an environment. If he bought a flying ship in the main city, he would need thousands of soul beans. Moreover, just the usual maintenance and consumption alone was a very large number and expenditure. Li Zongjio didn't have many soul beans to begin with. He only had about 500 left. There was also this poison dragon that always came to eat his soul beans. Therefore, he couldn't find the time to increase the consumption of another flying ship. He spurred the horse forward. 600 miles away, it just so happened that there was an extremely dense forest. Just as the two of them were about to charge into the forest, suddenly, the wind-chasing horse they were sitting on also fell. It seemed to have flipped and rolled on the ground. Bang! Li Zongjio also stepped on the ground, and his body rose into the air. Hong Long's reaction wasn't weak. He was also in a state of alert. In such a crowded place, especially in the wilderness, and doing something related to a mission, he would always be at risk. They could also encounter danger at any time and place, so they could not let their guard down and let down their guard. Li Zongjio's body rose into the air. He felt the sound of 2 people breaking through the air and heard a whistling sound. Then, they suddenly rushed in front of him. Boom! The air-piercing arrow chi attacked. Li Zongjio directly used the unparalleled sword to break it. Although the arrow was fast, Li Zongjiu's sword was faster and more accurate. Swoosh, swoosh. The two swords easily broke the arrow in front of him. Go! At the same time, Li Zongjiu directly slashed into the forest with his sword. Instantly, the sword qi violently swept out. The sword qi cut through the trees in the forest. Boom, boom, boom. As the sword qi swept out, the other party also leaped up at this moment. A total of 3 figures rushed out. The other party's figure landed on the ground. Hong Long also held a long blade in his hand. He held his saber in a straight line. Saber qi crisscrossed. He entered a defensive state. He stared at the people in front of him in a state of alert. His heart was also quite nervous. However, they saw Li Zongjiu rush into the formation of the 3 without hesitation. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu was very confident. In his opinion, it would be a piece of cake to kill these people. The sword qi pierced through the formation of the 3. One of them wielded a spear, one wielded a dagger, and one wielded a crossbow. Evidently, the 3 of them did not expect Li Zongjiu to charge at them without any hesitation. For a moment, he was at a loss of what to do. Li Zongjiu also greeted him cordially. The sword momentum was unparalleled. This person's swordsmanship is too powerful. We can't fight him head-on. Retreat. The person brandishing the spear also brandished the spear in his hand, forming an airtight defensive circle. However, this defense was unable to withstand Li Zongjiu's sword qi. Even after this guy had just finished his words, yet a beam of sword qi had already slashed down and broken the long spear in his hand. Clang! The spear was cut off. The other party's face was instantly filled with shock. He was shocked. At this moment, he also understood that he was finished. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to kill him with a single slash. Hong Long himself was not idle. When he saw Li Zongjiu gaining the upper hand and that his cultivation was similar to his, this guy who had been lazing around for thousands of years finally took the initiative. After all, if he wanted to follow Li Zongjiu, he must show a certain strength and attitude. Otherwise, it would not take long for Li Zongjiu to leave him in the dust. Since there was such a big tree, of course, he had to rely on it well. Hong Long faced the expert, who wielded the crossbow. The other party was also caught off guard by Hong Long's attack. In addition, one of his companions was directly killed. For a moment, he actually panicked. In his panic, he even had a feeling of wanting to escape. Once fear arose in his heart, then the fatal moment arrived. Li Zongjiu once again killed the person who wielded the short sword in front of him. Bang! The expert who wielded the crossbow was beaten back by Hong Long seeing Li Zongjiu kill both of them. The expert who wielded the crossbow was obviously panicking. Good boy, what a ruthless sword! If you kill me, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance will not let you off. The crossbowman saw Li Zongjiu looking at him. His heart skipped a beat. Therefore, he hurriedly released his final trump card, Heavenly Fiend Alliance. When Hong Long heard about the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, his expression changed. However, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate at all. When the other party opened his mouth to speak, he had already killed him with a sword. Bang! He turned into soul beans. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and waved it. Then he collected all the soul beans. These people were all killed by Li Zongjiu. Therefore, Li Zongjiu collected all the soul beans. Hong Long seemed to be stunned by the other party's words. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot and did not know what to do. One should know that the other party's strength was average. However, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not easy to deal with. What did he just say? Li Zongjiu asked. They were all in a life-and-death battle. Who would care about what you said? Anyway, Li Zongjiu would not care. You can say whatever you want. As long as you can't defeat me, I will kill you first. Heavenly Fiend Alliance, this is bad. I did not expect these people to be members of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Hong Long said in shock. Even his eyes were filled with fear. So was Li Zongjio. It was very surprising. It seemed that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not simple. They seemed to be very powerful. They had killed many people and made a name for themselves. That was why people were so respectful and fearful of them. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance is one of the 3 big forces in the Red Soul City. It is said that their leader is also a top expert in the Sky Realm. Most importantly, this person was once the adjutant of the Red Soul City Master. Hong Long said. In fact, he could already understand what he was trying to say. It was obvious that the other party's strength was here. If they offended the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, it was equivalent to offending the Red Soul City Master himself. Just based on this relationship, anyone would have to give face here. As for the existence of this alliance, what was it for? That was not clear for now, but there must be a reason for its existence. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, they would still encounter such a thorny problem? Li Zongjio did not care. So what if it is powerful? What is there to be afraid of? Li Zongjio said in disdain. Anyway, no one saw him do it. The only person who saw him do it was Hong Long in front of him. Could it be that just because you have a strong background, if you kill me, I can't kill you? The people here all had today and no tomorrow. It was hard to say what would happen in the end. So there was no need to be afraid of others. If he killed them, then so be it. It's not the same. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance is a legally registered gang. If a member of the gang dies, there will be a mark of hostility. That means that you will appear on their hostile list. Just on this point, that meant that if they met, they would immediately know. You had done something to offend their gang. So, as long as they met people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would basically fight with each other directly. In the end, the accumulated hatred would also become higher and stronger. At that time, the experts of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would come looking for you. No matter what, you can't escape, unless you hide all the time. As long as the other party's people don't get close to you, they won't know what you have done. This was the most important thing. Li Zongjio himself was also very surprised that there was such a thing. It was indeed very powerful. Then just don't go near them, Li Zongjio said. As long as you don't come into contact with them, it wouldn't be too troublesome. Usually you can, but it will be very obvious. The people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance are already nearby. Obviously, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance wanted to control the resources of the demons this time. This was also the reason why Hong Long was so anxious to come here. If it was any later, who knew what would happen? But he didn't expect it to be too late this time. That's not right. Usually, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance wouldn't be interested in the gathering of small demons. But this time they're here. This means that there is definitely something wrong. Maybe there is a treasure, Hong Long said. Li Zongjio glanced at Hong Long, who was in deep thought. He waved his hand. So be it. Anyone who stands in my way will have to die, Li Zongjio said. Just because you are stronger, you want me to give you all the benefits? Li Zongjio naturally wouldn't agree to such a thing. If he had the ability, he would fight him head-on. Of course, if he really couldn't defeat the other party, it was not impossible for him to hide. But to be honest, he, the great evil lord, had never been afraid of anyone. Even if there are enemies, he would kill them easily. Even if he couldn't kill them now, he would definitely kill them in the future. It was just a matter of time. I admire Brother Li's domineering attitude. Hong Long saw how determined Li Zongjio was, and immediately smiled. He was very impressed with Li Zongjio's attitude. Therefore, they were determined to stay by Li Zongjio's side. He wanted to see how far Li Zongjio could go. Back then, he chose to follow Li Zongjio because of Li Zongjio's bravery and fearlessness. After all, if something really went wrong, if something unfavorable happened to him, he would definitely turn around and run away without hesitation. On this point, they were very certain. With Hong Long's attitude, he would never risk his life unless there was a chance to gain something. Although he didn't kill the 3 people, he would still be regarded as an enemy of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. It was just that the hatred wouldn't be too high. it would still be dangerous. If he encountered it, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Everyone would be in a critical situation sometimes. Then the two of them continued to move forward into the forest, looking for the so-called demon group. There's a very strong aura in front. Li Zongjio sensed an extremely strong presence. Immediately, he quickly rushed forward. The reason why he brought Hong Long along was that Hong Long's strength didn't pose much of a threat to Li Zongjio. Secondly, Hong Long was able to give a good explanation of the rules in this great realm. At the very least, he could save Li Zongjio a lot of trouble. Chapter 1612. Li Zongjio's interest was piqued by the demonic aura fluctuation in front of him. Hong Long did not expect to encounter a demon so soon. The so-called demon. It was a creature that resembled both a demon and a demon. It had a murderous aura all over its body and would kill anyone it saw. It was as though it could not coexist with anyone. Once it went berserk, its destructive power and threat would be quite great. Moreover, if a large number of demons appeared, they would directly destroy the rules and order of this great world. The order that they had painstakingly established could not withstand the attacks of these fiendish demons. Therefore, as soon as there were traces of fiendish demons, they would eliminate them in the shortest time possible. Li Zongjio gradually understood. The existence of these demons happened to be looking for loopholes in this world and was constantly bringing destruction to this world. It was as though where there was light, there would be darkness. Although the great emperor of Xiantian was very powerful. However, after creating so many positive things, there were bound to be some negative things that were difficult to control. It was also the result of the karma cycle of the heavenly Tao. Where there was yin, there would be yang. Therefore, the great emperor of Xiantian could not stop these demons. After these demons appeared, he even ordered the people in this macro world to deal with them. Li Zongjio was the first to arrive. He saw a figure standing in the forest in front of him. This figure was tall and big. It looked vaguely like a human figure. However, it could be seen from its body. There were also some extremely strange things growing on the surface of its body. It had edges and corners. His appearance was similar to that of the fallen race. It was said that the uglier the demon, the more powerful it was. This fiendish demon seemed to have just appeared, so it stood in place, seemingly at a loss of what to do. Suddenly, Li Zongjio's scent entered its nose. Immediately, a ray of light shot out from the demon's eyes. Its sharp eyes immediately looked in the direction of Li Zongjio. Hiss! The demon's head looked like a huge snake. Then, the huge snake's eyes opened instantly and its tongue flicked out. His scarlet eyes instantly erupted. Immediately, he dashed toward Li Zongjio in an instant. Boom! The latter's speed was extremely fast, and his movements were also extremely loud. It was as if there was a wave of air being released. It was deliberately telling others that he was here, and they had to come and catch him. While Li Zongjio was still in shock, his opponent's fist was already in front of him. Li Zongjio immediately punched out with all his might. He was going to clash head-on with his opponent. At the very least, he had to know the approximate level of the other party's strength. If he didn't know anything, it would be very troublesome. Immediately, the fist met the opponent's face. Bang! Li Zongjio and the fiendish demon each took a step back. Li Zongjio glanced at his fist. There was actually a crack in it. There was actually a bone spike in his opponent's fist. Just now, it was this bone spike that directly punched Li Zongjio's hand bone. However, the crack in Li Zongjio's hand quickly recovered. After all, the effect of the 100 Calamity Elixir and the operation of the Heavenly Void divine form, it directly made one's body extremely powerful. Although his body was injured, it recovered quickly. Li Zongjio was also very surprised by his body's recovery ability. Different degrees of injuries would also have different degrees of recovery speed. Some wounds were too sharp and could not be healed even if one wanted to. This was not surprising. It was normal for such a situation to occur. The fiendish demon did not suffer any injuries. In fact, in the exchange just now, it could be said that it had the upper hand. Immediately, the corners of its mouth curled up into a cold smile. When it smiled, it was an even uglier performance. Immediately, the fiendish demon's body surged forward. Boom! Once again, a fist smashed towards Li Zhongjiu. And this time, when he punched out, he directly displayed a sky full of fist shadows. It was vigorous and vigorous. Ordinary people would not be able to see where the fist shadows came from. If one was not careful, one would be directly hit by the opponent's fist. This was the afterimage produced by the opponent's speed. Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry. The fist in his hand suddenly punched upwards. The power of one punch could destroy everything. Boom! The power of Li Zhongjiu's fist was even more domineering. Under this domineering power, the power produced instantly shattered half of the fiendish demon's body. Bang! Half of the fiendish demon's body was directly shattered by Li Zhongjiu. Such a situation was also quite shocking for the fiendish demon. This was because it did not expect that this injured person could actually shatter its body in such a short time. How did the opponent's strength suddenly soar so much? Whoosh! Li Zhongjiu held the unparalleled sword in his hand and landed on the ground. With one sword, he chopped off the fiendish demon's head. Originally, the fiendish demon's body would not be able to survive after being split into two. It was only because of its strong vitality that it did not die. Now its head was directly chopped off. Immediately, the fiendish demon's body also exploded, as if it had turned into a soul being after dying. However, the fiendish demon's body also turned into a wisp of fiendish demon energy. It just happened to drill into Hong Long's body, who had just arrived. The place where it drilled into was the mission notice in Hong Long's hand. There was an additional wisp of fiendish demon energy on it. He killed one so quickly. Hong Long's eyes were also filled with shock. He did not expect Li Zhongjiu's strength to be so strong. Unexpectedly, he was so strong. He easily killed the fiendish demon. If they continued at this speed, the amount of bountiful harvest they would reap was simply unimaginable. Li Zhongjiu reached out his hand and grabbed 10 soul beans. It seemed that these fiendish demons did not have a difference in level. He directly collected the soul beans. "You're too fast. I couldn't even keep up," Hong Long said somewhat embarrassedly, although he could not obtain any soul beans from killing the fiendish demons. However, if he completed this mission, as long as he brought the mission notice back, the City Lord Mansion would reward him handsomely. This was almost like picking up a bargain for free. To Hong Long, he was already satisfied. What more could he ask for? Hong Long was very clear in his heart. With his strength, it would be very difficult to kill even one fiendish demon. You just need to take care of yourself. Li Zhongjiu did not expect this fellow to be of any help. From the beginning, this fellow was just here to freeload the mission. The trees in the forest were overturned, as if something was rapidly approaching. The trees on both sides were also rapidly falling to the side. What is it? Hong Long also noticed the commotion. Immediately, Hong Long became nervous. His body immediately jumped to the side. Li Zhongjiu also saw the two figures that were rapidly approaching. The sword in his hand was also rapidly swinging forward. Boom! A gust of sword chi instantly fell forward. It directly blocked the 3 figures from advancing. Buzz! The 3 figures were directly blasted away by the sword chi. Another 3 fiendish demons were attacking. They were indeed a group of fiendish demons. 3 of them appeared at once. The hands and mouths of these 3 fiendish demons were all stained with blood. It was obvious that these 3 fiendish demons had killed people before. They had just killed someone. However, they sensed a presence of a fiendish demon aura. Hence, they wanted to take their fiendish demon companion with them. As long as the group of fiendish demons grew stronger, the threat they posed would be even greater. Such a situation occurred. It was like spilled water that could not be retrieved. Hence, they had to kill these fiendish demons in advance before they truly formed a large group. Three of them. Hong Long was stunned. The 3 fiendish demons in front of him. Obviously, they were also at the innate realm. Fiendish demons of this level. Even if he had calculated everything, he could only block one of them. Moreover, he might not be able to hold on for long. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the other party. This was the sad thing about being weak. Li Zongjio glanced at the fiendish demons in front of him. There was no fear in his eyes. In the next second, the figures of these fiendish demons also instantly burst out. They directly charged towards Li Zongjio. 2 of the figures charged towards Li Zongjio. The remaining figure also dashed towards Hong Long at lightning speed. Obviously, the lives of these people could not be spared. They must be killed. No chance would be left for these people. Li Zongjio was naturally fearless, the unparalleled sword in his hand. The power of ice and fire lingered. The other party's aura was more than several times stronger than the previous fiendish demon. Now, 2 of them were charging towards him at the same time. Even Li Zongjio felt a certain amount of pressure. The sword Qi slashed on the other party's body and suddenly burst out a powerful movement. Boom! There was such a strong movement. Flames shot in all directions. After a confrontation, the other party's body was not injured at all. He actually blocked all of Li Zongjio's attacks just now. At the same time, the 2 fiendish demons also instantly punched. They blasted on Li Zongjio's body. Bang! 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. The speed and attack of the other party were also extremely fast. Even Li Zongjio couldn't avoid it. Immediately, he landed on the ground. A wave of air was released from his body and spread around. Unparalleled strike. Li Zongjio lifted his sword and stood up. 2 sword Qi burst out from the unparalleled sword and swept out in an instant. Bang bang! The 2 swords hit an innate realm fiendish demon at the same time. The other party's figure was directly forced back. At the same time, a big hole was directly blasted in its chest. Obviously, it was severely injured by this sword. The remaining fiendish demon also directly punched out, but it was blocked by Li Zongjio's palm. And what shocked Li Zongjio was that the other party's wrist actually exploded in an instant. It seemed that there was an additional force that directly bit down on Li Zongjio's hand. This caused Li Zongjio himself to be surprised. After the shock, the other party's teeth had already clamped down on Li Zongjio's wrist with a bang. A sharp pain immediately came. "You're courting death." The chaotic force in Li Zongjio's body surged. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted from his body and directly blew up the demon's hand in front of him. Li Zongjio's arm was also bleeding. If it was a little later, his entire arm would have been bitten off. Chapter 1613. Li Zongjio sealed his acupoints with his elemental energy. At the same time, he reduced his blood flow to the lowest. He did not expect the demon's mouth to contain such powerful poison. Li Zongjio could feel the flow of his aura. It seemed to be gradually disappearing. Li Zongjio immediately activated the Heavenly Void Divine record to force the poison out of his body. Such a threat was quite strong for Li Zongjio, so difficult to deal with. The remaining fiendish demon was clearly beating Hong Long into retreat. Even Hong Long was sent flying by the impact. He rolled on the ground for more than 10 times before he came to a stop. Li Zongjio took the opportunity to appear behind the demon. With a slash of his sword, he opened up a wound on the demon's back. Immediately, the demon knelt down on the ground. The sword energy of the unparalleled sword was too powerful. After being tempered by the heart of the blue sea, it was also very powerful. Naturally, it was also very powerful. With such an imposing aura, it was easy for him to cut open the body of the fiendish demon. Obviously, the strength of this demon was not as strong as the other 2. Even Li Zongjio had to use a lot of energy. Now the 2 demons were only seriously injured. Phew, thank you, brotherly. Han Long thought he was going to die. But at this most critical moment, Li Zongjio finally made a move to save him. Only then did he manage to save his life. Han Long heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Li Zongjio. He did not expect that he could not help Li Zongjio at all. Instead, he seemed to be a burden to Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio waved his hand to show that he did not care, but he frowned. He looked in the direction of the two injured demons. He saw two fishing nets flying out of the forest. It was covered with talismans, and it immediately caught the two demons. "Oh no! Someone is here to steal our demons!" Han Long exclaimed when he saw this. Li Zongjio's eyes turned cold. How dare they steal from him, Li Zongjio? Speaking of which, Li Zongjio had never encountered such a thing before. Even in the Shungu continent, such a thing had never happened before. Who would have thought? In this great world, someone dared to rob Li Zongjio. How dare you steal from me? Li Zongjio immediately let out a cold snort. His figure flashed as he charged towards the other party. He slashed the fishing net. Suddenly, the talisman flashed with golden light and blocked Li Zongjio's sword aura. When Li Zongjio saw it, he was extremely shocked. It was obvious that the talisman on it had an indestructible power, but the power of the talisman itself was limited, although it blocked Li Zongjio's sword. But soon, one could see that the light on the talisman gradually dimmed. "Stay here!" There had never been a situation where someone tried to steal from Li Zongjio. Not in the past, not now, and definitely not in the future. Li Zongjio immediately swung his sword. Instantly, the terrifying sword chi overlapped like layers upon layers of waves. They continued to bombard the fishing net. Even if the fishing net was made of special materials, it could not withstand Li Zongjio's bombardment. Under the last sword, it was instantly shattered. The fiendish demon was also severely injured by the fishing net. Now, after being bombarded by Li Zongjio, it was paralyzed and unable to move. It had no strength to fight back. "Watch him," Li Zongjio said to Han Long. Since the other party wanted to capture this demon alive, this meant that this demon must be useful. The other demon was dragged away by the other party. Li Zongjio would definitely not let the matter rest. With a flash of his body, he chased after the other party. Li Zongjio wanted to see just who had the guts to snatch something from him. Li Zongjio. Therefore, Li Zongjio immediately chased after the other party. Boom! Li Zongjio's footwork was as fast as thunder. He had learned it in the Xingu continent. At this time, it could play a crucial role. When Li Zongjio chased after the other party realized that one of their fishing nets had been cut open. Two figures blocked Li Zongjio's way. "Who are you? How dare you stop the Heavenly Fiend Alliance?" Heavenly Fiend Alliance. It was the Heavenly Fiend Alliance again. The two figures stood in the middle of the road and glared at Li Zongjio. Below him was the fiendish demon that had been dragged away by the other party and was riddled with injuries. It was the fiendish demon whose arm was broken by Li Zongjio. Clearly, this fiendish demon had also suffered serious injuries from the other party's continuous attacks. This fishing net was a good magic weapon. As long as it covered people, the talismans on it could form a set of arrays. Then, under such circumstances, it would constantly release attacks. However, if the person did not have enough strength to break free from the fishing net, he could only be trapped in it and slowly lose all his energy. Li Zongjio glanced at the fishing net and was very interested in it. "So what if you are from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? You dare to snatch my things? Only death awaits you," Li Zongjio said calmly. His tone was full of killing intent. The injury on his arm had miraculously taken a turn for the better after being injured by the other party. Li Zongjio was very surprised that he could recover in such a short time. After all, an injury of this level was obviously not easy to recover from. Therefore, Li Zongjio did not expect his injury to recover so quickly. It seemed that the effect of the 100 Tribulations elixir was very strong. Now Li Zongjiu's body was like a treasure that could be excavated endlessly. Under such circumstances, he could recover his injuries to the extreme. If the injury was more serious, Li Zongjiu's body, after the recovery, his body would become more powerful. Li Zongjiu's arrogant tone surprised everyone. The two people in front of him were also shocked. Obviously, they looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. They did not expect this guy to be so bold. He actually dared to go against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Either he was a fool, or he had just arrived and did not know how powerful the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was. Young man, I advise you to be more respectful. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance is not something you can offend. There were two people. One of them was an old man in green, holding a fishing rod in his hand. The other person was an old lady carrying a fish basket. The two of them were obviously a married couple. To be able to stay together after such a long time, it showed that their relationship was very deep. Moreover, the tacit understanding between the two of them must be very high. At the same time, Li Zongjiu could tell that the cultivation of the two of them was not simple. Innate level 5. The other person was innate level 6. No. Return this demon to me. Otherwise, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is the one who provoked me. Li Zongjiu shook his head. He said calmly, based on the situation in front of him, it was not easy to let the matter rest. Moreover, there must be other experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance around. If the fight continued for too long, it would definitely attract other people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Li Zongjiu came here to kill fiendish demons, not to kill people. However, if these people insisted on stopping him, Li Zongjiu would have no choice but to take action. It was difficult to win against the strong. However, Li Zongjiu would also let them know how powerful Evil Lord was. Li Zongjiu used to be the best at surviving in desperate situations. If such a situation had to happen, Li Zongjiu would definitely be like a beast in the dark, devouring the Heavenly Fiend Alliance bit by bit. Seeing Li Zongjiu's sharp gaze, the two of them could not help but be stunned. Most importantly, they had never heard of anyone who could speak in such a savage tone. It was as if he did not take them seriously at all. He did not even take the Heavenly Fiend Alliance seriously. Who exactly is this guy? Why is he so domineering? The two of them were stunned. They did not expect this young man to have such courage. From the latter's gaze, they could also tell that Li Zongjiu was not joking. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Little brother, if you like this demon, I'll let you have it. We'll meet again in the pugilistic world. The two of them actually left the demon where it was. At the same time, they kept the talisman fishing net. Then, the two of them turned and left. They quickly disappeared before Li Zongjiu's eyes. They thought that they could not be kind anymore. However, Li Zongjiu did not expect that the other party could understand so quickly. Knowing that he was no match for Li Zongjiu, he gave up on the demon and left. This made Li Zongjiu heave a sigh of relief. However, he did not let down his guard. This time, the other party left because he was afraid of Li Zongjiu. However, if they met again, the other party would have a great advantage. When that time came, he might not let the matter rest so easily. Even now, they might have gone to look for helpers on the way. This was not a place to stay for long. Li Zongjiu grabbed the fiendish demon on the ground. He leaped back to where Hong Long was. Hong Long looked at the two demons alone. Although they were both seriously injured, they were still under a lot of pressure. If someone were to sneak up on them from behind, it would be terrible for Hong Long. If a demon directly smelled the scent and approached, it would be even worse. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu came back quickly. When they saw that Li Zongjiu actually brought back the demon that was caught by the Celestial Master Net, they were very surprised. You can still snatch it back. The latter was obviously very shocked. He did not expect Li Zongjiu to really snatch the demon back. He thought that Li Zongjiu was just angry and wanted to chase after the demon to vent his anger. However, it seemed that he really had the ability. We just met two people who wanted to capture these two demons alive. Why? Li Zongjiu asked. Hong Long was shocked at first. Then he thought for a moment. If they chose to capture them alive, they might want to use them as bait. They want to catch a big fish. Let's find that demon with the treasures in the underground palace. The underground palace treasure. Li Zongjiu also thought of it. Since these people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance did not care for such a small business, why would they mobilize so many people at this time? Obviously, there was something here that was worth their attention. Therefore they came. The legendary underground palace treasure. This was the real fatal attraction. Chapter 1614. Evidently, he was going to use this item to catch a big fish. Li Zongjiu understood. However, he wasn't going to do that. Since it was a big fish, with Li Zongjiu's current abilities, he might not be able to take it down. After all, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance members were still here. If he were to make a move now, he would definitely be targeted by them. Hence, what Li Zongjiu wanted to do now was to find out where the main force of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was. Once they caught the big fish, it would be very convenient for him to make a move. He would defeat them directly. Even if he were to make a move, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. The current Li Zongjiu was still the evil lord of the past. Hence, Li Zongjiu still had the ambition to search for treasures, the belief to take risks. If one wanted a stable and safe life, one wouldn't be able to increase their abilities greatly. Everyone had to break through and stand up. Even if one was mediocre, when one broke through one's own fire, one would know how powerful one's potential was. One could even create unlimited possibilities. Bang bang! Li Zongjiu killed the 3 demons on the ground. There was no point in keeping them. Instantly, the power of the 3 demons surged into the mission notice. Li Zongjiu kept the remaining soul beans. Hong Long was drooling at the side. These 10 soul beans are yours. Li Zongjiu tossed 10 soul beans to Hong Long. Even Hong Long himself was very surprised. He didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so generous. These were 10 soul beans. To some extremely poor people, this was equivalent to 10 days of lifespan. Who knew how many people were constantly on the move for these soul beans? Some even fought until their heads bled and they lost their lives in the end. The reason why Li Zongjiu gave it to Hong Long was because Hong Long was indeed a good tour guide. Besides, the following things might be very dangerous. The fisherman couple had seen him earlier and should already know that he had killed a member of the Sky Fiend Alliance and was listed as an enemy of the Sky Fiend Alliance. However, they did not attack him on the spot. This meant that they were wary of Li Zongjiu. However, when they returned this time, they would definitely report this matter to their leader. When they met again, the other party would definitely be prepared. They would find Li Zongjiu directly. Go. Li Zongjiu continued to lead Hong Long into the forest. Hong Long was also very excited. In just a short while, he had already killed 4 demons. One had to know that although some people had accepted this demon hunting mission, the strength of the demons was too great. In addition, there were so many of them that it was extremely difficult to kill them. Often, they would have to pay an extremely painful price. Many people lost more than they gained. However, Li Zongjiu could easily grasp it. Kill these demons and capture them. It was so easy to get what he wanted. Up until now, he had only seen Li Zongjiu with this kind of ability. It was indeed very amazing. He did not expect to be able to get a share of the pie. Hong Long himself did not expect this at all. Moreover, he was even more determined to follow Li Zongjiu. As long as there was meat to eat, it did not matter who he followed. At the very beginning, Hong Long and Li Zongjiu went to complete the rescue mission together. Hong Long could tell that Li Zongjiu's strength was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have turned around and run back. Even after he ran back, he was shocked to find that Li Zongjiu had actually directly subdued the other party's poison dragon with his powerful strength. Who else could achieve this level of strength? To this extent, it was really unprecedented and would not be replicated in the future. Anyway, Hong Long had never seen it before. It was gloomy all around. These demons only appear at night. However, they are at their strongest at night. Usually, if the Heavenly Fiend Alliance wants to take action, they will definitely do it before daybreak. At that time, the fiendish demon is at its weakest. However, this fiendish demon mission has only been out for a short period of time. It will not be easy to find the fiendish demon with the treasure in the underground palace. Hong Long analyzed. Although he was not powerful, his analysis of the situation was clear and logical. Li Zhongjiu could not help but take another look. Usually, how many days will this situation last? Li Zhongjiu was asking about the continuous appearance of these demons. How long would this situation last? This was also a very crucial point. Hence, Li Zhongjiu also needed to know the approximate time. Usually, it will be cleaned up within a week. It mainly depends on the number of demons. If there are a lot of them, it will naturally take longer. If the situation goes out of control, the city lord's mansion will even send troops. Hong Long said, "At most 3 days, these people will be able to find the demon who has the treasure in the underground palace." Li Zhongjiu's eyes were shining. He was already thinking in his heart. What exactly should he do? What method should he use to get the treasure in the underground palace? Li Zhongjiu knew how powerful this parallel world was. Now that he knew about the existence of the underground palace's treasure, he was also very tempted. He would definitely not let go of such a great opportunity. You are not thinking of taking action against the underground palace's treasure, are you? Hong Long suddenly looked at Li Zhongjiu in shock. It was as if he was in disbelief. No one had ever been so bold. He actually wanted to become enemies with the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. This was a very foolish action. Although the underground palace's treasure was very attractive and there would be countless people who wanted to fight for it, it was obvious that these people would only end up in one place, death. Don't worry, you don't have to do anything. Li Zhongjiu looked at the hesitant Hong Long and said directly. The latter also swallowed the words that he wanted to say to persuade Li Zhongjiu. Only Li Zhongjiu himself could decide what to do. Outsiders had no way of interfering. Moreover, if he angered Li Zhongjiu directly, he might not even be able to protect his own life. It was fine as long as he did not have to do anything. Although it was a very dangerous thing to follow behind and take advantage of the situation, Li Zhongjiu found a quiet place to adjust his breathing. Since there was still time, Li Zhongjiu was not in a hurry to waste his time and energy. He adjusted his body's condition first. The previous battle had consumed a lot of Li Zhongjiu's energy. Although his injuries had recovered, the way these people fought with their lives gave Li Zhongjiu a headache. These demons were indeed very difficult to deal with. They were very resilient. As long as there was a chance, they would kill you. Even if he would get hurt, he would risk his life to leave a wound on his opponent's body. This was the terrifying strength of these people. Therefore, the next time he fought with these fiendish demons, he would have to kill them from afar. If they got close to him, the threat would be infinitely greater. Late at night on the first day, there was no movement. Both of them deliberately restrained their aura. They lowered their aura to the lowest level. However, they could still hear the sounds of fighting outside. Li Zhongjiu estimated that these people would need at least 1 or 2 days to find the demon that hid the underground palace's treasure. Li Zhongjiu did not care what method they used. Hong Long also hid in the same place for the whole night. Although he heard the noise outside, he did not dare to come out and take advantage of the situation. If he rushed out, he would definitely be beaten up by the crowd. Therefore, Hong Long stayed in the cave obediently. With Li Zhongjiu here, he was at least relatively safe. The next morning, Li Zhongjiu and Hong Long were also searching the mountain. Along the way, they found many traces of fighting. There were even some people who were on the verge of death and were abandoned by the side of the road. When such a situation occurred, Li Zongjio also went forward and directly killed the people, taking their lives. Otherwise, if they were abandoned, it meant that these people had been abandoned. In the macro world, there was no such thing as companions. 1 second, they might be your companions, but the next second, they might become a top assassin. I'll directly harvest your head and take away everything you have. In the macro world, no one was trustworthy. There had been countless examples, and Li Zongjio was naturally aware of this. However, Honglong was relatively honest so far. He did not have any intention to deal with Li Zongjio. If there was, the poison dragon Aotian would have rushed out immediately and killed Honglong instantly. Li Zongjio knew that Honglong would not do that. He also knew that Honglong had other motives. That was why he appeared by Li Zongjio's side. He was at Li Zongjio's beck and call. The two of them also searched for a while. They followed the mountain forest and approached the place where the traces of fighting were getting stronger. Even Li Zongjio was in a forest. He actually saw a fish basket. When Li Zongjio saw it for the first time, he felt that it was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It's the woman from yesterday. When Li Zongjio saw the fish basket, his heart skipped a beat. In Li Zongjio's impression, these two people were relatively vigilant. Moreover, his strength was not weak, but in such a short period of time he had lost his life. Li Zongjio sighed when he saw this. In the macro world, when a person died, there would not even be a corpse left. The only thing left would be the clothes that belonged to you. Perhaps these things would also be taken away by others. In such a situation, the situation was very serious. It was no wonder that Honglong did not dare to leave Li Zongjio's side. It was really too dangerous, seeing such a situation happen. To them, this was a very dangerous situation. It seems that the battle last night was very intense. In that case, there will probably be a result tonight. Li Zongjio calculated in his heart. The other party's actions were much faster than expected. Obviously, they wanted to end the battle quickly. If they delayed, there would be changes. Perhaps there would be other forces. After hearing about the treasure in the underground palace, they would quickly come. After all, there would be some troublesome people who would come. Even the name Heavenly Fiend Alliance might not be useful. Suddenly, there was a wave of fighting in front. There are no demons now. There must be people fighting. Honglong said, "Let's go and take a look." Chapter 16:15. Immediately, Li Zongjio and Honglong arrived at the edge of the battlefield. However, he discovered that there were a total of 7 people surrounding and attacking a woman. They are from the Sky Fiend Alliance. The strength of these 7 people was quite strong. They attacked the woman in front of them. The woman's body movement was graceful. She was fighting 7 men alone. Naturally, it was dangerous and urgent. However, it was not easy for the 7 of them to take her down in a short time. This woman seems to be the Thousand Moon Sect leader. Thousand Moon Sect leader? Li Zongjio also felt a little strange about this form of address. Thousand Moon Sect leader, we are just following orders. If you want to force your way in, don't blame us. The other party seemed to be afraid of Qianyu. After fighting for a while, they realized that they could not take her down. Therefore, they used such threatening words to persuade her to leave. Otherwise, they would definitely kill Qianyu. Qian, you would be able to bear the consequences herself. However, the woman who was called the Thousand Moon Sect leader was not moved. The Sky Fiend Alliance is so arrogant. How dare you attack me? Qian, you snorted coldly. Her tone was extremely arrogant. There is a Thousand Moon Sect in the city. Although there are not many of them, they are all beauties and top experts. They keep in touch with many forces. Therefore, ordinary people do not dare to act rashly. Honglong said in a low voice. The Thousand Moon Sect leader seemed to have heard the movements of Li Zongjio and the others. She looked over and dashed towards Li Zongjio. Good move. The 7 of them chased after the Thousand Moon Sect leader. Otherwise, with the 1,000 Moon Sect leader's strength, he would be able to shake them off easily. If the 1,000 Moon Sect leader made a move at the critical moment, it would not be good. The 7 of them had failed in their duties. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu and Hong Long appeared. The 7 people from the Sky Fiend Alliance looked at Li Zongjiu and Hong Long cautiously. For the past 2 days, the entire mountain had been on high alert, so no one would be able to come this far. Even the outermost layer had been sealed. It was impossible for ordinary people to rush in. For these 2 to be able to appear here, they were either originally on this mountain and had been hiding here for a long time, or they were so powerful that those who sealed the mountain were not able to stop them. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance is handling matters. Why aren't you all moving aside? The leader of the 7 also shouted angrily. He was the first to speak, wanting to test the strength of Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu. In the great world, anything could happen in the pursuit of benefits. Thus, he had to clearly see the origins of these 2 people. If they ruined the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's plans, then the 7 of them would definitely be in trouble. When that time came, the Alliance Master would definitely not let them off. 2 heroes, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance is arrogant and despotic. Now, there are only 7 of them. If you can help me fend off 2 of them, I can naturally take care of the remaining 5 by myself. How about that? Qian Yu purposely forced Li Zongjiu and Li Zongjiu out. If they formed a tripartite situation, at least the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would not be able to deal with her wholeheartedly. To her, this was equivalent to finding an extremely good opportunity. As long as the opponent's formation was chaotic, then she would have a chance to break through the defense of these 7 people. By then, if they wanted to find her, they would have to sleep together at night. 100 soul beans per person. I'll help you kill as many as you give me. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance people looked fiercely at Li Zongjiu. However, they did not expect Li Zongjiu to say such arrogant words at this moment. He actually wanted to kill the Heavenly Fiend Alliance people. Furthermore, he had clearly stated the price. To Qian Yu, such bold words were extremely impressive. She did not know where this child got his courage from, but he actually dared to say such words. She admired him very much. As for whether he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to cheat the soul beings, that was another matter. After all, to be able to say such words, he himself was not simple. If an ordinary person mentioned the 3 words Heavenly Fiend Alliance, their teeth would be chattering. All right, help me kill the 3 strongest ones. Qian Yu pointed at the 3 people in front. The 3 of them were all innate level 6. The 3 of them joining forces obviously had a huge impact on Qian Yu. It was also because the 3 of them joined forces that Qian Yu was very wary of them. As for the remaining 4 people, their strength could only be considered average. It was naturally easy to deal with them. The 7 people from Heavenly Fiend Alliance were also burning with anger. They did not expect these 2 people to casually push them around as if they were discussing a pork business. Moreover, they were discussing such a deal in front of them. They really did not take them seriously. Pay up first. Li Zongjiu said. A ray of light flashed across Qian Yu's eyes. This request was not unexpected. However, he did not expect Li Zongjiu to actually dare to accept this job. This meant that Li Zongjiu was really capable. Since he dared to make such a request, he might even help Heavenly Fiend Alliance to kill him later. Hence, Qian Yu threw out a bag of soul beans. 100 soul beans. This is the deposit. Li Zongjiu weighed it in his hand. It was not a lot, not a little. You will be the first to die. Li Zongjiu pointed at the leader of the other party. Since there was already a beginning, and they would definitely have to fight with these people next, there was no need to be afraid of offending the people in front of him. He would just kill them all. It was also a good opportunity to destroy Heavenly Fiend Alliance's prestige. In the past, Li Zongjiu was not here, so you people could be as arrogant as you want. However, now that Li Zongjiu was here, he naturally would not allow you people to continue being arrogant. You are courting death. The leader of the 7 people from Heavenly Fiend Alliance roared angrily. He made a hand gesture and charged out with another innate level 5 expert. The remaining 5 people continued to stare at the person in front of them. They would definitely not let him leave. Qianyu was the most important target. As for this Li Zongjiu who suddenly appeared, he was just a clown. The weapon in his hand was a huge 2-handed sword, while the innate level 5 expert was holding a pair of bronze hammers. When the hammers collided, sound waves spread out. Once they were released, they would cause people to fall into a state of dizziness. Li Zongjiu was still holding a sword by himself. The sword was his. His cultivation was much weaker than Li Zongjiu's. In addition, Li Zongjiu had taken the 100 Calamity Elixir. Although his willpower had not broken through to innate level 8, he was not far from it. Moreover, his physical strength had also increased. His abilities were many times stronger than before. It would be a piece of cake to deal with the 2 of them. He unsheathed the unparalleled sword. In the next second, Li Zongjiu's body swayed. He charged towards the 2 people. Instead of retreating, he advanced. This made it clear to the people from Heavenly Fiend Alliance that this guy was serious. He was simply courting death. He roared angrily. Both of them released their energy towards Li Zongjiu at the same time. Suddenly, a strong wave of energy hit them. Hong Long naturally hid far away. When such experts fought, even if it was just a little bit of the aftershock, it was not something that ordinary people could withstand. They had to protect themselves. Qian Yu also stared at Li Zongjiu's movements closely. In an instant, Li Zongjiu also drew his sword. Suddenly, a cold light flashed past. It seemed like a white light had swept past. This beam of light was swift and fierce, and its aura was like a rainbow. In an instant, the 2 of them were enveloped by the sword energy. There was no need for any extra fancy moves. Boom! The remaining sword energy even gradually spread towards the horizon. In the process of flying, it also swept forward bit by bit. Like a wave, it was pushing forward layer by layer. He looked at the 2 people in front of him. He still maintained his original posture, but soon, blood burst out from his chest. Puff! Thick blood, like a fountain, instantly spread out from his body. At this moment, the 2 of them looked at each other. Obviously, they could see in each other's eyes. It was obvious. They were shocked. They did not see this sword move at all. How did it come out? Boom! Boom! Their bodies directly exploded on the spot. At the same time, they turned into 11 soul beings, which Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand to summon them. This is 2 of them, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. According to what Qianyu said, if the other 4 people attacked at the same time, then he would not be able to counterattack. Naturally, it would be a loss. How could Li Zongjiu do this kind of loss-making business? Everyone was extremely shocked. A ray of light flashed in Qianyu's eyes. Even she couldn't see that sword move clearly. It was too fast. The speed and power of the sword were too strong. When did such an expert appear? Qianyu was instantly shocked. No wonder he could directly say that he wanted to buy their lives in front of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. With such strength and confidence, there would naturally be no problem. Okay. Qianyu's eyes were instantly filled with joy. It was naturally a good thing to have an expert like Li Zongjiu to help her get out of this predicament. Maybe they could even cooperate. The remaining 5 people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance looked at Li Zongjiu with a tinge of fear and vigilance in their eyes, because Li Zongjiu was a person who would do what he said. Brother, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance will give you 1,000 soul beans as long as you kill this woman. The second in command of the other party seemed to have a quick reaction. He directly said to Li Zongjiu, "Okay, pay up first." Li Zongjiu nodded. Then he stretched out his hand. 1,000 soul beans. This was not a small sum. However, compared to the 100% chance of being killed by Li Zongjiu, it was still a very dangerous thing. He would rather bribe the other party directly under such circumstances. Spending some money did not matter. The most important thing was to be able to survive. That was the most important thing. He threw a black bag to Li Zongjio. 1,000 soul beans. Hong Long, who was at the side, saw Li Zongjio's actions and was simply stunned. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped. This was because Li Zongjio had directly earned 1,200 soul beans. He had easily become rich. He had completed such a difficult mission and was only rewarded with 500 soul beans. Not only did he have to have strength, but he also had to have enough courage. Qian Yu's eyes were calm. If Li Zongjio were to attack her, she would have to run away. Very well, I will give you a quick death. Li Zongjio pulled out his sword and looked at the Heavenly Fiend Alliance people. Chapter 16:16. Everyone from Heavenly Fiend Alliance was stunned. Why didn't they follow the script? Why did this guy draw his sword against them after taking the money? You didn't keep your word. Everyone from Heavenly Fiend Alliance looked at Li Zongjio. Moreover, the expression on his face was extremely resentful. They seemed to hate people like Li Zongjio who didn't care about morals. He took the money and didn't do anything. There's no other reason. I just don't like you guys. Li Zongjio released a strong sword aura with his sword. Ice and fire tornado swirled. The sword actually engulfed the remaining 5 people. This sword attack was extremely terrifying. It was extremely powerful. The 5 people from Heavenly Fiend Alliance were caught off guard. 3 of them were instantly crushed by the strong sword aura. Their bodies exploded in the air. They turned into soul beans and fell into Li Zongjio's hands. The remaining 2 wanted to escape in different directions. With Li Zongjio and Qian Yu's strength, it would be impossible for them to survive if the 2 of them joined forces. They had no other way to deal with them. The only way to survive was to escape. It was obvious. In front of Li Zongjio, it wasn't easy to escape. He quickly chased after them. With a single slash, this innate level 6 expert was heavily injured. In fact, if he fought with Li Zongjio head-on, he wouldn't have died so quickly. But the bad thing was, the strong abilities that Li Zongjio displayed just now completely shocked them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so scared. They turned around and ran. This was a very foolish behavior. In front of a beast that was stronger than you, if you directly turned around and left, then the outcome was very clear. You would be killed. Li Zongjio originally wanted to chase after the other person. Although the other party ran quickly, it wasn't difficult to catch up. But when he turned around, he felt a strong wave of energy. The remaining innate level 6 experts were all killed by Qian Yu. Qian Yu's weapon was a fan. Phoenix Bone Fan. The pulsating flame aura was also extremely dense and intense. That expert was killed in an instant. Indeed, it would be very difficult to escape from the joint forces of Li Zongjio and Qian Yu. Previously, these people had worked together to force Qian Yu into such a sorry state. If he didn't retaliate, then he wouldn't be the 1,000 Moon sect master. Qian Yu was a little worried just now. He was worried that Li Zongjio would really deal with him after receiving the money. Now he was actually relieved. When Li Zongjio killed these people, he was so decisive and straightforward. He already knew that Li Zongjio was definitely not with these people. There were very few people who could directly go against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Hong Long, on the other hand, was hiding in the distance as he watched this scene unfold before him. His heart was also extremely shocked. It was obvious that this group of 7 people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was also very strong. However, at this moment, they had all been dealt with. They were easily wiped out by Li Zongjio and the rest. The strong image of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the past was also gone. Before this, they still thought that these people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were extremely vicious. They killed people like flax and did not care about feelings. They killed people on sight. But now, after seeing Li Zongjio, against these people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he didn't show any mercy. One sword, one sword, one sword, one sword. This was a truly ferocious person. No matter who saw it, they would feel a sense of fear. Only when such a scene appeared would it be shocking. Evil people would be tortured by evil people. So these people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance couldn't do anything when they met Li Zongjiu. Too strong. If these two people joined forces, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would probably tremble. A thought flashed across Hong Long's mind. Qian Yu and Li Zongjiu were so powerful that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance naturally couldn't resist. So if the two of them joined forces, they might really be able to challenge the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. He just didn't know if the two of them could sit down and talk about cooperation calmly. After all, no matter how he looked at it, these two people were extremely proud and arrogant. They wouldn't accept others so easily. Your Excellency, you are very skilled. Qian, you would like to thank you. Here are 700 soul beans. Please accept them. Qian, you maintained a sense of vigilance. At least from the looks of it, this. Li Zongjiu's strength was also above hers. Even without her help, Li Zongjiu could easily wipe out this group of people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. But Qian Yu couldn't. If she was really forced to use any means, she might be able to do it, but it definitely wouldn't be easy. So in comparison, Li Zongjiu's strength was obviously stronger. Facing such a powerful person who killed without batting an eyelid and didn't hesitate at all, Qian Yu had to be vigilant. They had to be even more vigilant. Otherwise, they might be killed by Li Zongjiu. If that happened, she would be really unlucky. The soul beans were even better than what she had said before. Qian Yu had specially given more to prevent Li Zongjiu from finding an excuse to cause trouble. Since she was willing to give more, Li Zongjiu didn't have to reject her. He directly reached out and took the soul beans. Just from this battle alone, Li Zongjiu had earned more than 2,000 soul beans. That was why it was so easy to earn money with great power. After receiving the soul beans, Li Zongjiu called Hong Long and turned to leave. He didn't say anything more to Qian Yu. This made Qian Yu very surprised. Such a straightforward person was truly difficult to deal with. However, Qian Yu didn't continue to stay at the same spot. Her figure instantly flew into the distance. This time, she had personally come to scout. She didn't expect to meet such a strong resistance. Obviously, this mission was extremely important to the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. This was an important matter. There must be a treasure. Since Qian Yu knew about this, she definitely couldn't let the Heavenly Fiend Alliance take it away so easily. Otherwise, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would become even more powerful. In the future, her small factions wouldn't have any chance of survival. So she had to stop the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Not only that, but there was also a mysterious young expert. Qian Yu didn't know Li Zongjiu's name, but from his strength, he was extremely powerful. Fortunately, such a mysterious expert was an enemy of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. If he was a friend of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, it would be an even more difficult day for Qian Yu. However, Li Zongjiu's appearance had obviously increased the difficulty of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Perhaps in the end, they would be able to cooperate with Li Zongjiu. Chapter 16-17. In the depths of the forest. This was a piece of flat land that had been cultivated. There were many figures lying in ambush around, and there was a deep pit in the ground. There were more than 10 severely injured demons piled up in the pit. The blood of the demons flowed out continuously. Once it was daytime, these demons would hide and be hard to find. Some of them, it would directly transform into a stone statue to hide its body. However, demons that were captured by humans would not be included in this list. Hence, these demons were all severely injured and caught. Even the blood of the fiendish demons was constantly gathering. The blood gathered into a river. The sky was turning dark. A few men in black walked out from the forest. One of them had a compass in his hand. At this moment, the compass also seemed to be rotating slightly, almost to the point of stopping. There were close to 20 experts lying in ambush in the surroundings. They were all upper sky experts. Has the area been cleaned up? The man with the compass asked the two people beside him. This man's identity was not simple. The third head of Heavenly Fiend Alliance, Qin Tianwei. His eyes were imposing. This mission was extremely crucial. If they could snatch the underground palace treasure from the demons, it would be equivalent to raising the strength of Heavenly Fiend Alliance by a level. Then there would be no other forces in the city that could go against Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Even the other two would not be able to. Heavenly Fiend Alliance was even confident that they could devour the other two forces. But the prerequisite was that they had to get the treasure. Everything has been cleaned up, but there is no reply from Wu Fu and the rest in charge of the north side of the mountain. I have already sent people to check on the situation. North side? Bring more people. No, Qinghu, you go there personally. No matter who it is, once you find them, kill them. The third head of Heavenly Fiend Alliance said in a deep voice. Qinghu, who was standing on the left side of the third head, accepted the order immediately. He waved his hand and picked 6 people. Qinghu was considered the third head's right-hand man. He was strong and loyal. It was said that the third head had saved his life a long time ago. Hence, Qinghu followed the third head. He was loyal and became the third head's sharp knife. There are less than 4 hours until nightfall. Tell everyone to stay alert. If we succeed this time, everyone will be rewarded. The third head said. This enticement was quite effective. It directly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Qinghu and his subordinates were called the Qinghu Squad. This team was also considered to be the team with the highest appearance rate in the Crimson Soul City. Basically, all the troublesome matters were resolved by the Green Tiger team. When an unexpected situation occurred, the third head sent the Green Tiger Squad to resolve it. Soon, someone from the Cyan Tiger Group discovered the clothes that were left behind by Qian Yu and the others after they were killed. Because there were no corpses, therefore he could only rely on the remnant aura and the items and clothes that he had. It's the remnant aura of Wu Fu and the others. They must have run into some experts. A capable subordinate of Qinghu said. As one of Qinghu's subordinates, he had always followed Qinghu's style. They killed decisively and were cruel by nature. Furthermore, his perception was extremely sharp. Apart from Wu Fu and the others, there are 2 other people who are fighting. There's a fragrance, and one of them is a woman. It wasn't strange for a woman to appear. However, since she dared to go against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, this woman was definitely not simple. Even in the entire Crimson Soul City, there weren't many of them. Sect Master Qian Yu, Qinghu said calmly. He was indeed very sensitive to the surrounding sense. With a casual sniff, he already knew the identity of the other party. He was very close to it. In this aspect, he couldn't be wrong. Search for them, Qinghu ordered. The 6 subordinates quickly spread out and carried out the search. They searched for Li Zongjiu and Qian Yu. The forest seemed very big, but in reality, it wasn't too difficult. After all, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had already sealed off most of the areas. If outsiders wanted to get close to the central area, they would definitely be discovered by the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. If there was no news of the dead or slaughtered people, they would have entered from this direction. Qinghu opened his arms. It was as if he was embracing the air. Under the surrounding aura, he gradually felt a strong sword aura condensing. After a while, Qinghu opened his eyes. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Obviously, he had felt a strong aura coming towards him. What a strong sword aura! Qinghu's eyes lit up with a trace of battle intent. Qinghu could feel the strong sword aura from the other party's sword aura. It made Qinghu understand. This was an expert. It's been a long time since I met such an opponent. Qinghu's eyes were filled with battle intent. According to his intuition and judgment, the other party was so powerful. He would definitely go straight in and find the place where they had set up the trap. Then, at the crucial moment, he would directly attack and disrupt the battle. Therefore, he had to take down this person with strong sword aura before that happened. After finding a direction, he directly leaped into the air and flew forward. Boom! Li Zongjio and Hong Long were walking in the forest. He could vaguely feel that there was something wrong in the south. It was as if an extremely strong blood aura was brewing. Li Zongjio guessed that this should be a place set up by these people. Yesterday, they had met these people who wanted to capture the demon that Li Zongjio had injured. Thinking about it, this was probably the reason. Let's go! Just as Li Zongjio was leading Hong Long forward. In the sky, there seemed to be many figures flying in and out at high speed. Those who could act so arrogantly must be from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Is it really okay for us to barge in like this? Isn't it bad? Hong Long's heart was still filled with fear. Although he had gained a lot of benefits, at least Li Zongjio had taken good care of him. However, Hong Long was already feeling a little guilty. The deeper they went, the more experts there would be, and the stronger they would be. The risk of fighting would be greater, unless Li Zongjio was invincible with his sword. In that case, there was still some possibility. Don't worry, I will guarantee your safety, Li Zongjio said calmly. It was obvious that this kind of guarantee was so weak that no one would believe it even if they stopped. However, Li Zongjio had this kind of charm that made Hong Long choose to believe him. He could not help but choose to believe Li Zongjio. Since he had already said so, there was nothing to worry about. He just had to do it. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to be safe. Li Zongjio and Hong Long stopped in their tracks. The voice coming from the front made Li Zongjio frown. Chapter 1618. Li Zongjio gestured with his hand. Hong Long knew that he had to hide again. The person in front of him released a surge of energy, shattering the trees in front of him. He cleared a path in the forest. He held a pair of swords in his hands. On the two swords there were even some serrated edges. It's Qing Hu, the right-hand man of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance's third leader. He's ruthless, determined, and powerful. He's the one who can't deal with the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Hong Long hurriedly shouted. After all, Li Zongjio wasn't very clear about the identities of these people, and this was the only thing Hong Long could do now. If he couldn't be of use, in that case, Li Zongjio might really abandon her. It's you who killed Wu Fu and the others. Where's Qian Yu? Qing Hu was powerful, but at least he knew now. If he joined forces with Qian Yu, if he wanted to take them down alone, it would definitely be an extremely difficult task. She's not here. Don't worry, Li Zongjio said calmly. He seemed to be saying that they didn't need to join forces to deal with him. Qing Hu snorted coldly. He understood the meaning behind Li Zongjio's words. Let's fight. I want to see your sword energy. Li Zongjio drew his sword as soon as Qing Hu finished speaking. Since they were enemies, there was no need to talk. A cold light flashed in the forest. Then, Li Zongjio's figure quickly rushed forward. The sword energy in his hand exploded. The rocks and trees along the way were covered with a thick layer of frost energy. They were completely frozen. Before the sword chi reached him, he already felt a chill in his heart. 2 tigers descend the mountain. Qing Hu held 2 swords. He stabbed them into the ground. Boom! Like 2 ferocious tigers, they charged towards Li Zongjio. The moment these 2 ferocious tigers landed on the ground, they caused an extremely strong tremor in the mountain forest. It seemed to want to shatter Li Zongjio's sword chi. Swoosh! Ice and fire curled up. Li Zongjio brandished his 2 swords. His reaction was incomparably fast, and he directly flew out from between the 2 ferocious tigers. When he got close to the other party, the matchless sword suddenly slashed down. The green tiger dual swords parried. Although Li Zongjio was only wielding the sword with one hand, Qing Hu was unable to withstand the force of the attack. Qing Hu's knee hit the ground with a loud bang, and he was forced to kneel down. Immediately, Qing Hu rolled to the side. Li Zongjio's sword power was neutralized. He also got up very quickly and attacked Li Zongjiu. As he flipped his body, Li Zongjiu also stabbed forward with his matchless sword. At least Qinghu could block his sword. Buddha's palm! Just when Qinghu thought that Li Zongjiu was only good at swordsmanship, Li Zongjiu suddenly took a step forward. At the same time, his palm hit Qinghu's chest. Bang! Qinghu's body instantly flew hundreds of meters away and rolled down a small hill. The palm hit the third time. Qinghu's body just bounced up. Li Zongjiu's sword qi had already attacked. Boom! The sword fell to the ground. It cut 100-meter deep gully on the ground. Qinghu was also shocked. His eyes flashed with cold light. Li Zongjiu's sword qi attacked. Since Qinghu wanted to see Li Zongjiu's sword qi, Li Zongjiu certainly had to fulfill his wish. Clang! 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 The two weapons collided. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu gently flicked his matchless sword. It actually cut off Qinghu's double swords. Heavenly Tyrant Tiger Striped Palm. Qinghu threw away the double swords in his hands. Then he raised his palms and hit Li Zongjiu. Bang! Li Zongjiu was also hit hard by the palm. Immediately his body swept backward. Qinghu's strength was not weak. At most, he was only slightly weaker than Li Zongjiu. Now that he felt the attack, it was obvious that Qinghu in front of him did not hold back. He blocked it. Qinghu had been preparing this move for a long time. He even directly threw away his weapon to fight for a chance to attack. But he did not expect that. Li Zongjiu could still stand there unscathed after being hit by his palm. And Li Zongjiu also felt that his own strength had completely dissolved the power of the palm. Even Li Zongjiu himself was very surprised. Li Zongjiu was also very shocked. Looks like it's the effect of the 100 Calamity Elixir. The main effect of the 100 Calamity Elixir was not to directly increase Li Zongjiu's strength, but to completely open up Li Zongjiu's body. It was as if Li Zongjiu's body was just a small pond, but now it was directly turned into a pond. So Li Zongjiu's body was able to directly absorb the palm power of his opponent. At this point, Li Zongjiu also mobilized his own strength. I can still absorb it, turn it into my own strength. After the Heaven Virtual God form record was activated, Li Zongjiu also clearly felt the strength in his body, like a surging wave, rushing quickly. This was after absorbing the opponent's strength. Very quickly, it directly turned into his own strength. But obviously, this was a very risky way to cultivate. Li Zongjiu steadied himself. Why don't you try punching me again? Li Zongjiu said to Qinghu. Then, Qinghu was also stunned. What did this kid mean? Was he looking down on him? In Qinghu's eyes, there was an extremely strong, murderous aura. Li Zongjiu actually dared to humiliate him like this. Die. Qinghu naturally could not tolerate it. Even if he lost his two swords, his hands were still very powerful weapons, and he was sure that he could definitely cut Li Zongjiu open and kill Li Zongjiu completely. Tiger King descends. Tyrannical slaughter. At this moment, Qinghu's own aura also condensed at this moment. The clouds moved in all directions. In the distance, Qinghu's team also felt the vibration. It's Master Qinghu. These people also quickly attacked from all directions. Hong Long felt the surge of this power and was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. After all, the opponent's strength was also very terrifying. Everyone could also feel the strong aura. After feeling the Tiger King descends, they felt the aura of disdain in all directions. They could not resist. Li Zongjiu also vaguely felt that this gust of wind was a little strong. He already saw Qinghu's figure attacking. Immediately, Li Zongjiu also felt the opponent's strength, but he had no intention of dodging at all. Not dodging? Then I'll kill you. Qinghu shouted angrily. His fist suddenly exerted strength. The strength in his body exploded like a flash flood. It directly hit Li Zongjiu's body. Boom! Li Zongjiu did not dodge. He actually used his body to take the opponent's punch. Qinghu only felt that his punch seemed to hit a star. With the strength of an ordinary person, how could he shake a star? His own strength did not bring any threat or harm to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's body also completely suppressed this force. He activated the Heaven Void God record. He quickly absorbed his own strength into his body. How is this possible? Qinghu was shocked. He saw that Li Zongjiu was not hurt at all. There was not even a trace of pain on his face. Qinghu could not believe it. With his strength of innate level 7, he directly hit Li Zongjiu with a punch, but the latter was not hurt at all. This also made Qinghu unable to believe it. Actually, your strength is not bad. It's a pity that you met me, Li Zongjiu said calmly. In the next second, Li Zongjiu's punch blew up the opponent's body. Chapter 1619. Just a moment ago, Qinghu was like the Tiger King descending to the world. But now he was killed by Li Zongjiu. Hong Long could see everything clearly from afar. Li Zongjiu was too strong. Hong Long could no longer tell what level Li Zongjiu's strength was at. After Li Zongjiu killed Qinghu, two figures quickly flew over from the horizon. He killed Lord Qinghu. Release the signal, one of them said quickly. Even Qinghu was killed. What was there to wait for? They had to report the situation as soon as possible. Release the signal. They had encountered a strong enemy. The other person also reacted and immediately held the signal flare in his hand, just as he was about to release it. However, he felt a cool breeze blowing over. His body froze on the spot, unable to move. A wave of freezing power came from the inside. His entire body turned into an ice sculpture on the spot. Seeing this, the other person turned around and tried to escape without hesitation. But the moment he tried to escape, Li Zongjiu blocked his way. Trying to run? With a wave of his sword, the person in front of him was instantly turned into an ice sculpture, frozen on the spot. He stood still. After blinking his eyes twice, he lost all signs of life. With a boom, he turned into a soul beam. Li Zongjiu directly put it into his pocket. After killing 2 people, for more came. Obviously, these 4 people were also Qinghu's subordinates. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come so quickly after seeing the situation here. The rest of the people would basically observe the situation first when they saw the situation here and wouldn't rush in rashly. Li Zongjiu started to fight with the 4 people. He continued to kill the 4 of them. Hong Long watched from the side as Li Zongjiu killed everyone. His eyes flashed with disbelief. After all, Li Zongjiu's strength and methods were too admirable. Even the leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was not as ruthless as Li Zongjiu when he was young. As long as he was ruthless enough, it would be fine. Hong Long also rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he and Li Zongjiu were partners. At least for now, it seemed that Li Zongjiu was quite reasonable. Otherwise, Qian Yu wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. Li Zongjiu would never let her leave. But when facing the enemy, Li Zongjiu's methods were indeed terrifying. There was no mercy. The Green Tiger Group was annihilated. In the Scarlet Soul City, this group of existences that caused people to tremble in fear were actually all annihilated in Li Zongjiu's hands in less than an hour's time. There was no mercy. In fact, no one was able to escape from it. They were all killed. It was truly too exciting and exciting. Hong Long was a witness. In fact, until now, Hong Long was already in a state of numbness. There was nothing to be surprised about. Li Zongjiu was so strong. It was normal for him to kill a few people. Moreover, they were all enemies. To Hong Long, this was nothing out of the ordinary. In the valley, the mysterious blood pool altar had already been completed. The blood of these fiendish demons was continuously flowing out and gathering in the surroundings. They were using this sort of power to prove how powerful they were. The blood of the demons gathered. The blood array set up by the third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was also completed, causing the demons to bleed nonstop. At the same time, it was also maintaining their lives. They could neither live nor die. When such an extremely evil formation was displayed, it was even more shocking. Why is Qinghu not back yet? The third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance looked very serious. It was going to be dark soon. Perhaps that fiendish demon would also appear. At such a critical juncture, it had yet to return to the group. Based on the third head's understanding of Qinghu, he knew that the latter would not do such a thing at such a critical time. Something must have happened to Qinghu. Someone had killed Qinghu. It meant that the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had met a strong enemy. Otherwise, ordinary people would not have the guts to do so. Facing the enemies of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, they would not be soft-hearted. Where is the second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance? The third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance asked. The first head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was in seclusion. Ordinary people were not allowed to disturb him. The third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was in charge of today's matter. Now that he realized that he did not have enough manpower, he immediately sent a message to the second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance and asked him to bring people to help. The second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance set off an hour ago. I think he will be here soon. Narrow the perimeter. Make sure that all our forces are concentrated. Don't let the enemy create any openings. The second head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance said in a deep voice. This was a very serious matter. An ant's hole could destroy a 1,000-mile dike. If the enemy succeeded in a sneak attack, it was obvious that this mission would be ruined. Even this mission would be ruined by the enemy. Yes. Third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. The number of experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance in the vicinity had increased to about 60 people. They eliminated some who were on the way, some who were in disguise, and some who were sacrificed in the battle. This time, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had sent at least 100 people. At least 30% of them were experts in the Khanate realm. The remaining experts in the postnatal realm were not weak. They had sent so many experts over. If something went wrong, it would cause all their efforts to be in vain. The third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance would definitely go crazy. By then, many people would be in trouble. However, the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was indeed very powerful. They had easily mobilized more than 100 people. If it were other forces, it would be considered very good if they could gather 6 or 7 people. Night was approaching. The third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was very nervous. This was because this treasure in the underground palace was too important. He wanted to get this treasure in the underground palace very much. This was why the third head of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance was so nervous and eager. He had to complete this mission no matter what. Li Zhongjie brought Hong Long to the vicinity of the canyon. He could even see that there were people patrolling around. Li Zhongjie knew that this area must be the core area of the enemy. The qi and blood in front of him were extremely strong. It was obvious that this was the place where the enemy had set up the array. However, Li Zhongjie did not continue to move forward. Let's rest here. If we rush forward now, we will alert the enemy. Li Zhongjie looked at the surrounding terrain. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. If they rushed in recklessly, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked by the enemy. Li Zhongjie's main mission here was not to kill, but to get the treasure in the underground palace. Li Zhongjie was very interested in such a powerful treasure. If this was the Xingu continent, with so many experts in the Khanate realm, it would be an earth-shattering battle for the treasure. Chapter 1620. However, it was obvious that in this great world, this was just an extremely simple battle. Experts from all walks of life had gathered. However, in reality, they were just being used as pawns. It was more or less the same. After all, they were at a different level from before. Even if Li Zhongjie was here, he would at most be a slightly stronger person. It was still too early for him to crush all the heroes. At least he had to enter the heaven realm to be considered as having a foothold in the great world. Li Zongjio was very clear about this. He had to do everything himself. Even with his current strength, he could not be too arrogant. At least, when facing the main experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance who were about to arrive, Li Zongjio could not kill them directly. If that was the case, he might be besieged and killed by the many experts. Even if he wanted to escape, it would not be an easy task. Usually, when Li Zongjio was confident, he would directly kill the other party. However, if he was not confident, he would not dare to do such an arrogant thing. It was better for him to keep a low profile. This was the best choice. Hong Long also noticed Li Zongjio's point. When it was time to be high profile, he would be high profile. Because those people were no match for him, it was fine to kill them. However, when it was time to keep a low profile and admit defeat, he would not feel embarrassed at all. He would admit defeat directly and keep a low profile. It was as if he was hiding here and waiting for an opportunity. In the process of waiting, the two of them held their breaths and did not say a word. This was the only way to ensure that their auras would not be discovered by others. Now, the experts from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance were all patrolling the surroundings. Once they discovered any movement, they would definitely appear and attack. They would definitely not leave any hidden dangers. Moreover, the news of Qinghu's death should have already spread. Once it was confirmed, they would definitely double their vigilance. Nightfall. Li Zongjio and Hong Long waited. There seemed to be some extremely wretched cries of demons in the surroundings as well. Soon after, there were traces of a group of demons near the blood pool. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance was also in position. They wanted the items in the hands of these demons, but these demons also wanted their heads. What would it do to itself after swallowing these people alive? His cultivation would also be greatly improved. That was exactly the case. That was why these demons were so unscrupulous in attacking human experts. Both sides were taking what they needed. The strength of demons who ate humans would greatly increase. It seemed to be a reward given to them by the heavens. It was also a characteristic given to them that allowed them to possess such powerful strength. Be careful. Waves of battle could be felt from afar. Li Zongjio's eyes also flashed with surprise. This battle seemed to be particularly intense. The pool of blood that the other party had created had obviously attracted a large number of fiendish demons with the intention of killing everyone here. Boom! The fiendish demons caused a huge commotion. There were even 2 or 3 of them. How dare they? They charged towards Li Zongjio and Hong Long naturally. This was also an act of suicide. Hence, Li Zongjio also directly killed these demons. The battle in the canyon was especially intense. It seemed to be a battle between humans and demons. The experts of the Sky Fiend Alliance were also experts in long-range attacks. The barrage of attacks came one after another. The demons only knew how to fight in close range. There were hundreds of experts in the Sky Fiend Alliance. As for the demons, there were already more than 30 of them gathered. At the same time, the third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance had already discovered that there seemed to be a person who seemed to be shorter in the middle of this group of demons. Moreover, he was like the brains of this group of fiendish demons, constantly giving orders to these fiendish demons. Although he could not see clearly, he could vaguely see that this guy seemed to have a bronze ring in his hand. The bronze ring was faintly glowing. This made the latter's intelligence seem to have increased at this moment. Hence, he was able to command these demons in front of him. That rat-headed demon. We must not let him escape. Mark him. The third head also shouted directly. Immediately, there were experts behind him who continuously shot out sharp arrows. These arrows flew towards him. Tracking arrows. Once one was shot, the unique aura would remain in one's body, and it would be difficult to remove it in a short period of time. Hence, this thing was also very useful. Most of the tracking arrows were blocked by the demons beside him. However, in the chaos, there was still someone who shot the arrow in his hand at the ladder. Instantly, the arrow was shot at his body. It was also quite accurate. The rat-headed demon screamed and pulled out the arrow from his body. However, in reality, the tracking effect had already been left in the rat-headed demon's body. After feeling the pain, the rat-headed demon also knew that the group of demons under him would not be able to defeat the experts in front of him. Immediately, he ordered a few of the stronger demons around him to protect him and leave. However, the remaining demons charged towards the Sky Fiend Alliance experts without any regard for their lives. A great battle was about to break out. The battle was extremely fierce. The sounds of battle coming one after another also had a rather intense effect on the area. Rumble. The third head saw the rat-headed demon and actually fled. He immediately counted 10 people and chased after him. These 10 people were all innate level 7 experts. In addition, the third head himself was a level 8 innate. With such a lineup, they were able to move freely among any group of fiendish demons and kill them effortlessly. After the third head chased after them with his men, Li Zongjio, who was hiding in the first place, also moved. When the battle broke out, he had groped his way to this place. He had to chase after them. If he missed them, it would be difficult to find them again. If these people obtained the treasures, they would definitely find the right direction and leave immediately. Hence, this was the only time he could seize the opportunity. Hong Long also tried his best to catch up. However, Li Zongjio and the rest were too fast, and it was very difficult for Hong Long to keep up. They entered an extremely dark forest in front of them. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance's heart sank slightly. The changes in the surroundings seemed to be a little strange. He kept feeling that something was wrong. However, when the third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance reacted, it was already a little too late. It turned out that the demons had set up an ambush here. More than 20 fiendish demons had actually surrounded the third leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, and the others from all directions. These demons still have brains. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance exclaimed in disbelief. Although this method was very crude, it was still very effective. It directly caused these people to fall into a predicament. However, humans were humans after all. In terms of intelligence, these demons could not be compared to humans. Moreover, the strength of this wave of demons was also unable to withstand the combined forces of so many innate level 7 experts. Both sides paid a price. The Sky Fiend Alliance had lost 5 people directly. In addition, one person was seriously injured and had lost the ability to fight. If he was not treated in time, he would lose his life very quickly. On the other hand, there were only 3 demons left on the side of the demons. The rat-headed demon was one of them. As for the remaining 2 demons, they were both innate level 7 experts. These 2 fiendish demons were capable of taking away at least 1 life. Spare no effort, kill. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance roared in a low voice. They had already lost so many experts. All the more they could not let the latter escape. This rat-headed demon seemed to want to escape again. Both sides were in a stalemate for a moment before they attacked again. Both sides collided with each other. It was earth-shattering. Finally, the 2 demons joined forces and seriously injured one of the innate level 7 experts. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance also used all his strength and tore these 2 demons into pieces. Die. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance thrust the long spear in his hand towards the rat-headed demon. The rat-headed demon seemed to be at a loss of what to do. It stood rooted to the ground, waiting for death to come. At this moment, there seemed to be countless hidden weapons flying horizontally like a curtain of rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, they rushed out. The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance could not help but retreat. There were only 3 experts left behind, and they hurriedly came forward to block. They blocked the rain of hidden weapons. Who are you? How dare you steal from the Sky Fiend Alliance? Do you want to die? The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance shouted angrily. Li Zongjiu and Hong Long also looked into the distance. There seemed to be people waiting in the forest. Yes, a total of 6 people appeared. The leader was the leader of the Thousand Moon sect, who had done business with Li Zongjiu previously. The people behind the leader of the Thousand Moon sect were all experts in hidden weapons. The round of hidden weapons just now had already made them badly battered. Although they had blocked many of the hidden weapons, many of them had hit their bodies. If not for the armor they were wearing, their bodies would have been pierced through. "It's you!" The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance was stunned when he saw the person who had appeared. Then his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Qian Yu, how dare you go against the Sky Fiend Alliance? Get out of my way, quickly. Otherwise, I won't even give face to Commander Wan Fei." The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance said coldly. At this moment, Qian Yu's subordinates had already caught the rat-headed demon with the net that was covered with talismans. "Third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance, you're wrong. We accepted the city Lord's mission to kill demons. Along the way, we encountered a demon that attacked us. We just caught it. How could we block the path of the Sky Fiend Alliance?" Qian Yu had the support of many experts behind him. He saw that the Sky Fiend Alliance in front of him had also suffered heavy losses. Hence, he said nonchalantly, it was a good opportunity to bicker with them. However, Qian Yu also knew that he could not delay any longer. Things would change if he delayed. He had to end the battle quickly. Hence, he had to leave before these people called for help. "Stop pretending. Since you're not willing to hand over the item, then we're going against the Sky Fiend Alliance. That would be making an enemy out of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. So what if they have more people?" The third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance bellowed. After all, he was a level 8 innate expert. Just by relying on his own strength, he was already able to crush the other party's aura. There was nothing to be afraid of about this. Behind them, with so many experts working together, could they not stop these women? In front of such a precious treasure, the third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance did not care about Qian Yu's identity anymore. Kill him first. Attack! Qian Yu saw through their intentions and immediately shouted in a low voice. The 6 people behind him seemed to have set up a powerful array. In the array, the 6 of them turned into Sky Fiends. They set up an inescapable net. They wanted to stop the people in front of them, but unfortunately, the third head of the Sky Fiend Alliance threw out a talisman. Li Zongjiu saw the talisman from afar, and his expression changed. He pulled Hong Long, who did not know what was going on, and instantly retreated. Boom! With a loud sound, the earth shook. Chapter 16:21. Li Zongjiu had already predicted the power of the talisman's explosion. Therefore, when this figure flew out, it could be said that it had avoided the power of the explosion without any danger. The entire mountain had been razed to the ground. Even the third master felt like he had overexerted himself. On Qian Yu's side, aside from Qian Yu and a woman, the rest of the people had been blasted into soul beans by the explosion just now. Qian Yu had used an extremely precious protective item to avoid the same fate. However, he was only able to protect one of them. That move just now was equivalent to the attack of a Sky Realm expert. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with shock. After all, that move was too powerful. If he hadn't dodged in time, what would have happened? He would have been swept up in the explosion. It could even be seen that some of the people lying in ambush were also easily killed by the explosion just now. I almost died. That should be the Thunder Fate talisman. I heard that one costs tens of thousands of soul beans. These people are really willing to part with it. Tens of thousands of soul beans. Li Zongjiu wanted to get 2 of them to protect himself. However, when he heard how expensive it was, he decided against it. Wouldn't it be better to use these tens of thousands of soul beans to increase his strength? Stay here and don't move. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. It seemed like this was the best time to make a move. Therefore, Li Zongjio didn't have any intention of waiting. His body moved horizontally. Although there were people from both sides who had survived the explosion, they were all in a daze. However, they were also in a dizzy state and temporarily unable to use their strength. Therefore, Li Zongjio quickly made his move. However, Li Zongjio didn't attack the rat-headed demon. Instead, he killed the injured experts from the vile Heavenly Fiend Alliance first. This was the right choice. Qian, you thought that the two of them were dead for sure. The opponent had spent a lot of money to buy a Thunder Fate talisman. It was beyond what Qian Yu could bear. Furthermore, he had killed all of his capable assistants. Then the next step would be to kill him first. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't move at all. There weren't many people who dared to go against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. Hence, it was difficult to find anyone who could make a move in the vicinity. But just when Qian Yu was feeling extremely nervous, she suddenly saw a figure descending from the sky. The attack came from the dark, holding a long sword. Dressed in a black robe, he looked like an emissary from hell. What? When the third head heard the commotion behind him, he immediately turned around and saw a cold glint suddenly flash before his eyes. Whoosh! He didn't even see the other party's figure clearly. The third master felt a chill on his neck. Then blood spurted out. To think that this sword could be so fast. Even after severing his own neck, he was still alive. Before the third master died, Li Zongjio took the storage ring from his hand and broke his finger in an instant. You. Who are you? The third master's eyes were filled with hatred, regret, unwillingness, and shock. Finally, with a bang, his entire body exploded into a soul beam. Behind the third master, the injured experts were all dealt with by Li Zongjio. Poor third master and the others. If they hadn't been exhausted by these demons, they wouldn't have been able to survive. Facing Qian Yu and the others, they wouldn't have had to resort to such a trick. But these people were too confident in themselves. They definitely thought that they had enough strength left to protect themselves. They didn't expect that there would be someone like Li Zongjio who wasn't afraid of death. Qian Yu also saw Li Zongjio appear. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Then, she looked at Li Zongjio with vigilance. At least now, if Li Zongjio wanted to kill the two of them, it would be a piece of cake. He could do it directly. So now, their lives were directly in Li Zongjio's hands. But Li Zongjio didn't seem to be interested in these people. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you, Li Zongjio said indifferently. As long as these people didn't do anything stupid, Li Zongjio wouldn't do anything to them. If these people insisted on fighting with him, Li Zongjio wouldn't show any mercy. Then, Li Zongjio carried the severely injured, rat-headed demon on his back and took it away. Along the way, he also obtained a talisman spell net. Li Zongjio thought that this thing was very useful, so he wanted to get one. The rat-headed demon didn't die. In the explosion just now it should have died, but there was a strong force protecting it, so it didn't turn into a soul beam. So Li Zongjio took it away. Seeing Li Zongjio's figure disappear, Qian Yu and Qian Yu were shocked. Qian Yu and the last remaining subordinate were also shocked. They stood up and supported each other as they left. Li Zongjio's strength was indeed too overbearing. It was really too scary. He killed the third leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, just like that. Just from this round of killing Li Zongjio's body. The Heavenly Fiend Alliance's hatred was definitely not small. Those who dared to do such a thing were either experts or lunatics. Leader, who is this person? The female expert beside him looked at Li Zongjio. He seemed to be acquainted with Qian Yu. Li Zongjio was so strong. He had appeared out of nowhere and killed all these people, swaggering away with the rat-headed demon. Li Zongjio didn't attack them. However, the two of them also believed that if Li Zongjio had the slightest bit of hostility, he would not hesitate to kill the two of them. He saved me once before. He seems to have a grudge against the Heavenly Fiend Alliance. I don't know who he is. Qian Yu shook her head. She didn't know much about this expert who suddenly appeared. But when she thought about how Li Zongjio made fun of Wu Fu and the others, she felt that something was wrong. This person seemed to have an evil aura around him. People couldn't help but look at him. They were unconsciously attracted by his aura. Let's leave this place quickly, Qian Yu said. If the people from the Heavenly Fiend Alliance had seen such a huge explosion, they would definitely rush over to investigate. In such a state, if someone came to surround them, they wouldn't be so lucky. Okay. The two of them swallowed an elixir to recover their strength. Then he quickly left the mountaintop. As for the rat-headed demon, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Although Li Zongjio had killed the third leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, he had taken advantage of their precarious situation. But to be able to do it so cleanly, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if the opponent was weak, it was impossible for an ordinary person to get close to him. Qian Yu had seen Li Zongjio's strength. She didn't even know if Li Zongjio's true strength was the real deal. He must be hiding some other strength. So she had to be careful when dealing with such an expert. She didn't want to provoke him. She didn't know the identity and background of this expert. As for the Heavenly Fiend Alliance, Qian Yu naturally had the strength to contend with them, so they could compete with each other. But for a mysterious expert like Li Zongjio, she had to be careful. She had to be on guard. Li Zongjio caught the rat-headed demon. Then he came to Hong Long. No matter what, he had to take Hong Long away. What did you do? What is this? Don't tell me it's that demon. Hong Long saw Li Zongjio go and come back so quickly. She didn't know what Li Zongjio was doing. But when she saw the demon in Li Zongjio's hand, when this rat-headed demon was in his hand, she could roughly guess what Li Zongjio was doing just now. Let's go. The two of them headed straight to a place where there were few people. At least they had to avoid these demons. This rat-headed demon had the ability to command other demons. So Li Zongjio had to be careful. He had seen the strength of demons. They were indeed very powerful and difficult to deal with. If they were surrounded, it would be extremely difficult to break out with Hong Long. In fact, if Li Zongjio didn't launch a sneak attack, but fought the third leader of the Heavenly Fiend Alliance head-on, he would have to pay a price to win. At this time, it was basically a matter of whether you dared to do it or not. If you dared to do it, it was equivalent to winning half of the battle. If you didn't dare to do it, you would lose this opportunity forever. Li Zongjio found a cave and threw the rat-headed demon on the ground. The latter was trapped under the talisman net and was seriously injured. It only had one breath left and was on the verge of death. But in the rat-headed demon's hand, there was a bronze ring that was shining. It seemed to be the bronze ring that was prolonging the rat-headed demon's life. This must be the treasure in the underground palace. Li Zongjio looked, and then cut off the rat-headed demon's hand with his sword. Ding-dong! The bronze ring fell to the ground. Its light also gradually dimmed. What Dharma treasure is this? Li Zongjio looked at Hong Long. He seemed to know that Hong Long should recognize this bronze ring Dharma treasure. Can I pick it up and take a look? Hong Long asked. Sure. Li Zongjio nodded. He wasn't worried that Hong Long would take it away. Hong Long carefully held the bronze ring in his hands. He looked at it carefully. When he saw a mark clearly, his pupils shrank and he instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air. Distracted divine ring. Although Li Zongjio felt that the bronze ring in his hand was very powerful, he didn't know how powerful it was. When he saw Hong Long's expression, he couldn't help but wonder. He knew that this thing was incredible. He really did get a treasure.